Welcome, PUBG Mobile fans. It is day 3, the final day of the PUBG Mobile Super League North America qualifiers. My name is Powerbang. I'll be your host for today, and we have some drama for you ready to unfold in the final 6 games of the tournament. We're going to see who is moving on to the next stage in Brazil next month. But before we get into it, let's introduce our casters for tonight. We've got Mustache Dave back with us, as well as Enigma back on the desk. Dave, what's going on, man? You ready for tonight's action?
Hey, I'm ready to go. We got 6 more matches here tonight, and then we're sending 3 of these squads to that next round here, PB. I'm pumped.
I'm excited for it, my man. Enigma, how you feeling tonight? You ready to cast game 3?
Oh, of course. And I mean, for the most part, the last 2 days have been nothing but excitement. I think a lot of the viewers, including myself, have just loved every single match of it. And we're all just kind of dying to know what exactly today's even going to have in store for us.
We're going to catch everyone up on all of the action that's gone down over the past 2 days. But first, let's talk about the format of the tournament for those of you that are just joining tonight for the first time. Last weekend, we had the PMSL NA qualifiers kick off with Phase 1 action, where the top 5 teams qualified to this weekend's play and joined those who were seeded a bit higher than them. Now we've got this weekend's action. This is the North America Finals, and we have 3 days of action. Today is the 3rd day. We're playing 6 games per day, and only the top 3 teams will be moving on to the next stage, which is PMSL Americas. That's going to happen next month in Brazil. And here are some of the teams that are already qualified for the next stage. Brazil and LATAM as a region have already punched their ticket, and they have all of their teams ready to go for the next stage. And that just leaves North America with 3 more spots to fill, and that will come from tonight's action. So 3 teams will be crowned. Let's go ahead and talk about the last couple of days. Mustache Dave, we've seen an up and down tournament from some. We've seen some consistent performers from some others. Ultimately, what have you seen so far here through the first 2 days of PMSL NA?
Yeah, I think one of the main kind of things that I've noticed here over the last 2 days is the competition's pretty steep, right? And if you are caught lacking, other squads are going to take advantage of that. Here's the map breakdown here, PB. One thing I want to mention with this, 3 Erangels, I believe, Titan Gaming, they got 3 wins on Erangel over the last 2 days. So we got to watch out for Titan Gaming here today when we look at squads looking to take advantage of these squads who have been in the slums here, PB.
Lucky for Titan Gaming, half of the matches so far have been played on Erangel. That is 6 out of 12 thus far. They've taken 3 of those and have finished top 4 in every other Erangel match, and that is not good news for the competition. Other than that, though, they have struggled a bit, so the openings are going to be on Sanhok and on Miramar is what the other teams are sinking, and we see the likes of Taco Lovers, ICU, Team Control picking up wins yesterday. All 3 of those teams are in conversation right now to move on, Enigma. But let's check out the standings overall as they sit right now as we move into day number 3. This is our final day. Enigma, run us down the standings. Tell us what we're looking at.
Yeah, for the most part, obviously, it's Titan Gaming at the top with virtually over a 30-point lead. The Erangels, it's their bread and butter map. We've seen it over the last 2 days. I expect nothing less coming into the final day here tonight. But the rest of these teams, we look down at from 2nd through 6th. We're looking at only 14, 15, maybe point gap between these rosters. And we have seen over the last 2 days, a lot of these teams in this bubble range going for those top 3 spots have been able to drop those 10, 15, 18 elimination matches to shoot themselves back up the leaderboard.
Absolutely. We take a peek at Control right now as the team controlling their own destiny with 93 points. That is our current cutoff. That is what teams need to reach. And with Taco Lovers, Super Lazy Reflex, and ICU Gaming all sitting within 7 points of that, today is bound to be interesting. Let's take a peek at the bottom of the standings to see who could potentially cause some chaos today. Dave, is there any teams that you've got your eye on here that might go a bit rogue?
I'm looking at all these squads, PB, all right? We got 6 more games to go. Some of these teams at the bottom, we got Black Mamba, 4 Pros, 3 Sheep Gaming. Nothing to lose, in my opinion. So they could really pull the rabbit or the hair out the hat, I guess you can say, and possibly kind of play some spoiler action for those teams on the bubble that we were just looking at here.
Absolutely. And we know that some of these teams are looking pretty good coming into today. None other than Titan Gaming sitting on top right now with a very nice cushion. Again, 93 points to cut off. They're sitting in the 130s right now. So if they basically get like one good performance today, they're probably through to the next round. But then you start to see some closer competition. You've got Nemesis, who again, just over 100 points. They're looking pretty good, but I want to talk about these bubble teams, right? Those that are in 3rd through 6th, and maybe you throw in 7th and 8th as well, that are kind of close. I would love to talk about a few of those teams. Let's talk first about SLR, the day 1 top dogs. Day 2 were nowhere to be seen. SLR was like the tale of 2 halves so far, and I'm very curious to see who is going to show up here on day 3. Dave, do you have any insights?
Yeah, 18 points. yesterday. That's not a good look here. And kind of chatting with the squad, getting ready, practicing, warming up here for day number 3. They pretty much told me that they're going to focus on these early team fights in order to kind of play catch up when it comes to trying to get some more points, making up for yesterday's performance. So hopefully these early team fights go their way, and then they can just, focus on surviving through that mid to late game and showing up in the end like we see here. So I like that they got a game plan. They recognize, hey, 18 points, we could do better. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they can accomplish here today.
We'll see if they can ride the backs of Kindness and Koi as they drop some bombs here today. Keep an eye out for early action from SLR. We also saw Control peek their way into the top 3 yesterday for the first time, and I am very curious to see how they perform on this final day. Enigma, walk us through what we can expect from Control.
Well, for the most part, I'm hoping they have another dominant performance like they did yesterday. They were the match winners of Sanhok, and not only did they do that, they were able to pick up a lot more eliminations throughout the day. We're talking a 55-point day on day number 2. They are that bubble team. They're the 3rd place number that everyone's eyeing, trying to make sure that they're eliminated early. But you can't forget that we're not looking at just that. There's top 6 in the range, and this squad has proven over these previous tournaments and stuff like that, that even if they have one maybe unreluctant day, they're able to come back strong in day number 2 and 3.
Absolutely. Remix, get yourself some suntan, brother. He's been fried to the crisp right before that photo was taken. But Yuya, Freddy Remix, and Robert GG coming in with the Thunder. They're going to be trying to make something happen today on our final day. Let's talk about the Taco Lovers, though. They are another team that, again, sniffed the top 3 momentarily, and they have been one of the top fragging teams in the tournament right now. They have gotten lots of elims, and ultimately for them, it's been a struggle to consistently place on the top of the standings. But ultimately, players like Dur and 24K have been leading the way for Taco Lovers, and they did pick up their second chicken dinner during day 2 action. So I'm looking for Taco Lovers to hopefully lock things down on day 3 and punch their tickets to PMSL Americas. Taco Lovers did finish 4th in Phase 1, so they're no strangers to the top half of this leaderboard, but doing it in the NA Finals is a whole nother thing. We're going to see if Taco Lovers has enough to get it done. Love the action here yesterday, the 1v1 at the end of the game. 24K versus Klaus, that'll lock down the chicken dinner for them. Here are your Taco Lovers. Loving tacos indeed. Love that little logo, too. What a cute little guy. All right, we got one other team that we need to put a spotlight on. There's obviously the likes of Titan Gaming and Nemesis sitting comfortably on the top of the leaderboard. But what about ICU Gaming? Coming in clutch in game number 6 yesterday, picking up the first chicken dinner of their tournament. They desperately needed it, Enigma. What does ICU have to do today to secure top 3?
I mean, they're needing to make sure that they're able to make it out of that zone 2, 3, 4 range with all 4 players up. They're taking these early game engagements. I believe this fight as well, after the Nemesis wipe, they had 10, 12 total eliminations to their name. So this squad, we've seen the fragging potential. We see them winning 2v4 fights, but they're not making it into the late game. And thankfully for them, they were able to secure the last match of yesterday, which in my eyes saved them in being able to contend for that top 3 spot here today. And a lot of these teams are in the same boat as them, where they have one stellar performance, maybe 1 game per day. That's not enough. You're going to need to show out tonight and make sure that your squad's able to perform against the best.
Absolutely. Well, hopefully ICU tightens it up a bit today. They did get that win yesterday. And in the highlight package just a moment ago, we saw on Erangel that clutch fight that they had with Nemesis. And keep an eye on that one, because that fight right there could ultimately be the difference in moving on in this tournament. Nemesis had that compound on lockdown, and it ended up being a 2v4 fight that they threw somehow. And ICU Gaming walked away on top of that one, picking up the big victory there. Hopefully that's enough for them to kind of move on. We'll see how that shakes out. But we've got 6 more games today. We are just getting queued up for game number 13, where we'll pick things off. Let's take a peek at the maps for today. As always, we begin in the jungles of Sanhok, and then we'll follow that up with 3 on Erangel, which Titan Gaming loves, and we have the final 2 on Miramar tonight, where we will conclude in the desert. Dave, I gotta ask you, man, the Miramar action has been really quite something. It's been hot and heavy. Are you excited to get to those desert maps towards the end and see if we can end this thing with some fireworks?
I am, because last couple nights we've been seeing the Mini 14 play a clutch role on that map in particular, and I love to see some DMR action. Not only that, if I'm not mistaken, Taco Lovers pretty consistent when it comes to Miramar specifically, and I'm rooting for the Taco Lovers as well, right? They were in Phase 1, they were consistent enough to make it to Phase 2. In the first 2 days here, they've been consistent, and that's what I look for. You know, I look for those squads who are consistent, because to me that shows they know the strats. And this strat right here from the Taco Lovers, eliminations, baby. And I love the action here, PB.
Absolutely love it. Well, let's talk predictions a little bit, gentlemen. We have ourselves a tight one coming into today. Remember, we have 93 points, 92 points, 91 points, and 86 points all up on the board right now in places 3 through 6. And really, that can change in the span of one game. So it comes down to who is going to put up big numbers and a chicken dinner in a game today and ultimately play consistent. I want to see who can actually do that. Enigma, let's come to you and see who you think is going to take game number 1 here on Sanhok.
Well, thinking back over the last 2 days, we've seen Taco Lovers and Team Control both have wins. But in terms of those two teams, I'm leaning more on the side of Team Control. I want to see them come off strong again today and be able to put up another performance like yesterday to secure themselves that second, third place spot, whatever the case may be for them, to make sure that they're able to make it to the next stage of the tournament.
I like the pick. They've trended well over the last 24 hours or so. We'll see if Control can keep it up. They are sitting very, very close to qualification right now. They just need a few more good games. Dave, let's come to you. Who are you picking here in game number 1 for Sanhok?
First of all, I just want to say I didn't know we were keeping tally of this. I just found out today that we have like an ongoing tally on average predictions. All right, I have been going for those dark horses, trying to spice it up, but I'm making the come up here today. All right, and I'm going with Control as well. I think yesterday they had 55 points in total. I recall them doing pretty well on one of our Sanhoks, I think last night actually. So Control, that's my pick here for game number 1.
I like it. They lead Super Lazy Reflex right now by 1 point for sole control of third place. And I, like you, Dave, did not realize we were keeping track of all of these. I was throwing in some dark horses as well, thinking, maybe I'd seem like a genius if they actually won.
Yeah.
And I'm either winning or getting last place on my predictions. So that's kind of how it's going. But for me, Sanhok, well, there's one team that's performed incredibly well on that, and that is none other than, that's right,
man.
it's the Taco Lovers. Nom, 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 nom. I'm picking the Taco Lovers and 24K and and sheep. We're going to get it done on this map. You know why? Because it's Taco Thursday.
Ooh.
Kind of.
Yeah.
It's Sunday, but
Okay.
there's a Thursday. I mean, you guys see where we're going with this, right? Anyway, Thursday, good luck today on the Battlegrounds. I think Taco Lovers has got what it takes to get it done on Sanhok, and this will not be the first time and the last time that we see this Taco here today. I'm gonna pick him again at some point because we got to make use of the prop, baby. TacoLovers.com. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, gentlemen, we are getting ready for game number 1.
Promo code.
Let's go to Enigma. I want your tips for the jungle. We've had a chance to watch these teams and see who's jockeying for position over the last few days. Give us your pro perspective on Sanhok and figure out what the heck do these teams got to do to be successful tonight.
I think you got to have a good read of what the zone's looking like. If the zone's shifting off of you and you're kind of on that edge play, you need to be looking for those eliminations. If you're on one of those sides where maybe it's centered on Paradise in your ICU, you need to be able to play control and play center to the point where you play for that late game. Too many times I see teams get pigeonholed on only being able to play edge or only being able to play center. You need to be able to do it all, not only in this stage, but coming into the next stage. Those America teams are going to blow you out of the water if you don't know what you're doing.
Absolutely. Dave, I want your wager right now on if somebody's going to hunt teams to get those points. You talk to SLR, so to speak. Is anybody going to go try to collect some easy points here on Sanhok?
Titan Gaming, for sure, without a doubt, and we'll get more into that during the cast because, you know, I like to talk to players and get the inside scoop. So Titan Gaming, they have the point lead. Those bottom teams, man, they're going to have a rough day if they don't pull something out the hat here, PB.
We'll see. I'm hoping for some crazy zones. We saw one almost go to cave yesterday on the game, and with only one chance to see Sanhok each day, It's like, I want to see the nutty zones right off the bat. Again, Enigma's pointed out very eloquently that the first 2 circles and those zones are so important, and players getting to that good position early on is super, super important. So we'll see where people are going to land, if boot camp's just going to be freely given away once again. But ultimately, hot drops have been the story of the day, and my money is on 4Bros to be in a fight off the drop, because I think we are 12 for 12 on that happening. So we'll see if that's the case. Once again, we are loading up right now for our first game of the day. Sanhok coming up in just a moment, and I am very excited to see if we can kick off with some fireworks. Again, for those of you at home, it is Team Control, Super Lazy Reflex, Taco Lovers, and ICU Gaming right now that are really the ones riding the bubble. So those 4 teams are the ones that we need to keep an eye on in this first game in particular. We'll see where it goes from here. But again, Team Control was picked by both Enigma and Dave, and I've got the Taco Lovers. So we've got a vested interest in their performance here in this first game. I'm very excited, though, to kick things off in just a moment. We're waiting on just one player right now, and if only I had his name, I would call it out right now.
Call him out.
On
Call him
broadcast. That's what I would do. Anyway, Dave, it looks like we're ready to go. I'll throw it over to you and Enigma to bring us the action. We've got Game 13 of our 18. Starting now, remember to follow PUBG Mobile Esports on social media, everywhere where social media exists. All right, guys, take it away.
Bring them out here. All right, I believe that last player is loaded up in the plane, seatbelt on, parachute strapped on, Enigma. This is going to be day number 3 of the PUBG Mobile Super League 2024 NA qualifiers, man. I know we were kind of chatting about what we want to see here. I got to get your take, man. What hot drops day 3, Sanhok, the last Sanhok of the qualifiers, like, are we going to see it?
Oh, of course. I mean, it's got to be the 4Bros. I'm looking at Black Mamba, Golden Eagles potentially as well, maybe doing some sort of hot drop contest. But at the end of the day, you know, I think these more bubble teams might have to start looking at each other later on in the day. But we'll have to wait and see for that, because obviously we're just on the first match at Sanhok. And the playing path looks pretty good in my eyes, Dave. This is one of the small maps where you can kind of really reach all parts of it in terms of, you know, how the playing path is. But those other maps, we've seen it really unfavorable on the drop spots and stuff like that. But these teams, I'm seeing some congestion on that Northwest Island, and I'm seeing as well right at Pine End, dead center, looking at a fight.
Yeah, 4Bros 100% looking for the action here. And it looks like they're going to be dropping with Nemesis, our second place team, with 101 points. 4Bros with 19 points. So 4Bros looking for like a 74-point come up here this evening. And honestly, if they can get a squad wipe right here, and then another, I might start believing. But regardless, this is bad news for Nemesis, right? Because they are up there at the top, but they have like a bad game here, and they start to get in the slumps and start to go down the overall leaderboards. That's going to open up for Control, SLR, Taco Lovers, and even ICU. So definitely a big fight to watch here in game number 1.
Yeah, and they're nowhere near the zone. It's actually centering up more towards that northwestern island. A lot of it's actually in the water. So depending how long Nemesis takes to take this fight, 4Bros, if I'm thinking their game plan, they might honestly just start sitting on the roofs and waiting. If they have pigeonholed you in zone for too long, even if they clip a player maybe when you're trying to rotate, Nemesis losing one early on, it'd be monumental and disastrous for the squad, to say the least. So I'm interested to see. I'd like to see Nemesis actually take the fight to 4Bros, because you're not wanting to get gridlocked here. This is the worst spot in zone, and you're needing every point you can get right now.
Yeah, and what makes me a little more nervous as well is we saw the map just a moment ago. I think SLR Camp Charlie, and remember, SLR are looking for some early game gunfights, right? So if they hear the exchange over here, they might get in a good position to possibly gatekeep whoever wins this engagement, right? And like you said, they're going to be behind the ball already because they are so far from circle number 1. So there's a lot of factors going on right now revolving this fight.
Yeah, and for the most part, it looks like Nemesis is taking their time, trying to kind of wheedle down where exactly 4Bros is, because on a drop, you're looting, you're doing all that sort of stuff. As soon as one player gets a gun and starts, really kind of sounding it out, making sure where players are at, you're almost walking into a landmine when you go through each room, And these players, I mean, they've done the experience and stuff like that, especially Nemesis, playing internationally and stuff like that. They understand exactly how these fights should play out. I'm seeing it right now as well. It looks like they have a player way off in the distance to the west. Duo of Spec and Fate paired up together, and then an isolated player on the east, making sure that no one gets to lead this sort of compound. Because at the end of the day, if you're Nemesis, you're wanting to make sure you at least pick up these 4 free elimination points. If you were to get the squad wipe on them, you're not wanting to share the loot because that just only means less meds, less ammo, and less utility in the late game.
Yeah, without a doubt. That's going to be J7. And if you don't mind kind of me diving into your mindset here, if we do have a little more time, like J7, what are the pros and cons of what J7 is trying to pull off right now?
Well, the most part right now is he's an isolated player. So the main thing is he's going to want to be playing silent. He's going to want to make sure that he's not the one getting caught out. No one knows, it seems, on 4Bros where he's at. I'm not seeing any sort of arrows pointing up towards that northeastern side of the compound. But him as a player, he's one of those mind like a stone. He's played PEC, he's played PMGC, he's done all that sort of stuff under the book. I've had plenty of chances to talk and meet with him. He's one of those players where if you put him in a spot like this, he's bound to make plays happen. We can say any of that stuff for Spec as well. We can look at Fate playing PMGC right back when it first started many years ago, being able to be on top teams in North America. So all of this squad, I think, understands their specific roles in this fight. It's just a matter now of being able to execute it.
Wow. Yeah, and looks like Nemesis, they're definitely trying to get the 4Bros kind of pinched in the center here of the town because J7 is all the way on the shoreline.
Wow.
Now, all the way behind them. Definitely looking for like that backstab, that surprise factor. And like you mentioned, 4Bros, no clue in the world. But Enigma, I was talking about SLR. I got a feeling in my bones SLR might be looking to investigate this area as well, just because we did hear a couple pot shots moments ago. And remember, SLR looking for some moves. Or actually, that's going to be Strangers BD looking for some plays out here. So not SLR. SLR going to the zone. So Stranger BD. So we got 3 squads over here.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm surprised Strangers BD is even actually checking this because we didn't see any knocks so far yet on the zone. But knocks right now, I mean, ICU, I don't know what happened here, but 3 Sheeps Gaming getting caught with their pants down, losing 2 players on a vehicle pull-up. Nice start for ICU on the day. We're seeing the last 2 players isolated out towards that riverside. We're seeing Titan Gaming as well in the north. So nice little start for them. I believe TSG had no idea ICU is here. I believe ICU drops in Paradise. So a quick rotation from them, making sure that the river compound is theirs for the taking. Ultimately, nice start.
Nice start to get some couple eliminations. Dauntless with 2, ICU with 2. So we got 4 players already exiting early here, but I do see in the elimination feed, it looks like Strangers BD were able to kind of drive a wedge, right, between that long engagement we're looking at with Nemesis and 4Bros. And to make matters worse, it's in the blue zone now, so it is only circle number 1. It's going to be taking just a little bit, but I have to feel like that puts some more pressure on your decision making, right?
Yeah, and I'm seeing it right now as well in our map feed. We're seeing it as Nemesis, I believe, is trying to back away from the fight. Because if we're looking at the zone, it's not pretty. You're not close to it at all.
As far as it gets.
I almost wondered if, J7 looks for a botation player or something, kind of just solo drive himself in and make sure he's that insurance policy we like to talk about. But these squads right now, for the most part, it's kind of what we expected. It was just different teams we were thinking going to be making the magic happen early on.
Yeah, I'm surprised it was Strangers BD and not SLR, just based off of like kind of what SLR was telling me earlier on. But I mean, Strangers BD, another squad that I would say they're at the bottom of the bubble. I mean, 71 points, 8th place coming into tonight. So if there was ever like a time to really start to pick up the steam, it has to be game 1, day 3.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, you got to get the points now. You can't wait any longer because you're playing catch-up. Every match, a lot of these teams, we've seen it where it's different kind of squads, I guess you could say, star players starting to emerge. And unfortunately, the only consistent team out of the 2 days was Titan Gaming. That's why they have that 30-point lead above everyone else. But if you're Strangers BD, in my eyes, if you have a really solid game 1, you carry that momentum over into the Erangels, you're definitely able to shoot yourself back into that top 3 contention. It's just you're 1 game back from the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, and love the map pull-up right now. We can see we're chatting.
Wow.
4Bros, Strangers BD. They're in it down there, all the way down there. And then the zone, talk about a zone just not caring about those players down there. Like, no, we're going to keep going north. It's going to be a bloodbath. I believe if I had to take out the math out here, what, 50% is water? Yeah,
and
maybe
some
even
of
a little more because you got that channel right there.
Yeah,
in the
you've got the river in the middle, and a lot of that's kind of just mountains and unplayable terrain. We're seeing it right now. I mean, Dauntless is having to just send it on the cliff sides. Thankfully for them, Klaus, their star player, actually already has 2 eliminations in the match. They've being able to keep their 4-man alive. They've taken the sort of north side of Hot Sand. There's already a squad inside. I believe that's the Golden Eagles there as well, but okay. Well, I'm not going to caca just yet. Unless they win the game, I'm not giving them the caca just yet.
2 eliminations, man. I can hear the bird chirping. Talking about chirping. 3 sheeps out here. QZZ trying to get the spray down with the UMP, but Titan Gaming not caring at all. Going for the run over here with their 2-2 split, trying to take out the 3 sheeps that are now down to just 1 sheep grazing the fields out here on Sanhok.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, it's like Hot Cheek said yesterday, they're just looking like little sheep right now. And unfortunately for them, I feel like they were pressured of trying to leave that compound. They figured someone would maybe slamming into them. It is kind of centered up on that eastern side of the river. ICU over watching you, though. Titan Gaming watching your every move. TSG was bound to get eliminated at some point, and now they're only down to a solo.
Yeah, solo sheep has a compound to work with for the time being, but still 16 teams left. If they get taken out now, 0 points. The goose egg. And talking about getting taken out, Berlin in the feed, getting some runovers over here onto Strangers BD. Can't believe those squads are still locked in. And Strangers BD, actually the first team to be eliminated here on this Sanhok map. 2 eliminations though to go out, boot. So gonna be setting Nemesis back just a little bit, you know, taking out Fate.
This is kind of the scary thing though, was Nemesis, they get the 4 elimination points, but they're struggling on keeping their med situation up. They lost the player. Thankfully, it is their IGL, and I kind of want to get your views of it. I have a lot of IGLs have told me very different things, but IGLs actually prefer if they were to be eliminated first because they're able to monitor all 3 players and stuff like that. Do you think that's kind of almost a hindrance for the squad, or do you feel like every player should be able to, you know, shoot their gun and make the match happen?
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like if you're always getting taken out first in the IGLs, I'm the IGL, then why not just be the coach, right? Because you got to be able to get the eliminations and contribute to the points besides just calling. I used to be in the camp of like, yeah, okay, if the IGL gets eliminated first, it's okay. But now that eliminations are so important to the structure, listen, I'd rather have an IGL stay alive in a bush compared to getting taken out early and just making the calls on the sideline.
Oh, look at the map, too. I mean, all these players, and they're going to have to keep moving. 4 Bros and Nemesis completely in the blue. It centers up towards that, I believe, the eastern side of the river. So Titan Gaming's really enjoying seeing the map. ICU, I believe, is just on the edge of zone. So all these teams like Black Mamba, Taco Lovers, SLR, they're all going to have to try to weasel their way into these compounds with all these Goliath teams that are, unfortunately for them, those bubble teams being in some prime positions.
I love this zone, I'm not gonna lie. I love that we still got water in play. We have the coastline. Available. Koi out here catching some slugs to the dome from the Taco Lovers.
Wow.
Now with the SK-12 trying to return some fire, make sure Koi doesn't get thirsty. But the Taco Lovers are hungry here on Taco Sunday, Taco Thursday. Whatever we're calling it, they're getting some eliminations here, and they're looking to press the envelope here. Nice little trade with a DBS, but Taco Lovers coming out on top, taking out SLR. So, oh man, SLR 18 points yesterday. They started rough, and they kind of couldn't get out that slump, right? I hope that's not the case here tonight because I am rooting for SLR.
Yeah, and I mean, for the most part, a lot of us are. They're, you know, previous and hyper players and stuff like that. A big, nice track record, but unfortunately, that pull-up was just a bit overwhelming, I think, for SLR. Maybe they pulled up at the same time, and Taco Lovers was able to hit the shots early on Decoy, but that squad itself, Taco Lovers, even though the placement maybe hasn't been too consistent, they've been able to take the eliminations up to the next level.
Yeah, I believe SLR, they were concerned with parking their vehicles, and Taco Lovers just were concerned with getting some eliminations right there, unfortunately. But hopping into this fight, hello, that's a grenade on the floor. Golden Eagles now looking to take the fight to the Panthers. These 2 squads desperately scratching for some points here. A little lean peek with the UMP through the doorway. One of their members are going to be bleeding out inside the compound. Was able to get picked up. Slight reset here. Looks like the Golden Eagles are going to be pumping the brakes just a little bit, trying to get the intel here on the Panthers.
Yeah, and we're seeing it trying to take the upstairs, a little bit of first floor angles, and we might see a few cop outs here, not being able to pay attention too much. Thankfully, The Panthers aren't losing a player just yet to those sort of quick movements. And unfortunately, Golden Eagles looks like they might have used all of their sort of utility early on in this fight, now having to take the close range fights. And we've seen just how strong that DBS is in some of these buildings.
Yeah, this is going to be on the east side of Hot Tin, so really strong position with this zone as well. So whoever wins this is going to be set up for at least the next circle. So prime spot, let's see what can happen here. Nice little UMP spray right there through the doorway, and just like one of the Panthers walking right into those bullets, unfortunately. The Panthers are going to be down 2 members, looking for the pickup on the side of the Golden Eagles. I believe we got some third party as well, Reality kind of here in the mix. Next zone goes up, so it's going to be a hotbed out here on the edge.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the last player here. Golden Eagles was actually losing a single player, but they do keep 3 up. And I think they kind of realized that they can't keep focusing on the Panthers. Reality has now moved in up close to them. Dauntless as well, not being in on that northern side. So a lot of these teams might actually have to start ditching these fights and start swimming in the river. I'm not exactly sure. It looks like the Golden Eagles actually have a building to work with, a rock maybe. But I do believe the bridge has full sight lines of this play. So it's really going to be a matter of how these teams are able to move through Hot Tin and be able to kind of expose the early game. But Brandon Paul now taking the fight to Titan Gaming.
Yeah, and I believe Rushy, the last one alive for the Panthers. That dude clutched out yesterday. But WDNN, well, a nice little trade out here in the fields with their AKM. Taking out Rin and, hey, casually just walking away, you know?
Yeah, and I'm surprised Titan Gaming was the team that was kind of just chilling on this eastern side. Maybe they spread out too thin. I'm not exactly sure what happened to him, but fully eliminated. Shroud and Paul having a bit of an edge in. And Four Bros, the team that was kind of griefing. Nemesis taking their spot now, and this is...
I'm looking at Rushy, dude. Rushy, yesterday I saw like at least 2 highlight montages from that dude. DBS in hand. Walking right into the doorway, trying to get the flush. Can we get another one? Payne with the DBS. So we're going to have a little slug out off right now. Only 2 more to go. Looking for that reload. They're scared to breach this one. No flush either.
Yeah, no support as well. Reality's trying to come in. He's got 2.
Can we get 3? Can we get 3? Do not walk through my doorway. Can we get 3 from Rushy? Holy Rushy. Can we get the squad wipe here? It's possible. Swapping to the QBZ. Rushy reloading the DBS right now. A 1v1. I'm telling you, Enigma, Rushy yesterday clutched it out multiple times for the Panthers.
You must have read the script. You must have read the script or something.
No, it's just a good player, all right? And it helps when they walk into the barrel of your doorway as well with the DBS. But Reality, probably not going to be doing that again anytime soon.
Yeah, and it looks like it's just them on the edge of zone. Straight up 1v1 fight, both with
grenades
pulled out. Dodgeball!
Over the head, over the head. Rushy going for the follow-up nade here. Trying to flush him out. Chapo is playing scared, you can tell. I mean, losing 3 your squad mates just like that. What else you gonna do? Next zone pop, so both these players have a little more time to work with. They don't got to travel too far. But Rushy's got another grenade.
Oh!
And Rushy, what the squad wipe, Enigma? The Panthers. They're loving this one.
1v4, no help from other teams. No one was even putting a bullet into him. I'm not sure if Reality just maybe getting a little too careless, knowing it was one player just getting absolutely bodied in that fight. And look at this. He's only got 6 meters to go into the next zone, 7 meters. He's going to be able to maybe get more placement for his squad on top of those 4 eliminations he just got for him. The rest of this side, though, of the map, it's going to be just swimmers, this eastern edge. Oh, and look at that. J7. Nemesis is still alive, Dave. I'm kind of surprised with how the zone played out, him being able to snake for so long in the water.
Oh, man, I'm trying to play catch up. Rushy, MVP game 1, without a doubt. Good plays. But, yeah, looks like Nemesis, they got that duo swimming underneath the bridge here. The bridge trolls. We got Black Mamba on top. And I think we got KR as well with at least a solo trying to do the same bridge troll strat. When we look at the zone, ICU, they are big chilling in their compound on land. Still with 4 up as well. I know ICU is a squad that you had your eye on here today, so this Sanhok map and the zones going their way. This is a great start for them.
Yeah, and for the most part, a lot of it came down to, I think, that early 2 picks onto the TSG squad. They saw them go into that compound, and I believe that was where ICU sent it as a 4-man, making sure that, hey, this is the spot we got to take. We know we got more players than them. They ended up getting it, but now ICU, they're starting to see Nemesis. I'm not sure how's it going, but KR Esports as well. 1 HP and they're gone. Nate getting both of those eliminations. So we're seeing the battle tracker on the right. 2 squads, KR Esports and ICU with the most eliminations and players up. A lot of these teams, though, maybe they're kind of punching the air because we're still at 6 teams left in the lobby. The placement points aren't going to be going up just that fast yet.
Yeah, no, not at all. And looks like the next circle did pop as well. And these bridge swimmers going to have to move just a little bit. Hey, how's it going? Water temperature is pretty nice out here today.
A little high five.
A little high five action. Like, hey, listen, let's just survive. Let's see what happens, right?
Yeah.
You know, let's just vibe out over here. ICU in the best position, though, when it comes to looking over the water. Dauntless might be able to play spoiler, but KR, the 3-1 split. So remember, they sent one underneath that bridge to kind of get the intel, get those eliminations. Meanwhile, keeping 3 on land over here. I like this play from them.
Yeah, I mean, he was able to pick up a few, I guess, picks on some of these teams, but ultimately it might bite them in the butt. KR Esports has to find a way in. I believe at the bottom of this dip, it's a bit of a swamp, maybe a little bit of a lip they could play. I'm seeing some rocks. Looks like that's probably what they're going to be sending. And ICU hopefully just has all of their eyes set on them because this is the biggest threat to you in the lobby right now.
If Rushy goes on land and 1v4s ICU, can we just invite him to the next stage?
The one player.
Yeah, just invite Rushy, and whatever happens, happens. But here we go, KR. Now it looks like they're taking the grenades to ICU, trying to flush them out. KR in the field, it's got some smokes to work with, create some hard cover, or soft cover that is, and be able to move around just a little bit. But ICU, they're going to get pinched from 2 sides here, possibly. You got KR over here on this ridge line, and then Dauntless to the north. So ICU, they need to be careful, where they take this fight.
Yeah, the nice thing as well is KR Esports, you talked about them sending that solo player around to the bridge. They actually opted to play on that player's side. They know where the water snakes are. They were able to call out where Black Mamba is. Actually, it looks like getting 1, if not 2 eliminations extra, having this solo player in the water. So really reaping the rewards. Now he's trying to duck down 1 HP. I'm not sure if he's going to live, but I think he's made his, I guess, life worth in gold. But it does center on the compound, Dave. Dauntless is on the north side. We've got a solo Panthers player, Rushy, who at the 1v4 they're picking up points for his team, showing that they're not out of the running just yet. And now it's going to come down, in my eyes, how ICU is able to hold this compound.
Yeah, I mean, this is ICU's game to win for sure, without a doubt. They got 4 up, 8 eliminations. Now Dauntless trying to make the push from the north. Nate going to be recognizing that, throwing out some shots their way with the M4. But they got the hard cover to work with when it comes to healing up, but it doesn't protect you if the nade bounces off the windowsill and lands at your toe.
Yeah, I mean, I guess KR Esports, they're going to be making their move now up top. ICU is going to be struggling. Thankfully, though, Nate being this bastion, this pillar for the team, saying, "Nuh-uh, you're not pushing the compound just yet." And we're seeing the Panthers player, he actually comes out of the water, Dave, and finishes Dauntless in the back. So Rushy's being the one-man army on Sanhok right now. KR Esports taking too long to push the compound. Now ICU getting the full reset, putting the palm of the game back in their hands.
Nate knows what's coming too. Nate knows for a fact there is a player over here just dominating game number 1. Rushy, 6 eliminations.
Wow.
Here. 6. That's equivalent to a 2nd place in placement points. But let's see, Rushy M4 going to be making the push. Has his boulder to work with, and KR also applying that pressure behind ICU as well.
Stage
Final
9
zone too.
Yeah, it's going to center. I think it's going right into the dead center of this compound. So if you're one of these teams, I'm kind of almost eyeing that idea of eating blue zone, maybe have a player kind of cheese through a window, but I'm loving this play. They got to go for it now, and Rushy, he was good in the 1v1s, but ICU did it correctly, going for the 1v2 plays, and KR Esports, they're actually struggling to get their 3rd player up. If ICU is able to recognize this should be a free 3v2 for them to win Sanhok.
Yeah, I love how ICU prioritized taking out that solo behind them and doing it together as well, not just like the 1v1. So now 3 members of ICU are going to be up and active, healed up, ready to get this winner chicken dinner. Blinky out there in the fields. catch one off guard. Oh, okay. 2v1 now. And KR with the win.
What happened?
Game number 1.
I don't know what's going on. Valid? Like, what were the shots? Nate, how are we getting isolated out? KR Esports, the team that made that do or die send around the compound, ultimately overtaking it in that final zone. And obviously, we got to give props to Rushy, but for the most part, that was ICU's game to win. Powerbank, give me the breakdown of what just happened at the end there.
That was interesting. I got to give a big shout out to Rushy. That was crazy play all the way front to back there for the Panthers. You know they love to see that as they're trying to climb their way back into the competition. But KR Esports, Dauntless, ICU, teams that all needed this desperately. They're showing up. So I love what I saw to start things off. ICU with great position, and we wanted to see them get that chicken dinner, and ultimately they fell just a little bit short there. But high elims, good placement. I don't think they're going to be too disappointed with their placement here in game number 1. But with being so far out of third place, rather, every point is so huge, and you know they're going to want that one back. So let's take a peek at the replay package. Enigma, walk us through what you saw this game.
Well, this is kind of the big key component for ICU's match for them to get into that top 3 was these 2 first eliminations on a TSG that allowed them to move into the next compound, and ultimately 3 Sheeps Gaming, they actually felt the need to leave that compound that got the end game, feeling the pressure from all these squads, ultimately just losing players one by one. We've talked about it plenty of times with all these teams. When they lose these opening knocks instantly, when they lose these players early on in the games, it's too much of a mental gap. It's too much of a strain to have to 3-man the rest of it. And we see a lot of these teams that are able to work as a squad in cohesion like the Taco Lovers and start farming the teams that don't have any of it.
Absolutely. Dave, I want to give a shout out right now to Black Mamba. Again, them and 4 Bros were dropped on in this one, fighting early. And we saw 2 of the players, Summer and one of the other players on Black Mamba, eliminated immediately off the rip. But Abigail leading the squad with just 2 players all the way back into the top 5 for Black Mamba's first top 5 of the tournament. So I got to give a tip of the cap to Black Mamba. But ultimately, the standings have got to be getting tighter here. And it's interesting because Titan Gaming did not have an extremely standout performance. I think they picked up like 4 elims early on in this one. But what a toxic zone, Dave. The first 3 stages of this were more than halfway in the water. I'm sitting here just cackling, eating my popcorn on the sideline. What was going on with the zone, Dave?
I love it, man. I love it. And then Rushy popping up here like, I'll take that. 2 more eliminations in the pocket. Rushy just straight up dominating this game. No helmet, by the way, in that 1v3 with the DBS. But I do like the call from ICU to opt to take out that solo behind them. But then at the end of the day, KR just immediately kind of springing the trap on the opposite side and just hitting their shots, right? And they were able to get the winner chicken dinner here.
Absolutely. I don't know if it's tough. It's tough to leave a solo like directly behind you and just be like, we're just going to ignore him, right? But it definitely did weaken their position as they split 2 guys out to focus. We took a peek at the match rankings here. KR Esports needed this one. They picked up 10 elim points to go along with their chicken dinner. For a total of 20, has them on top of the points for the round. ICU Gaming, Panthers, Dauntless all picking up big numbers here, but let's take a peek at the overall and see how things have shifted after our first game of day 3. And Titan Gaming still on top, but check it out. We've got a newcomer to the top 3, ICU Gaming, with their strong performance here in game number 13. They're into the top 3, Dave.
Yeah, they are here. So now they just need to kind of continue to truck along with that momentum that we like to say, the momentum builder that Sanhok can be, because well, they were so close to getting that winner chicken dinner, but regardless, a ton of eliminations. And kind of on the flip end of the opposite, or whatever the opposite of not having momentum is, SLR PV. Listen, we got this next match. They got to pull something through just to kind of get the juices flowing here and get the team cohesion, I guess you could say, just showing it tonight, because they got caught off guard in that last game.
They need to take some notes from Rushy, Dave. Rushy's got the Panthers moving in the right direction. They're in 7th place overall. But if you look at Super Lazy Reflex right now, remember, this is a team that was first place after day number 1, and they just have consistently lost a little bit every single game since then. 92 points has them 11 points now off the cut in order to progress, and that is not what they were starting to try to do. Take a peek at the bottom of the leaderboards here. Some teams that definitely didn't need this for the overall was Golden Eagles, Strangers BD going out early last game, and that's something that they were trying to avoid for sure. But it is getting a bit long odds now if you're not on that first page at this point. Again, the gap is starting to kind of separate the top 6 or so. It looks like the Panthers in 7th place are 12 points out of 6th. So that's really where this rift kind of steps in. We turn our attention now, gentlemen, though, to the new map of Erangel, right? The old glory here of PUBG Mobile. Titan Gaming has been incredibly dominant on this map over the past 2 days. Do you expect it to be the same here on day 3, Enigma? Erangel has been their map of choice for sure, finishing with 6 finishes in the top 4 to this point.
Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, that squad, they've proven it time and time again, even though I had my doubts about them coming into day 1 and stuff like that. That first Erangel they played was a little more sketch, and then every single Erangel match after that was them just absolutely popping off and destroying the teams in the lobby. But coming into today, a lot of my eyes are going to be set on those bottom-end teams and who they choose to fight early on, because Titan Gaming, they're going to do their bread and butter. They're going to do everything they can on Erangel like they usually do. It's another day in the office. But these other teams, they're going to have to try to sponge those points themselves to be able to secure themselves that top 3, because we saw Nemesis, ICU, they were within, 3 points of each other? Everyone below them was within 10 of that. So it's still super close for these teams to have to try and find those points themselves.
Nemesis and ICU right now in 2nd and 3rd place, but like you mentioned, the gap is not a comfortable one. Titan Gaming enjoys a fairly comfortable gap at this point. I would say, again, with one good game today, Titan Gaming will secure their spot to move on to Brazil, so it's really about 2nd and 3rd place right now. With Nemesis at 106, ICU Gaming at 103, I think if you're any of these other teams, you want to prevent one of those 2 teams or both of them from getting the chicken dinner and having that pop-off game, because if you can kind of keep them down and ultimately have a great game yourself, you're giving yourself a chance to get into those top 3 spots. So ultimately, I'm looking for some aggression here. I think this is the final chance for those that are below 6th place right now to have an opportunity to really kind of put themselves in the running at some point today. So if you're the Panthers on down, you really got to pull up the bootstraps, so to speak, and get it done here in game number 2 if you want to have any sort of chance of catching the leaders right now. So, again, I'm excited for our game number 14. It's going to be our first of 3 Erangels tonight. Titan Gaming has been the story, Dave. Will we see someone else win this map, or is it going to be Titan Gaming? I want to go to you for our first prediction for our next map.
Let me just remind everybody, day 1, after game 2, I was like, listen, Titan Gaming qualifying, top 3 without a doubt. I'm just putting that out there, all right, because now I see you're on that side as well, PB. But when it comes to teams possibly kind of trying to pick up that steam now, and it is going to be a long shot, but I do appreciate how the Golden Eagles, they had 5 eliminations last game, Dauntless with 6 eliminations. So I appreciate these teams who are on that second page finally realizing, like, this is do or die if we want to make that next round, and they're going to have to go out swinging, baby. So I'm looking at those 2 teams to maybe get a win here, and, well, I guess I have to pick one, so I'll go Dauntless for my pick.
Give me one, Dave. Come on.
I'll pick all of them. But, yeah, I think Dauntless, because I'm all about kind of the underdog story here, and if they can get a win, that would be a lot of points to kind of catapult them up, at least that mid-pack, and within the conversation, hopefully.
I like the pick. I'm a big Dauntless fan personally, and I'm a big fan of Klaus. And what I notice is that team is slightly top heavy. It seems like as far as the gun skills, they really rely on Klaus to lead them out front. You'll notice he picked up the first 2 elims last game as well. But he's normally a guy that, Dauntless picks up 6 elim points. Klaus has 5 of them. And if he goes down early, which is what I've seen in some of these games, which makes sense, right? Because he's aggressive and he's active. He doesn't win every gunfight, but if he goes down early, I've noticed that that Dauntless is not having somebody to step in and kind of fill the gaps there where they need to. So really hoping that they're able to do that, and I'm definitely rooting on Klaus to the team there. I like the pick of Dauntless, but Enigma, let's hear from you. Who do you think is going to take the cake here on our first Erangel map of the night?
I'm wanting to go from top 6 to top 7 in terms of contention. We have KR Esports. We've got the Panthers that are in that 7 to 8 spot. They're a few points back in terms of those other top 6 teams in that contention range. But after that Sanhok match with what Rushy pulled out, I'm wanting his team. I want him to kind of kick him in the butt sort of thing and be like, guys, we need just one solid game like we did just now to be back in that running. So I'm wanting the Panthers as my pick to be getting this next win on Erangel, because if they get the win now in this second match, this first Erangel, they've got 2 more to ride that momentum going. So the Panthers, in my eyes, if they're able to get a top 2, 3, I'm obviously betting for them to get that first place finish. If they're able to do that, they're able to make this a top 7 discussion, not even a top 6.
That's a great point, and I really like the Panthers as a pick here because, honestly, Rushy's clearly came to play today, right? This guy, full squad wipe by himself, picked up a few more coming out of the water like a Navy SEAL. Really impressive stuff from Rushy. But the interesting thing is if a team can string together 7 elims a game all day long consistently, it's 42 points, right, over the course of the evening. And then you factor in if they ranked well, that might just be enough to get them to the next round if they can do that game in and game out. So I definitely want to see people put the pedal to the metal, so to speak, and not let up, right? We saw Strangers VD early on in that one, kind of on the quick rotate, hunting squads. It didn't work out for them, but I like where their head was at, right? They're sitting in a spot in 10th place right now. They needed to make something happen today, and, it didn't in this first game, so they're kind of down to their last chance right now, I would say. But let me get a prediction in myself here as we kind of load the lobby for our second game of the day. Who are we going to go with? I like Erangel. I do like Dauntless on Erangel. Let's go with the Taco Lovers. I'm going to go with the Taco Lovers. That's who we're going with for game number 2 today. So this is game number 14 of our 18-game tournament. Remember, this is the final day. The top 3 teams will be moving on to the PMSL Americas tournament in Brazil next month. It's on land, baby. So again, this is to figure out who the best 3 teams in the region are in North America. I'm so excited that we're about to find that out. So Dave and Enigma, you guys are just about to hop in for Erangel. Take this sucker away and go get us a new 3rd place team. I want to see some drama.
New 3rd place team. We're looking for some drama here, Enigma. Drama is what we're looking for. I think drama is what we will find. ICU, Nemesis, they've had drama all weekend. Now we got Strangers BD kind of getting in the mix here, showing up. Dauntless, like you mentioned, the Golden Eagles. And you guys brought up like a great kind of topic when it comes to the Panthers, and I want to get your take. When a player's feeling it, all right? They are feeling it, man. Rushy's feeling it. I almost want to see the Panthers play around Rushy's ability here tonight, and kind of going back to like 2021 Knights strat, if you know what I'm saying. When the Knights had Coops, and Coops was just dominating, and they kind of played around Coops to allow Coops to have the room to make the plays happen, but they also supported Coops. So when Coops was like up close and personal fight, they made sure there was no third party in. If Coops got knocked down, they got him back up. So kind of playing around Rushy almost tonight might play in the Panthers' favor almost. In my opinion.
And I think a lot of that comes down to the IGL's views of it all. So the IGL in mind is when you have a star seller player like Rushy, you're going to want to make sure that you're the heat checker. You don't want him to overdo it. You don't want him being first knocked and stuff like that. But if you're needing to put players in positions where you need to enter the building and stuff like that, maybe you send yourself and let Rushy get your trade so he's able to take another 1v1 afterwards. Because we just saw it. The 1v1s he took 4 in a row, he won against the same squad. The 1v4 was no joke in our eyes. With the DBS, he pulled out frag grenades, he came Navy sealing and Dauntless in the back. His timing and his kind of flow, I guess you could say, of the day is insane compared to the rest of his squad. So if I'm the IGL of the Panthers, I'm 100% setting everyone up to play around him. I'm going to try to make sure that he doesn't overdo it. But if we're needing to play, that sort of magic to happen, I'm obviously going to be trying to put him in that spot to make it happen.
Exactly, the position to succeed and just, give them whatever support and tools they need to do so, because when you're feeling it, you are feeling it, and I think the squad wipe will definitely kind of put you in that direction without a doubt. So We'll love to see it. Let's see what they could accomplish here tonight. This is going to be our first Erangel of the evening. Circle, all things considered, pretty decent, pretty fair, not too bad.
We're not looking at, half of it being water this time, thankfully. I know last match they were probably a little maybe upset with it. Your ICU and stuff like that. I mean, if you're next to where the circle is, it's not too bad at all. You make the rotation. But I know Nemesis and Four Bros and them, they were probably hating that, having to go across the entire map, kind of Forrest Gump running.
We got word Rushy was on. He was playing from the car on the way home. I guess getting driven by his mom or something back home.
Even better. Even better.
Dude is getting squad wipes from the passenger seat. Holy. And that's the beauty of PUBG Mobile. It's a mobile game. I mean,
play it anywhere.
That just blew my mind. All right. That's a cool fact.
Well, and the big thing, too, is these players, 99% of them in the lobby, they play with full gyro. So they're tilting the phone and stuff like that. And if you're in the car, you're having to do it sort of thing. And he's hitting shots left and right while doing it. But the Golden Eagles actually finding their own shots onto Strangers BD of all squads, getting the first elimination. But the full sends in the cars, everyone's going for the one-for-one trades, Dave. It's kind of getting like a clown fiesta here.
Yeah. Early points is where it's at here for both these squads, Golden Eagles and Strangers BD. Voltex with the Scar hitting that reload, but their opponent is cooking a grenade themselves. And looks like Voltex is going to be trying to evacuate here as we're waiting for Flash God to pull up in their vehicle. Here's Flash God trying to get the run over the confirmed Flash God with the AKM. Now able to support Voltex here in what I believe is a 2v2. 2v2. One of the players from Golden Eagle is really low. Looking for some meds here. Got some shotguns in play as well. Nice little grenade right there through the planks of the window. Now Strangers BD looking to clean up here and take out the Golden Eagles. Only one more player alive.
Yeah, I gotta kind of question where exactly Ducci was at in this fight. He ran up, I believe, from the north side and kind of just baited his whole squad into getting eliminated. We do have one player that's knocked on the other side of the compound, but if you're Strangers BD, you're not worrying about that. You just heard where that frag grenade sort of was thrown, and it's only a matter of time. And I had in my mind Golden Eagles kind of winning this fight. They had the vehicles, they had the pull-up, and ultimately maybe just getting a little too overzealous, overconfident with their play, now being on the back foot in a 2v1 situation.
Yeah, but it's kind of what they need, though, right? I mean, they need so many points because, remember, the goal is top 3. So not being overzealous, as you put it, is not going to allow them to qualify. Last game, Golden Eagles had 5 eliminations, so I definitely get the mindset of, hey, we need to get in these early fights, get these early points, right? So let's see what they can accomplish now. Homie on the roof, UMP, M249 in hand.
I think they know.
Oh, no! Where'd they go?
Can't see anything!
They know. That flash was on point.
Good damage as well, but, I mean, I see it just as a matter of time. You're going to get knocked at some point, and unfortunately you have to wait the 30 minutes to the next lobby, but, hey, maybe. We saw Rushy 1v4 last match, but it's not going to be the case here. Strangers BD wiping the Golden Eagles. So, a few pickups, but unfortunately, they're down to the duo.
Yeah. Strangers BD had 2 eliminations last game, and remember, they were the team that was proactive in the south with that long standoff as well. So we can kind of say the same for Strangers BD. Kind of what we were just saying about the Golden Eagles is that both these teams at the bottom looking for as many points as possible. So expect them to be proactive here tonight.
Yeah, it looks like Taco Lover's still trying to get proactive. They have just finished one onto Reality, setting up. This is actually around Watertown, just west of Sanhok, I guess east of Ruins, if you want to go off the namesakes of the maps themselves. And Reality, they're kind of spread out in these 2 stacks. It's going to be a matter of who can really get the shots, but Payne almost getting caught out from the Overwatch. I'm wanting to see Taco Lover start throwing the utility and start making this guy wish he had something better than a level 1 helmet.
Yeah, looks like one of the Taco Lovers were knocked out. I'm not going to get flushed here. By the way, I went to TacoLovers.com and I couldn't find the merch, but that's between me and PB later on. But Taco Lovers looks like Thursday is going to be picking up sheep, the IGL, paying out here, trying to get the heels going. So 4v3 action, Reality. Looking for some points here. Obviously, Taco Lovers in the better position when it comes to the overall leaderboard, and that was a team who they did play in Phase 1, coming into Phase 2, ultra warmed up. they've been consistent here this weekend so far.
Yeah, and the eliminations have been just speaking for themselves. Right now, I'm really liking this play. It just matches how they've been playing all weekend and stuff like that. Coming into the Erangel, a lot of teams on the last day like to really switch up game plans instead of maybe sticking to their guns, even if it's not working out 1 or 2 games. And the Taco Lovers, I think they've kind of recognized that reality has moved back a bit. They're not trying to hold them at the compound, but just making sure they throw all the utility out, because I think if you're using 8, 10, maybe even 15 total smoke grenades as a squad, if you get the 4 eliminations, that's worth its weight in gold massively.
Yeah, and the beautiful thing about this engagement is that there's really no one near them for the time being, too, right? 3 Sheep and Sanhok, so both of these squads have a lot of room to maneuver and take their time and make a play happen, right? So
yeah, I think it kind of gets methodical with it. You gotta really wonder if they're still in it or not. A lot of mind games going down, and looks like Sheep having the ultimate final call. They're just gonna kind of back up and reset, maybe wait for the next zone, because if you're going against reality there, you just caught a player off guard and you didn't really see them with that many vehicles, so you might honestly look to catch them on the next zone rotation.
Shout out to everybody watching here tonight, by the way. I got the YouTube chat pulled up. Ella Fox showing up, cheering on. I see you, top 3, baby. Let's go. By the way, during that break, I saw a comment that had me cracking up. It said, bro ate a potato for lunch like his aim. That was a good one, man. I don't know who they were talking about, but
oh,
I think
man.
that's a good one. Like, I had to write that one down. I liked it a lot. So shout out to everybody watching live here tonight and in the VODs.
Back to the match, of course. The zone actually shifts straight south, Dave. It's centered up right on the school, which no one is actually inhabiting just yet. A lot of these teams making the great migration towards the bridges around that edge of the circle. And unfortunately, I'm looking at this dead center spot around Sanhok, just east of that, like we saw yesterday in the first day with SLRs, when a lot of these teams are choosing to take the same spots. You got to be careful of getting exposed with that.
Oh, SLR again. Early game, losing 1 on their rotate. Nate doesn't really have the support, though, to get the flush and cross the road. And then look at this, Black Mamba from behind taking some shots at Nate, possibly popping their tire. So Nate looking thirsty. Looking to get the confirm. And, yeah, SLR nowhere to be found for the support out here. So
yeah, SLR's team was already across the bridge just south of ICU, so I don't know how Kindness is so isolated from his squad. And you did make a note that Nate was solo here. Thankfully, Wantra was able to kind of drive in and make sure Nate's okay to go for this thirst. And this squad, you know, they're the type of team where they get these early eliminations. It's just a matter of securing themselves, of not losing a player early on. I can't stress it enough that this squad, that has been their biggest struggle, is keeping the 4 players alive. We saw what they could do in the late game. If they could just make it to the late game, 3, 4 players like yesterday's, the last match on Miramar, they were able to really secure themselves eliminations and top 2, top 3 finishes, while these other teams have really been struggling in those same positions.
Yeah, so it looks like SLR are now going to be playing for the zone, looking for that centralized position, going to apartments. The Panthers are going to be at school right now, and this is as center as it gets. And finally, Titan Gaming are going to be rolling up into the zone. They're all the way down on military base, looting, taking their time, wrapping their way to the south. So most of our teams are pretty much on the northern side. Like if you had to chop this circle in half on the horizon, everybody's from school on up. And, well, that's going to allow Titan Gaming in the south near Pachinki, Potato Hill to pretty much have their pickings and, you know, scout it out. And we'll see where the next circle takes us. Yeah, the north is going to be crazy up there. We got 4 Bros, KR, Nemesis, so there's not a lot of room for them.
Yeah, I mean, the north side's got 4 bridges total that these people can go around. I mean, maybe 5 if you consider going around the lake of Yasnaya and stuff like that. But the scary thing for me is the south side. I'm looking at Titan Gaming. They are just completely spread out. They're able to look at every single person going on. Unfortunately for them, it shifts straight north. I'm looking at Nemesis, and you saw him turn right back around. They're like, wait a second, we're going to play the compound. We're not going to throw this. I like ICU spot as well, being able to hold Yasnaya. They can just rotate straight into the lake. But a lot of these teams are deciding to play around the bridges. Now I'm actually going to start to maybe pigeonhole themselves in the compounds while these other teams fill in.
I I predict we're going to have a couple of players eliminated here on the rotates. KR looking like they're in a little road rage action with Spec from Nemesis, but J7 from the back line able to poke them away. Some shots for the time being. Next circle, we still got the water kind of just right down the middle for the most part, and like you mentioned, a couple bridges to work with. Looks like SLR are going to be hunkering down in school down there in the south, not looking to wedge their bets here, but Titan Gaming, they're over here on the east side. Control, another squad that we had our eyes on here tonight. After their day 2 performance, looks like they're trying to avoid the grenades right now from Three Sheep. Three Sheep could definitely use a win in the pocket when it comes to kind of building up that confidence, but Team Control keeping this one nice and cool and collected for the time being.
Yeah, that's kind of the issue with this compound. There's the upper level and the lower level. Unfortunately, Team Control has lost Frady, star player on this team, and unfortunately, it's one of those players where you'd maybe want to see him in the late game, but Control, like you said, trying to stay calm. They can look to rotating north side. If it shifts that way, they do have the priority position when it comes to the compound. It's just making sure that, hey, let's take our time. Let's make sure we're not doing anything crazy, and we're going to actually be able to work into the next zone with at least 3 of us now.
Yeah, and talking to Texas from Control, that was actually one of their areas that they wanted to work on here today. And that's just kind of slowing it down and tightening up their inconsistencies from day 1 and day 2, and just kind of focusing a little harder here on how they execute their plans, right? So just the fact that they're kind of, taking a break here and getting a survey of the land before making any crazy push across that little ravine between the 2 buildings. To me, demonstrates that they are coming into day number 3 with a game plan and executing on it.
Yeah, the game plan, it's all about if it works out or not in the end. And ICU, unfortunately, I believe, getting a little bit strung out more than they're used to. 4 Bros did wrap back around them in blue zone, picking off Valak. Titan Gaming ended up taking that compound we saw on the first day at SLR won their Erangel match. A lot of these teams choosing to kind of really apply pressure in these later parts of the zone movements before the damage actually starts to ramp up. Because right now we're coming into stage 4, Dave. Yeah. And a lot of these teams, we talk about the river every single time. It's like we're almost, playing a broken record. These teams are going to have to start deciding, how are we going to rotate? We're going to see it right now. The zone shift is going to go straight south. Nemesis that thought they had the zone blessed, now going to have to start making their way back towards the south side.
Yeah, huge come up for SLR, who decided to just kind of hunker down, stay down there in the school apartments area and just wait for this next circle, because now they're pretty much the only team in the south, right?
Yeah.
And meanwhile, you got ICU, Titan Gaming, Nemesis, Black Mamba, Dauntless, and KR in the north, who there's not a lot of room to maneuver on this next rotate, so that'd be chaotic, as we already see KR just kind of sending over that bridge north of Rosshawk, through the Panthers, through Strangers BD, and through the Taco Lovers. Just casually driving through the city right now.
I mean, it's going to look like a rainbow, so to speak, in terms of Rosshawk with all the different teams we're going to be seeing. I'm also seeing ICU choosing to be bridge trolls this time around. Nemesis might have thought that was their play, trying to turn their eyes on it. Titan Gaming as well, just to the east, not having any playable spots just yet. And I sit here and wonder, SLR, they took the school priority. They're leaving apartments straight open. I wonder if they'd almost maybe want to split all of that if they had the 4th player alive.
True. Yeah, and they can't. It's not even really an option now, losing that one early on. So it's crazy how, everything adds up, right? And if only Kindness was able to rotate with their squad mates a little tighter, they would have had a lot more options down here in the south. Great point.
Yeah, and I mean, right now, these squads, they're starting to fill in Rosshawk because they opted on the north side. And unfortunately, there's not a lot of playable terrain on the southern eastern side. So Dauntless now, they're starting to take a few losses. Oh, my.
I saw that one. Oh, man.
Right on the feet. What do you even do?
Oh, their life flashing before their eyes right there. Voltex, once again, Voltex just putting in a lot of work with the SK-12 here in this match. Remember, Voltex being one of the players to flush out the Golden Eagles. But look at this. That's my teammate.
That's Klaus.
That's Klaus.
Time and time again.
Showing up here with the golden arm, getting the revenge on Voltex, taking out Strangers BD. Strangers BD, 5 eliminations here this map. Dauntless with 2 so far. Nemesis and ICU. Man. Talk about 2 teams who are just magnets. Berlin. Looks like they were trying to send it to the coastline. That vehicle might have got shot at in the process. Now Berlin is in the water. He's Spec trying to toss out some smokes, maybe save him. J7 pulling up with the DBS. And ain't going to be swimming back to their teammates on the other side of the bridge.
Yeah, the big key takeaway is where Spec's at currently. He's kind of on a timer of when the Rozhok teams start to look at him. He's trying to help J7 at least work into it, but not finding the knocks just yet. Right as I say that, though, Juancho and Zuko both getting caught out. The third party as well. I think that Nemesis hasn't realized it just yet, but all of ICU getting wiped out on the early bridge rotation.
Yeah. That's a crazy angle right there. I mean, that's just map knowledge from, you know, these veteran players. Like that angle, that lean peak underneath that bridge from J7 had full sight lines. But like you said, they were getting third party as well. But very impressive right there. Game knowledge, without a doubt.
Yeah, I mean, Nemesis, they're able to keep the 4 players alive there as well. It's nothing short of just them knowing and being in that sort of position more than the rest of the lobby. And now we're starting to reach that sort of quiet point now, as you say, just pod shots going on, but it shifts straight towards Rozhok side. These Eastern teams, I'm looking at Control, I'm looking at Nemesis, Titan Gaming, as well as Shadow Nepal, all having to find yet again another spot and zone that they're able to play.
Yeah, Nemesis for sure. I mean, they just were able to breach their way into the circle and get a little spot, and now circle once again not going their way. So very curious to see how they rotate through Control, 3 Sheep, Shadow Nepal. A lot of squads here on the east side, kind of zone blocking them essentially when it comes to Nemesis. So we'll keep tabs on that. Meanwhile, the Taco Lovers, same story over here. Need to make their way and find a position in Rozhok.
Yeah, I mean, these squads in Rozhok, it's almost too hard for you to use the vehicles maybe after this zone, because you're going to have to just start going building by building. You're going to have to start clearing it like you're the SWAT team. You're using the utility, the smokes. Maybe you're able to move in faster than the rest of them, or at least get ahead if they let you weasel by them. But the team that I have my eyes on the most is the team that lost the player early on, all the way on the south. SLR is still at school and stuff like that. And one key takeaway I want the viewers to look at right now when they look at the map feed in a sec is that sort of school apartments that's left, that one isolated building. School has complete sightlines on it. So that's kind of a last resort for teams to take, and you'd rather honestly be taking these fights like what Nemesis is doing right now, crashing into Team Control's northern side of the compound.
Ooh, remix with 2 beautiful Molotovs right there through their doorway. That spread just too strong, and then I believe a third one from the squad mates. Berlin in the closet getting that last minute heal off over here, but the Molotovs from Control playing a crucial role in their defense right now. And Berlin, the last one alive right here. I mean, look at the fire in here. They know exactly where Berlin is as well. And look at all those grenades getting cooked over there from Control. Oh, man, they're cooking over here. They're trying to keep Berlin locked down for the time being. And see a couple of members from Control maneuvering on the outskirts, trying to get the angles through the window. Berlin with one. Unable to get the other from Robert GG and their DBS.
Yeah, and the scary thing for Nemesis that whole time was Ayuya was actually in the attic, so to speak, of the building, just playing spoiler of not being able to move forward on the building. Unfortunately, while he was going for that outside play, 3 Sheeps Gaming was getting a knock on him, and now that's their cue to make the push. They've stayed on the southern side all game, only 1 elimination of their name, now trying to force Control out and pick up a few more eliminations.
3 Sheep. Looks like they're all starting to pile in within grenade range. They see the smokes, the revive. Not possible yet on Hoyuya. And look at this, QZZ already in the building. Getting the spray down through the smokes with the Bison. Connecting on a 1, but one of the members, Robert GG, still from behind the broken wall with the DBS. What can Hollow do with their suppressed UMP? Looks like they're trying to get the crossfire going, and they did just that. 3 Sheeps coming out clutch here with 4 eliminations.
Yeah, look at this. The Panthers actually tried to make a node and go for this sort of third-party play, but Illusion stopping right on the top of the hillside. Now it's just a solo player. It is going to, I believe, Rushy in the compound, but is he going to be able to pull it off, Dave?
Rushy is feeling confident, man. My dude sent it all the way over here. Rushy with a huge grenade knock.
Another?
Rushy get the final one. A 1v1 right now. Hollow from 3 Sheep running towards Rushy.
Wow.
Rushy with the three-peat on the sheeps here.
And look at that. It's Melatonin making sure that Rushy's, even though he was about to get knocked there, going for the med, he was playing Overwatch on the hill. He didn't leave Rushy alone this time. The support from the squad, letting Rushy go and do his thing at the compound, ultimately is securing them, in my eyes now, the best position in the zone.
And they're doing just what we were talking about, playing around Rushy, keeping Rushy alive, allowing Rushy to have the room to make these plays happen. You'll love to see it from the Panthers. This is day 3, baby.
Yeah, day 3, and I mean, I said they got to make the magic happen back-to-back games, so they're able to make it a top 6, a top contention, 7 contention sort of play. We're seeing as well the Taco Lovers. They were on that northwestern side of Sanhok. They've actually rotated all the way south. They now play Sanhok Hill that overlooks everything. SLR opting to stay around school, playing that sort of safe haven wall for the free placements. And Sanhok, I'm seeing it time and time again, Dave. The zone is cutting more and more of it out. These players need to start making the move and making it fast.
Looks like the Panthers trying to be proactive and get into a power position to really gatekeep these squads now on the outskirts, like Dauntless, like KR, and Reality. So the Panthers looking to soak up some elimination points here with their angles. Rushy has a ton of bullets in the M4. No worry in the world. A little 3-1 split from them. Taco Lovers on the high ground as well. They're going to have a nice opportunity to flush out SLR, who are just trying to make their way into the circle. But things are heating up out here. 7 teams to go. Yeah, there goes Sheep in the elimination feed on SLR. I'm looking at Taco Lovers on their high ground, and I'm looking at the Panthers. So I feel like those two squads have a really nice opportunity here this game to capitalize on their positions and get a bunch of eliminations.
Yeah, and while this was going on, Taco Lovers caught out an SLR player trying to take the hill and apply pressure. So they know SLR at most is 3 players, but in my mind, they know it's going to be just 2 of the squad. Sheep's already down the mountain, really kind of trying to spread, I guess you say, the tortilla or the shell of the taco on them, so to speak. And these teams right now, I'm looking at SLR, I'm looking at Straight Outta Nepal. They're kind of just rats and shacks right now. I thought they were going to have some positioning, some sort of more action in the game, but they really kind of just let it slip through their hands.
Yeah, it's not looking too good. Now you got White Algae in their bunker for the time being. Ooh, actually going to be popping out, trying to capitalize and get the elimination points before getting sprayed upon from the Taco Lovers. So a dude out here trying to get a point at least before getting taken out. They're going to be right there on the edge of the circle for now. Will the circle hard shift and allow this living shack as we put on day 1 to remain in play? No. It is not. So that is going to be one challenging rush into the next play zone with 2 teams looking right at you for the points.
Yeah, and I mean, my favorite spot now, I'm looking at the Taco Lovers because they don't have to worry about the compound team below them. The Panthers is going to have to make the choice of, are we going to stay at our compound? Are we going to look to clear out SON? Or are we going to just wait and full send Dauntless in the next zone? But Rushy's, we talked about it time and time again, he's looking to make the play, and his eyes are set towards Straight Outta Nepal.
Yeah, exactly. Trying to get within grenade range, possibly, to toss one over the hill again. Get some elimination points. Dauntless still over here on the edge of the zone. In the hard cover. I'm not sure how much of this is in the next play zone, but they're taking the time to make sure to flush out KR. Solo over there. One of the members from the Panthers, though, spotted on the regroup from Dauntless. But I do see some smokes getting tossed out here, so looking to get the pickup from Melatonin.
3 eliminations, Dave. They have 1 on each of them. It's not like Rushy just yet has been popping off, but we do know that a lot of these teams, they got their feet in the ground. They're waiting for it, that next zone shift, seeing what exactly they need to do. And you need to make sure that when you're in these spots, you're not getting knocked right as that zone shift happens, because at the end of it all, every second matters in these zones. Even though it moves slowly, the zone's going to do too much damage if you're on the edge, if you're trying to make that play for your squad. So it's got 40 seconds left. Of course, these players are still just waiting around. And I'm liking these plays from Dauntless and stuff like that. They're looking for utility, They're looking for that sort of advantage, maybe even an extra med or two that might secure them an extra placement or maybe even a few extra eliminations.
They're going to need it, man. Looking at Sheep and 24K up here behind the tree
wow.
on the top. Yeah, they're prone. They got the intel. They know exactly where their opponents are. It's just a matter of time before they have to move out the compounds. But they also need to make sure not to overextend and give away their position, or at least their heads, that is, to Shroud and Paul. And leave one of the members from the Panthers might actually have some sight lines up there as well. And yep, that's exactly what happens with 24K.
Center's up. The hill is still in play. It's just going to be a little bit less for the Taco Lovers. The main teams, though, it's going to be Dauntless on this northwestern corner and Shroud and Paul that have ratted that shot for the last, what I'd assume to be at least 3 zones. I'm interested to see which teams like the Panthers or Taco Lovers are going to be able to actually pick up those eliminations.
5 so far on the Taco Lovers, and everybody else with 3. Shroud and Paul no longer in the play zone. They're going to have to crawl their way, not be spotted. I'm looking at the Panthers, though, man. After last match, Rushy's feeling it. The team, all 4 of them alive late game. This is exactly what they needed to kind of play that catch-up on the overall leaderboard. If they can get a solid game here, some eliminations, second place, maybe even the win, well, nothing's going to be stopping them. 5 teams to go, so you get taken out here. That's only 3 points. Melatonin tossing some grenades over here, trying to keep Shroud and Paul at bay. See those smokes over there.
Oh,
nice tosses, and there's
wow.
one right there on the knock, but the knock might be stolen from the Taco Lovers across the way. So I'm looking for those follow-up grenades to get the confirm. I see them bouncing. Here comes the blue zone as well to apply some additional pressure.
Yeah, King gets a return knock on the Panthers, but unfortunately, SO1 is still the team that has to make it into zone. The Panthers, they're needing to start picking up these eliminations and finishing the knocked players in the lobby, because we're seeing it right now. 15 seconds left. You're wasting 10 of that on the revive on illusions. Thankfully, they're getting finished out, but now we're looking at it. I want to see the Panthers start making moves out of this compound. You're going to get stuck at some point with this coming up to stage 9, Dave. These teams are going to have to start moving into the street.
Holy cow, it is just going to go dead center in the street like you mentioned. Taco Lovers, they got the high ground for the time being. We see a ton of grenades getting tossed out from the Panthers, trying to take out Dauntless here in the little grenade bowl. Banger, the last one alive. For Dauntless, trying to return the fire. Might be able to get the pickup. I don't see any more grenades. Oh, actually, Illusion's cooking one.
Wow.
Too late anyways, because Dauntless are taken out from the third party from the Taco Lovers. And now, like you said, 2 teams to go. Taco Lovers, is going to be knocked out and confirmed. But the Taco Lovers are knocking at the doorstep of the Panther. Sheep is cooking their final grenade. Going for the fadeaway, the toss. Missing the mark. Rushy is going to still be alive here with the M4.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, Taco Lovers, they lost a player early on right as the 4v4 appeared. Thankfully, getting the return, and Sheep has the prime position. Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to do much. If Thursday gets knocked, it's actually going 1 for 1, Dave. Rushy's going to have to make the play. He's the player we just saw, made it happen in the last match, winning the 1v1 on the hillside. He sees Sheep.
Rushy versus Sheep. Rushy really low in the health department trying to get the heal, but Sheep is making the push with the DBS. Rushy got the heal. The wrap around the crate. Rushy back up with the DBS, but Sheep coming out on top right there. Taco Lovers. Winner, winner. Chicken dinner, baby.
Yeah, and they made that early rotation in front of Reality to be able to take that other side of the road. Thankfully for Sheep, when he took that 1v1 rush, he actually had no vest, so he just needed to hit him somewhere in the body with the DBS, and he gets him with 1 shot. So we love seeing it. We knew it was going to be a battle between those 2 teams, them being able to pick up the eliminations and both squads. And I'd really like your thoughts on it, PB. You got the taco in person. Taco. Are we going to see it right now? There we go.
Oh, look at that.
Taco Lovers getting it done. That's what we're talking about. Taco Lovers, thank you for not making me regret getting this merch, this sick Taco Lovers merch. Hey, man, I got to say, Taco Lovers is the story here. They needed this. They were sitting just outside of the top 3 going into this game. But, gentlemen, we're seeing the Panthers with a lot of momentum in the first 2 games now, riding the coattails of Rushy. They have propelled themselves up the leaderboards. They've got to be getting close to in range. They haven't done enough yet. But, man, this is starting to get interesting, Dave.
Yeah, back-to-back games where the Panthers had at least, they had 7 eliminations, and the Panthers so close to their winner, chicken dinner, 2 games in a row, right? I'm counting game 1 because Rushy was still alive, the last player alive. But Panthers, like you said, PB, cranking up the heat here. They're looking to make the mad dash on the overall leaderboards, and I love how they're playing. Now they're playing around Rushy as well. We saw that perfectly demonstrated in this last game. Just giving Russia room to make some moves, make some plays happen, and they're firing on all cylinders here, TB.
They are. Kindness coming across the bridge for SLR, getting picked out of the vehicle. Not what you want to see, and unfortunately for SLR, the momentum has not shifted for them. Again, remember, they were in first place after day 1. Day 2 was a bit of a disaster. And now in day 3, here we are in the second game of the day. And the only teams that they outpointed in this one were Black Mamba and Four Bros, which is not a spot that they want to be in. This is them not catching ground and, in fact, losing ground on every other competitor. So I'm putting SLR on the clock. They've got to show up next game or I'm writing them off. But there's a few teams that are headed up the right direction. Straight out of Nepal is showing up in late game nearly every time out. And we also have ourselves some Panthers that are sniffing the top of the leaderboards as well. We take a peek at our match rankings here. Taco Lovers getting the chicken dinner. High elims, that's going to serve them very well. But another team that has been not quite a no-show, but not nearly the performance that they would hope for, that's Nemesis. Man, Enigma, what is going on with them? They were sitting pretty good coming into, the last few games of yesterday and into today, but they might be starting to lose their grasp on third place here.
Yeah, and I mean, that Erangel play, Dave and I talked about it. They made a great execution on the ICU. It shows that their experience was really shining in that moment, having to make sure that they're on an internal clock. They got to clear these teams and stuff like that. But afterwards, they lose that fight against Team Control 4v3, and we can see it on the leaderboard as well now. Taco Lovers passing them into second place. ICU getting eliminated on the bridge. They're dropped to fourth place. And the Panthers, of course, now bringing themselves back up after that last game, PB.
Sure.
They are indeed. The Panthers are, they're 1 point off of SLR, if that tells you anything. So they are basically in the hunt at this point. I think from 8 down, it might be too little too late, but I'm still thinking the top 7 here are looking pretty good to challenge at a minimum. We see Taco Lovers have moved not just into third place, but they've moved into second place as they've jumped over Nemesis, and Nemesis now owns just a 5-point lead over ICU Gaming, who has been pretty warm today themselves, getting a couple of decent finishes, but high elims all the way around. One team we haven't seen kind of seal the deal just yet has been Titan Gaming. That was the first time they didn't make the top 4 on Erangel. They finished in 11th last game. Ultimately, I think that just came down to zone positioning, right? They were down looting Novo, and they never did find a comfortable spot and ultimately got eliminated. But here are your bottom half of the standings at this point, and I think it might be a little too late for these teams to actually make a difference. I still think that there's an outside shot for maybe Strangers and above, the Dauntless, the KRs. They're going to have to string together 3 chicken dinners out of the last 4 games or something like that, though, in order to have a shot. So, really interesting stuff. We are going to go to a quick break. We'll be back in just a few moments for our third game of the final day of PMSL NA qualifiers. We'll see you guys in just a few. Keep it locked here.
Wow, what a lively sky treasure ship. So many lights and people.
Yeah, every shop is full of color. Let's look around.
Welcome to the Golden Moon Cloud Market. Haha!
You can light the ship's magic lamp each day to get Paradise tokens. During certain periods, there will also be a lucky box drop. The Sky Treasure Ship contains loads of great gifts. Come peruse the various stores and go home with your bags full.
When completing various adventures in Sky High Spectacle, don't forget to head to the Treasure Emporium for the Golden Moon Paradise Crate, as well as tons of Paradise tokens that await you.
Join a new round of popularity battle. Work together with your friends to unlock the 1001 Nights lobby theme, moonlight background, and other great Golden Moon gifts.
Happy 6th anniversary! Here! Not only can you revisit your past year's game data, you can also play a 6th anniversary exclusive target shooting minigame. Head to World of Wonder to check it out. While playing, you can redeem the 6th anniversary theme song as well, the Palace Musician set for free. Awesome!
Choose your exploration path on the Sky High Spectacle Nimbus Islands. Collect your discoveries as you go. Spend more Paradise tokens to aid you in your treasure hunt.
What's this?
Wow! A secret shop!
During the event, purchase items recommended by the genie at discounted prices. You'll also receive additional surprise gifts.
Huge discounts up to 80% off. Come have a look.
What are you waiting for?
Everybody back to the action. It's the PUBG Mobile Super League North America qualifiers for Spring 2024, where the top 3 teams of this tournament will be going on to PMSL Americas next month, starting May 22nd in Brazil. That will be on LAN, and we're doing it against the region's best, as well as Brazil and LATAM teams. So excited to see who is going to qualify through. And Dave, I got to give you a shout. I got to give you a shout as well, Enigma, because our predictions last game were on point. I had the Taco Lovers. They finished first. Dave, was it TP or Dauntless that you had?
The Panthers.
They were right there as well, second place, and then Dauntless coming in third place. So again, 1, 2, 3 for our casters. You love to see it. I would love to see the overall rankings as we set up our next game. And it is also going to be on Erangel, but let's check the storylines here, right? Taco Lovers into second place, jumping into the top 3 for the first time today. Nemesis holding on for dear life. They need to have a good game in this next one, or else they're going to find themselves on the outside looking in, and that is a place no team wants to be. Then we have ICU Gaming, who's been pretty hot today. They've been on the way up the leaderboards. And Team Control, who hasn't quite put together the complete game just yet today. And then we have Super Lazy Reflex on the way down, and the Panthers on the way up. So that is kind of what's going on here. Enigma, I'm going to come to you for a prediction. Who do you think is going to clutch up on our second Erangel of the day?
I'm looking at Nemesis right now. They're third place. They're that bubble team. They made a few good plays in the last 2 matches, but ultimately not able to carry that out into the late game. This squad itself, I mean, we're talking international talent, multiple LAN appearances, MVPs across some of these players like Spec and multiple tournaments. I mean, the resume, the track record speaks for itself. This team itself has the mentality. I expect them to use their experience to the fullest and be able to come out on top in this next game.
I'm watching for them. I'm rooting for them. They need to have a big game in this one. We are going to be going into our 15th game out of 18 this tournament. We are coming down to the wire, and it is time to put up or shut up for a lot of these teams. Dave, who do you pick here in our third game of the day?
Yeah, so we know the Titan series are qualifying. I am going to pick for the rest of the day Powerbank. So next time we get this, just automatically chuck it in. I'm going with the Panthers for the rest of the day. Taco Lovers, they're doing good, right? Nemesis, okay, I see you a little better. But the Panthers are just doing better than everybody else, in my opinion. And if they can kind of just continue doing what they did in the first 2 maps, I can see them being top 3, baby. So I'm going with the Panthers. I'm believing in them. Rushy is on fire here today. So I got to believe, man. I got to believe.
I like to pick Dave, and for me, I am not picking the Taco Lovers this time. It is not going to be them. We are going with a Southern Zone this time, and the drop spot of Novo Ripnoye will be rewarded. Titan Gaming, going to get that clutch finish that they need to lock up the top spot, and it should happen in this game. So Titan Gaming is my pick for our third game of the day. Look for them to finish on top of the leaderboards. We'll see if we can log another victory here on the predictions. But I think, we've got a pretty solid list here. Enigma, who did you choose one more time? I'm pretty sure you already gave us your pick. It was Nemesis, was it not?
Yep, it was Nemesis, of course. And I mean, they got to go against Titan, though. All the people we said, I feel, can definitely win this match.
Well, let's lock it in. Nemesis for Enigma. We are getting our next game up and ready. Again, we saw a very typical Erangel, zone in the center there. You don't always see those zones start to land in Razak and School. We saw SLR have Kindness get picked off, but then the zone kind of blessed him, right? And School stayed in for like a super long time. And that was really, really nice for them, but ultimately not able to get the Elim momentum. And that I think is what is going to be what puts teams to the next round, because again, with the PUBG Mobile scoring system being just 10 points for first place, that's not bad, but you have to win in order for rank points to really contribute in a meaningful way. If you're finishing 4th, 5th, you're only getting a few points. So it's the teams that are coming out aggressive, that are hunting teams down, that are putting up big Elim points that I'm looking at to move on. You can see Titan Gaming right now leading the charge on Elims overall with Nemesis in second place. And so those 2 teams are in the top 3. Our number 3 in Elims is just outside in 4th place, and our number 4 in Elims is sitting in second right now. So again, Top four Elims are in the top 4 spots. So that's what teams should be focused on, in my opinion. I'd love to take a peek at somebody that's gotten a lot of Elims today. And Dave, if we had to pick one player who we would take a look at today, who's it going to be?
Rushy, I'm telling you, we just need to send Rushy straight to the next round, man. And it all starts with game number 1 with the insane squad wipe. Yeah, it helps when they all walk into your sight lines, if it's the window or if it's the door, one at a time. And you got that DBS, all right? Yeah, but regardless, Rushy still clutching it out. Then with the cherry on top, the final grenade right there. to take them out. And then, hey, you wanted an extra cherry, maybe some whipped cream. Here's the whipped cream. 2 Dauntless points here, PB.
You love to see him come out of the water like that. Literally, it's what you see in the movies, and Rushy's getting it done here. And one thing that's kind of interesting to think about and point out is while the top 3 teams of this tournament will be moving on to PMSL Americas, their rosters being locked after they move on, well, N-Hyper is already waiting there as a partnered invited team at PMSL Americas, and they will have the ability to pick up perhaps a free agent that did not qualify. So if the Panthers, for example, miss the cut, Rushy's doing a pretty fantastic job right now of making a name for himself and maybe, saying, hey, I would like to go to, the next stage of the tournament. And, I think that Klaus has done a good job with that. Rushy's done a good job with that. I think Spec has done a good job with that if he doesn't find his way in. Any other players out there that's really caught your eyes, Enigma?
No, I think for the most part, you summed it up perfectly. These players themselves, it's going to come down to, obviously, it's a team game. You got to work as a squad and stuff like that. And I'm happy to see the Panthers adapting to play around Rushies on that first Erangel match, that second of the day. But the rest of these squads, you're going to have to really start looking at the points and going, I need to make sure I myself, especially the last day, make a name for it. Because it's like you said, maybe your team doesn't make the next stage of the tournament. That doesn't mean that your possibilities of the future of you improving, going to that next competitive level is going to be just that. So N-Hyper, I'm expecting them to be looking at this. Any of these other teams as well that do end up qualifying in those top 3 slots, if they're feeling a player is going to be left out, someone that they maybe could at least run a few scrims or matches with, Rushies and them is going to be the names to go with.
I love to see that, and I'm not advocating at all that teams should also always be looking for some other squad because the grass is greener, right? That's never actually the case, but hey, if you can step in and maybe ring for a team and fill in, I think that that's super, super cool, and there's an opportunity to potentially do that. So again, N-Hyper, watching this tournament super closely, I'm sure. And obviously the top 3 teams will move on. Their rosters will be locked. And PMSL Americas will start again next month, May 22nd. So definitely make sure you guys are tuning in. But Dave, the story of tonight is 3 teams will move on from this one. Again, Titan Gaming looking pretty rock solid right now, but that's about it. I think everything else is up for grabs. Do any of the bottom teams that are outside of, say, the top 7 right now, below the Panthers, do any of them have a shot? Is there a spark? Is there some sort of sign of life of any of these guys, or are you writing them off at this point?
I know I'm known for, the hot takes, like the Zombie Boys picks, and I know day one I was saying 3 Sheep Gaming, but we're talking top 3 here, PB. Below the Panthers, I don't see it, man. It's not being toxic, and regardless, at the end of the day, top 3 might not be here it is, Dauntless. So top 3 might not be in the book here tonight for you, but you can still perform at the top level and end this weekend on a high note, maybe 4th, maybe 5th, maybe 3rd, and just putting on a good show regardless, and just making a name for yourself, not only as an individual player, but also a team for when that next season comes rolling around, So Black Mamba, 4 Bros, 3 Sheep Gaming. I like that 3 Sheep have been getting involved now. Day 3, is it a little too late? Yeah, but they can still put on a good show. And you know what? They have a lot of power, in my opinion, when it comes to kind of picking and choosing who they want to hot drop, who they want to gatekeep when it comes to those bubble teams like Aqua Lovers, Nemesis, ICU. There's nothing to lose at the bottom. So if you want to really destroy some dreams out here and maybe keep one of these teams from going to that next round and with the potential for 250K, you have the chance. The shot is all yours. Maybe there's some bad blood in the water. Maybe you just don't like tacos, you like burritos, and you're at the bottom. Hey, it's in your ballpark.
Super Lazy Reflex and the Panthers sitting at 94, 93 points. And again, let's consider a chicken dinner with 10 elims as kind of the standard, what people are seeing. So 20 points, basically, give or take, for a match win with good elims. And if you get 2 out of the last 4 games, wins with good elims, that's 40 points right there. And even at 93, 94, you're only going to be seeing about 133, 134 points. that's still not enough to get to first place as it sits now. So you can see the level of urgency that those teams that are sitting outside that bubble, they need to hit the pavement running. Right now is the time. If they don't get it done in this game or the next game, it is over with. So we've got our predictions locked in. The plane is loaded up. Our players are ready to go. It's match number 15 out of 18 for the PMSL NA qualifiers. Dave, take it away.
Match 15, hitting the pavement, running, players loaded up, looking at the pavement down here, trying to pick and choose where they want to drop. But Enigma, let me get your take. I mean, we were listening to my rant about these bottom teams. Like, if you're a bottom team, top 3, I still don't think is really in the goal, or it is the goal, but it's not realistic.
Yeah.
What would you do if you're at the bottom, right?
I think I'd do exactly what you said. If you're not already having a singular stellar performance, I think you'd look at, maybe taking the power into your own hands of choosing which NA teams you want to see represent. Maybe it's that bad blood you talked about. Maybe they just rubbed you the wrong way in the lobby or something like that, panned you once or twice in scrims. Fact of the matter is, it doesn't matter at this point if you're one of those top teams. You're going to have to deal with it. You're going to have to be able to overcome these adversities, these challenges, whatever the case may be. And on a map like Erangel, where everyone knows it inside and out, every little building, like Sanhok we saw last game with the zone finish, everyone knows how to play the map. At the end of it, it's going to come down to your execution around these first few zones, around that late game, and if you're able to hit those shots, because your Nemesis, if you're ICU, any of those teams that are in the bubble and you really run into a team like Four Bros, even if it's not off drop, if they start pigeonholing you on the edge of zone, if they start gatekeeping you, full sending, getting 1 or 2 players eliminated, even at the cost of their own squad wipe, that's still hindering you. That's still putting you on the back foot of, hey, we need to somehow sponge up even more points. And we can see the zone shift northeast. The plane path is somewhat decent for them, but I'm already seeing off drop the Four Bros fighting Black Mamba here up in Severny.
Four Bros looking to get 4 elimination points here. It's going to be up in Severny, like you mentioned. Black Mamba trying to put on a good showing here in the final day of the weekend. Clock catching some bullets to the dome right there, but there was going to be a trade on the battlefield. Thankfully for them, it's a doorway to block any potential grenades, but Master OP trying to close the gap with the shotgun here. Going to be picking up that UMP. I'm looking for some grenades. They know exactly where Black Mamba is. One of the members from Black Mamba has the DBS, my favorite weapon, but Lau just rushing up the stairs here with the pre-fire. Little body block right there, and Four Bros flushing out Black Mamba.
They made it look easy. I mean, for the most part, they had the first initial knock from Black Mambas. Another Four Bros player, I believe it was Lau, actually picked up all 4 of those eliminations. So nice little squad wipe from him, 4-piece to say the least. But this squad, I mean, they went for the 1-for-1 trade, ultimately losing a player in the end. But Four Bros, he had called it right before the fighting even happened, looking to pick up 4 free elimination points. So nice work from them.
Whoa.
Hey, come on. No, I'm saying it was free. No, I'm taking it out of context.
Okay.
I'm making up words in my mind. But for
Enigma,
the most part,
you ate a potato for lunch, man.
Yep,
all right.
Potato aim, potato for lunch, whatever the saying was earlier. I'm wanting that kind of quote.
I need that on a shirt, by the way. TacoLovers.com. We got the little tacos, and the back says, you ate a potato. You got,
potato in the backpack.
Off tangent. But Four Bros. Okay, so kind of going back to them. Yeah, they got Severny. Yeah, they got the 4 points. But nobody's near them. There is nobody near them. Like, do they just stop there, or like what would they do in your opinion to kind of continue?
You gotta start driving around. I mean, you're in it either for the eliminations, for the highlight reel to post afterwards of PMSL qualifiers. You're gonna need to be doing something because you're not qualifying. We already know in terms of placements and stuff like that. Unless you go back to back wins. We've never seen that before in our lives, unfortunately. Even though the statistics, probably whatever the numbers is, I'm not a math guy. That's why I'm casting it. They're basically donezo in my eyes. But a team that still isn't really donezo, the Panthers actually choosing to take an early game fight here, Dave, against Strangers BD.
Yeah, so they're getting shot from behind too, possibly? No, they're not. There's just the Panthers rushy with the cover fire on.
Oh,
the Strangers BD pull up, but that one's going to hurt the Panthers big time. A little thirst on the battlefield here, and Strangers BD, I mean, we're talking about bad blood. We're talking about, hey, I don't like how you looked at me yesterday. That's exactly what Strangers BD are saying to the Panthers here as we see the fire on the crates here as they get the confirm. So, okay, so there was one of the members from the Panthers from behind taking the shots on the rotate. Illusion. Yeah, I knew I saw shots from back there, but
he needed to get more. Yeah, he needed to get more done there, and ultimately it came down to Maury taking 2 1v1s. The nice pre-fire actually threw a smoke, getting that last TP player down to 1 HP, winning it for himself. And since Illusion's shot, now they know exactly where he's at. The 4-man, they pulled up in vehicles. I expected it's only a matter of time now before another squad comes in to try to finish it out. But it looks like actually TSG, 3 Sheeps Gaming, looking to third-party Strangers BD on the compound.
That's right, Sheep. You get him. You get him. I feel bad. This one's on me. I said the Panthers. I'm picking them the next 3 games, and I still believe. I still believe. This one, we'll chalk it up to, hey, it happened. You know, a little water break. But QZZ, Molotov in hand, getting ready to toss it, swapping back over to the UMP. Hello, popping up behind the buggy. Here comes the 3 Sheeps looking to get revenge for the Panthers. You know, because Sheeps and Panthers are so friendly out in the wild.
Yeah.
QZZ, UMP. Oh, knew exactly where Voltex was with a little 360 right there. That was crazy.
Yeah, the big thing is QZZ was actually having the rest of his team kind of make noise around the building, so you can't really even look. Oh,
they don't see me. I'm going.
See, I wish he was prone in it though.
They don't
Snake
see
in the grass.
They don't know.
I guess he's a dwarf in the grass if he's crouching. I'm not sure
Four
about
smokes. See ya. See ya. Flash God is out of here. And you see their teammate crawling. No, Maury right there. Don't forget me. So we got the Panthers with a solo, and now Strangers BD with the solo. So what do you think about the Sheeps, man?
I mean, at least they're showing some signs of life. It's definitely too late to me really to be calling them anything more than little sheep still. But Strangers BD losing 3 players there after you just basically won the squad fight.
That's what they get, taking out my
That's
Panthers.
what they get? Oh, come on.
Taking out my Panthers? No. Come on, man.
Well, you did
for
cast
the
your
Panthers
curse
to qualify.
You cast your curse them. That's all I'm saying. But for the most part, that squad itself, it needs to kind of... You needed this a day ago, at least. It can't be the final day. And a squad that's only really shown up the first day. We're looking at them right now, SLR. Looks like they're trying to find that third party. They're just south of the center zone. But a lot of these teams, I think, are going to kind of just be dipping their feet in the water, seeing what's hot and what's cold around the map. Because at the end of the day, a lot of these teams are going to need to start piecing away those elimination points together. And if you can't do that, SLR, we saw it last game. They were too scared to fight Taco Lovers on the hill. They let them take control of everything. And that spot ultimately allowed Taco Lovers to win the game. So I'm hoping SLR learns from their mistakes, really kind of gets out of their little shell and be able to really play the game how they were wanting to from the first day. Oh,
I'm just vibing out right here.
The music.
Yeah, beautiful skin. So SLR, I feel a little bit lied to. We saw them taking shots at 3 Sheeps just a moment ago. And remember in the pre-show, I was talking to the squad, and they wanted to be proactive with these early game team fights, you know, with catching up from yesterday's 18-point gain. Not the case, though. You know, they're going to be holding it down, waiting for the next circle to pop. I kind of want to get your take, like, the decision-making if you were on the team. Why not make the push and the crash onto the Sheeps down there that we saw them taking shots at moments ago?
I think it's just them being asleep still. I'm not seeing any sort of signs of life other than maybe them getting a little lucky with a few zones. That Erangel, I'll call it like I see it. They lost a player early on the rotation and ended up going towards school. But even when they were given the zone, they didn't use anything with the opportunity in front of them. And these teams right now, we're seeing it. 4 Bros, even though they're down near the bottom, same for the reality. They're still making moves themselves, looking at these shots. The zone did shift up here. We're actually looking at Master OP, basically dead center of this zone. So a lot of these teams, they're making that great migration, actually opting towards going around Yasnaya. So I expect the east, all of that sort of stuff along the coast is going to be congested at some point. And these teams, we're already seeing the kill feed. Taco Lovers picking up TSG.
I'm not going to lie, I got a problem here, Enigma. I got a problem, man. We got these teams like Reality, beautiful spot, sure, I love it.
Yeah.
But you need to be doing more. You know,
Yeah.
like I feel like kind of taking a page out of the Titan Gaming book and being proactive, driving around the map, looking for eliminations, right? Placements, they're good and all. You know, 10 points for first, 6 points for second. But they need so much more than just placement points at this point in the game. After this, we're halfway through day number 3, the final day, and only top 3 go to Americas, where there's 250K on the line. So, I want to start seeing a little more, man. Is that me being greedy, out of touch? Like,
no, I mean, these teams themselves, they knew what they signed up for when they came in here. It was top 3 or it was nothing. And these squads, I mean, it looks like maybe their mentals kind of slipping. They're like, I'm not really feeling this just much anymore. But 2 squads that are definitely still having their heads in the game. ICU taking the fight with control. 1-for-1 trade so far. It's on to Nate. He gets blasted by Frady. A huge loss from ICU on the rotation. Not sure what happened, but control being able to pick up 2 elimination points on the rotation.
Yeah, somewhat of a misplay, honestly, with ICU. Wancho, I see them in the back line, so they just weren't here able to provide the support to their front line, taking on the position from Team Control. And Team Control getting 2 elimination points right there. And look at this, flipping the script onto Nemesis, another team at the top right now, looking to maintain their position. Berlin, look at the grenade, getting chunked up just a little bit. This is going to be straight on to Paul, looking to take out Berlin. A little pre-fire through the doorway. Thank you very much. Fate and J7 are going to be bleeding on out. So Berlin clutching it out when they needed to continue to survive. The thing is, can we get the pickup? J7 definitely going to bleed out. Fate is going to be crawling this way. Looks like we got Dauntless trying to third party this one. And Klaus in the front lines trying to flush out Nemesis.
Yeah, I like this pressure for the most part. They know Nemesis had 2 or so players isolated, trying to give cover fire, and thankfully for Nemesis, they were able to pick up 3 elimination points. But was that under the wall?
I
think he skipped it.
It like bounced and went under the wall and hit him right in the chin right there. I'm looking. Where's Dauntless though? Where's the support? Because there's a whole team. It's a whole team.
This is the team where it's, you know, we wanted to see more out of them, out of more than just the 1 or 2 games they had won, but this is kind of that hesitation we repeat time and time again. Now Nemesis though, that pull up, it looked like they just weren't able to get to the compound with the full 4-man. Berlin was able to win it, but ultimately now all these squads that are looking for these free points, Dauntless now down to 2 players and control the team that was on the far east side just fighting ICU, now taking their picks of the compound. The gas station is completely filled with all of these vehicles, and we almost saw him self-hit, unfortunately.
Bounced off the wall right there. But Nemesis getting taken out with only 4 points. This is a good sign or a good omen for the Panthers, right? Because Nemesis is one of those teams that they're hunting down. ICU losing 2 as well. So good sign for the Panthers on their come up here tonight. Talking about a good sign. Kindness, little strafing back and forth. This is going to be Taco Lovers and SLR. Big fight for the Taco Lovers. By LG catching some bullets to the dome right there. Taco Lovers putting on a scrimmage, but SLR doing just a little bit better here. Almost losing out.
Yeah, I got down to the 1v1 at the end. White Eulogy just getting pre-fired from the S12K. Ultimately, Hosan was able to get that pickup. But look at this. I mean, we're seeing every single team, the 4 bros, I believe it is, just hawking him down from the south side. It looks like a nade is being pre-cooked as well. So if he gets it through the window, it looks like they're aggressing as well. Maybe going to be able to pick up 2 free eliminations, but TP, unfortunately, on the rotation, he decided to slam the shack. Titan Gaming recognized it, picking up a free elimination.
See ya.
Cooked him.
Cooked. Let him cook. So SLR, Taco Lovers, Nemesis getting taken out early is a good thing for the Panthers. If you know, you keeping track.
They're alive, but
yeah, keeping track. So Panthers, they're done too. But I'm just thinking
they're alive in our hearts here.
Yeah. So looking at this match, Titan Gaming, this could be their game to really get that spark going, right? So I do believe they are going to be qualifying, but obviously, if you're not first, you're last, as some would say. And talking to Titan Gaming, they were telling me like they know exactly where everybody drops, they know how they rotate, they know what to expect during team fights. So when they were telling me this earlier on in the day, I was like, okay, so Titan Gaming are going to be soaking up these points, you know, hunting down these bottom teams. And, well, the first 2 games, we really didn't see it. And this game as well, like the zone's just kind of not playing in their favor. But the fact that so many of the stronger teams are already taken out, I feel like that opens up the doors for Titan Gaming to kind of go to their play style of just hunting down, getting eliminations, and having a good time.
Yeah, well, I feel like last match with the Erangel, they had that humongous spread along the south side. They're doing just that again. And one of those higher-end teams that they usually like holding the edge, having a nice spread, and actually able to put shots down. When they're out of the lobby, we have teams like KR Esports, where if I see them going against Titan, I don't really see them coming out on top, especially with them being a 2-man here on the edge. Titan Gaming really likes to start putting the pieces together and being able to kind of exploit teams rotating as their 2-2 pairs. And I want to really shout out PB, of course, because he's the one that was looking at them for this match. He was saying, you know,
Titan
if they secure the Titan Gaming, if they were able to secure this match, they definitely secure themselves in the top 3. And I fully believe that. But if they were able to go out at a point like this, only 2 points, maybe 1 placement, maybe 2 or 3 on top of that, depending how this match goes, they're still in a bit of a question mark spot. But Titan Gaming right now showing signs of life. And I think, to be honest, it's more so just the first 2 games are warm-ups.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I'll bite.
You'll bite?
I'll bite.
You'll bite the
I mean,
the
regardless,
taco,
day 3 is a warm-up for Titan Gaming. Let's be real. Top 3 is the goal, right? And I think, what, they came into today like 30 points ahead.
Yeah.
Second. So, oh, KR looking to make some moves over there. Looks like they were blown up on the approach.
Yeah, I thought that was 4 Bros
I thought that
gonna
was
pick
4
it
Bros
up,
too, but no, that's Titan Gaming.
yeah, and I'm
Crazy.
kind of scared for 4 Bros because you have this uphill spot with your solo teammate down below, and I mean, I don't even think their teammates shot that KR Esports car at all. So Titan Gaming is still looking to kind of go up and down along these ridges. They're hitting pickups on shacks. Hopefully they don't lose Rin or whoever's on the back of that buggy.
That gas can's scaring me, though, Enigma. I'm not gonna lie. That thing
Ooh.
is scaring me, dude.
I think he got knocked through the tree there, Dave. This is
Nice shots.
little 3x spray. And a lot of these players, they do like to show their sort of M4 skills, I guess you could say, the gun meta for all pros within the last 3 or 4 years of competitive play. And thankfully, you know, Miramar is going to be the ending decide factor. I'm hoping we see some mini plays, but I mean, for the most part, the gun play with DBS, we're seeing vehicles, we're seeing grenade plays. The last 3 days have been essentially just phenomenal in my eyes, not just in the gun skill.
The thing is, with Miramar being the last 2 games, like, it's going to be crazy. The last game is always just nuts, you know, when it comes to, you never know what's going to happen. And, well, we still might have some teams on the cusp when it comes to that 3rd place slot. So I feel for them, and I look forward to seeing that last match. But with that in mind, if you are on the cusp right now, you want to do everything in your power to make sure you're not put in an awkward situation come Game 5.
Yeah, and I mean, Game 5 itself is going to be the real deciding factor. After this, of course, it is going to be that halfway point in the day, and that's when we kind of really start seeing people take a breath and realize what the points are looking like. What have we gotten today? XYZ. We talked about SLR yesterday. They only got, what, 15, 18 total
18
points.
altogether, yeah.
Most of that was from the last match. So we're talking 5 matches. You're dropping maybe 1 or 2 points, and then you reluctantly get a top 3 from just positioning and play. It's like, okay, where's our consistency? We're needing teams in the top 3 that are able to show that. And the only team in my eyes currently has been Titan Gaming over the last 2 days.
Titan Gaming, without a doubt. They're 4 up right now. 6 eliminations going their way. Honestly, this looks like their game to be had. I had to put my in-game EP on it. Gatsby knows exactly what's going to happen here. I mean,
wow.
Gatsby has the DBS, though. Let's see what happens. Gatsby able to take the first initial shots, but I think the experience from Titan Gaming just showing right there and working together as a unit, right, to kind of flush the inside of the warehouse and not just sending it one by one.
Well, I don't want to really be harping on reality too much, but, you know, maybe they watched the Sanhok and was like, yeah, let's make sure we don't run 1 by 1 at a DBS player. They knew now, and Titan Gaming, this is the prime position because they're able to jump on top of that warehouse, actually, if they choose to from Redx's spot. And with them having the high ground, you're able to see all these teams just force the player rock, but if you're prone in the open, you're going to just be beamed.
Yeah. It's getting wild out here. I see you, though. Ayuya from behind. Yeah, nice little knock, but then immediately connected on themselves. Brady is just smoking in this buggy back here. The health is so low. Look, I mean, this is a used car lot. We do have the glider. That would be insane. I don't predict that happening, but we'll love to see it. So Brady is going to be able to survive just a little longer. 5 eliminations on the side of Team Control.
Yeah, it looked like it got down to just a 2v2 on that spot with Ayuya, but I mean, I wonder if you look to maybe heal off or something, or just make a huge smoke wall so no one sees you. But a lot of these teams, though, they're able to have the sight lines no matter what. And we're seeing it on the right side of the battle tracker. We have 2 full squads, and the rest, Dave, are just solos or duos.
Yeah, Titan Gaming definitely looking to put like the nail in the coffin when it comes to qualifying, without a doubt. 8 eliminations, still 4 up. Yeah, Reality got a trio, but besides that, solo, duo, solo. So they have the numbers advantage here, and now they're kind of just spreading out in the south, trying to get as many eliminations as possible.
Yeah, this is looking, though, if Control, if Frady is able to stay alive for his squad, every point's going to matter because they already have 5 eliminations to their name. They were one of those bubble teams. They started off strong yesterday on Sanhok. Today, a little bit more falling short of the mark that they maybe wanted to have, but right now, I'm liking it because this team is showing the signs of life that others like Nemesis, like them, where they're not able to reach these late games just yet on the final day, might start looking at the rank points and being like, hey, we need to start getting these placements because the other bubble teams, they're not absorbing them.
There's just something inside of me that wants to see Frady get in that glider and just glide it out to second place. But that is not going to happen, but I would love to see it. So we got Reality on the east side. 4 members strong. Titan Gaming down to just 3. Dauntless Banger out there in the distance with their Scar, trying to avoid these N4 shots. Still a duo. Here comes Reality, looking to get an additional point here. Brady cooking the grenade. Getting ready to toss that one. I do hear some Molotovs getting tossed in here as well from Reality, so Reality know exactly where Frady is. Let's see what Frady can do. There's a grenade.
Wait, that was a team nade, I think.
Team nade. Okay, helping Frady. Frady will take that one. Gonna use this moment to heal up. Here comes the other squad mates from Reality. Walking through a doorway again. Deja vu, but fortunately, Topo from the outside, from the window, able to save this game for Reality.
That was a scary spot, Dave. I mean, we're looking at it on the west side of them as Dauntless. They didn't get into position just yet. They're looking for the gatekeep, but Reality hopefully is able to keep 4 players alive in that play, and it was looking sketchy.
Yeah, they were making it sketchy.
I mean,
they were making it sketchy.
We saw a 1v1. Thankfully, the teammate was able to get the knock, but right now it's coming down. Top 4 teams, obviously Hollow for 3 Sheeps Gaming is alone. I'm expecting Titan Gaming to flush them out. And I'm liking what we're seeing in the last day. These teams, they know there's isolated players, and they're choosing to try to take them out early on before the zone starts closing too much.
Hollow has this tree to work with for the time being, but Crow, seeing all those smokes, knows for a fact there's at least 1 player over here. Just waiting for those smokes to dissipate. I do like as well that Dauntless still in the running, right? I mean, when it comes to placement points, that is. They got a duo still alive. They need these points. Let's see, though. There goes Hollow. Lean peeking right there behind that tree. Immediately sniped and taken out. Another point going the way of Titan Gaming.
Yeah, they're starting to absorb them. 9 total eliminations. They do have Rin eliminated, so they're just a 3-man. But Reality, they're holding that eastern compound just east of Titan Gaming spot. They rotated north, and it looks like Reality is actually looking to eliminate Dauntless. 2v3 situation, but he's pulling up right in front of the players, getting knocked immediately. And you sit there and wonder, reality, was it really worth it sending the player? Crow's actually the one picking up the knock, so reality might not even pick up this elimination point.
Yeah.
Looking great for Titan Gaming.
Yeah, Titan Gaming, they're sending inactive as well, I believe, in a vehicle to reposition too and kind of get behind reality up close and personal. Banger still alive over here behind this tree in the smokes. Buggy tire is popped, so fortunate for them. I believe they're right there on the edge by just a smidge, but reality, again, a little too thirsty for these eliminations up here in the north, giving a foothold to Titan Gaming.
Yeah, and the scary thing is Banger is still here as well. Even though he's out of zone, if he decides to just sit here, eat some blue damage, reality's going to have to worry about their backside. We see it on the minimap as well. They already have someone watching the back, but it's going to come down to who's kind of able to go fishing with these nades. And unfortunately, for the reality squad, Titan Gaming has a superior position just being uphill.
Yeah, thought he had a nice little grenade on inactive, chunking him down just a little bit. But like you mentioned, Titan Gaming on the high ground. Crow doing a little scouting with that buggy. I believe one of those tires were popped from Thoughty. Bunch of ammunition to be had over here. 4 grenades as well to go fishing, as you said. It's only a matter of time. I'm curious, Banger, the solo from Dauntless, I mean, they could definitely backstab reality here any moment, so got to keep tabs on them as well.
Yeah, I think it's a matter of Redx, whoever's watching that solo player actually gets the shots connected, or if Banger's able to make it at least to that next tree. As we see it right now, he's prone and out of there.
Out of there.
And Redx, he has the full 3 gear as well. He did take some damage, but for the most part, now it's just a straight up 3v3. Crow did lose that buggy tire is what I'm being told, so a vehicle loss for them, and we can talk about it time and time again. The vehicle plays in late game are so crucial because if you just drive 1 meter, 1 centimeter too close to these squads, you're getting beamed out of it instantly.
Redox looking for some, maybe crates for some grenades, some utilities, some meds, an alternate angle. Already pulling back with the Molotov in hand, inactive in the dirt, crawling over here, remaining low. 3v3 here. Comes down to this. Reality can definitely use this win. My money's on Titan Gaming here, Enigma.
Yeah, they're the team that has just shown the prowess in any of these Erangel matches. We're seeing Cash starting to stand up. I think Redx did spot that, or at least Crow. They're opting to leave players up on the high ground, but the scary thing is for Titan Gaming,
little 360 flick, full gyro right there, but Cash immediately taken out from Crow right there. The bait working in the favor of Titan Gaming. Redox doing exactly what they needed to do, and that's to find these snakes in the grass over here. Inactive on the opposite end as well. I see a grenade cooking and a little grenade battle themselves. So it is all falling apart right now for reality.
Yeah, and look at Redx. I mean, he just stopped and has the angle on this whole entire hillside. Even though his teammates are out of zone, he just has free shots on all of them. We see Inactive starting to hit the little prone snake plays onto the outside, and it's just them being constricted like a snake, Dave. And it's just 2 of them down in the pit. It's only a matter of time between the mouses getting caught and whatnot. 1 HP on the player, and it's not even just that. The nades are coming in. Unfortunately, reality, they do get the 2nd place, but Titan Gaming, with that win, in my eyes, is securing themselves one of those top 3 spots. Great win from Titan Gaming.
Send the invite. 14 eliminations plus the 10 points when it comes to first place. Titan Gaming playing that one nice and slow in the late game to secure the win. Reality, 3 eliminations, 2nd place, 6 points. Yeah, sure, it's good. But Titan Gaming definitely feeling even better here after that match.
They got to be feeling good, Dave. I'm back-to-back now on predictions. I'm feeling good, baby. And Titan Gaming with an impressive domination of that end circle there. Things were looking pretty good for reality. And then I feel like as soon as that self-nade happened, when they were going up against Control there, I feel like it kind of slowed them down and that momentum kind of stalled out a little bit. So unfortunate for them, but I'm sure they'll take a 2nd place here. One team that was not happy with the way things went was the Panthers. Had a good run going, but ultimately they get crashed on by Strangers BD here. And with the trades, both teams unable to sustain any sort of momentum going deeper into this game. Enigma, what was your biggest takeaways here from our 3rd game of the night?
Well, a lot of these teams that were on those borders, like the Panthers and stuff like that, some of them were able to pick up the points and others really just fell short. We could see Nemesis here. They were able to win the squad wipe, but with 2 of your players being knocked outside the wall, you're never going to get that reset going on. So even with those eliminations, we got to keep more heads alive. SLR is another name as well. Even though they win the fight against the Taco Lovers, it's just third party after third party central. You got to question, are we going to decide to take this fight sooner, or are we going to just let them have it?
Who knows? It seems as though we have about 3 tiers worth of teams right now. We have the tier of Titan Gaming alone, who seems to have qualified at this point. They've gotten a lot of points racked up here, so big congrats to them. Obviously, it's not official until the fat lady sings, but we've got the next group, though, right? The bubble teams of tonight, and then we still have those with the last chance. And one of those with those last chances and, you know, right on the bubble is ICU, and they again made it deep into the game. You can see Control also with an opportunity. They made it deep into the game as well. So the teams that need to perform well, they are. I mean, for the most part, we're seeing the big names show up late into these games. But Dave, I don't know if anyone's really had that pop-off game yet that they're hoping for. Who do you think it's going to be? Who's going to reach deep and find that game?
Yeah, I mean, my grandma was singing day one, though, by the way, for Titan Gaming to qualify, just saying. But, I mean, reaching deep, I'm going for the Panthers, man. Yeah, that last game, 0 eliminations. They got taken out really early on, and I believe they only did like 200 damage. So they didn't really get to even fire their weapons. But just the fact that Rushy was popping off in the first 2 games, I hope that they don't lose any momentum after this last match here, PB.
I got you there, and I got to give a big shout, just like we did for Black Mamba last game. I am taking a peek at 4 Bros this game. Lau and company getting some shots down range, picking up 8 elims for their best game of the tournament by far. They went up head-to-head against several teams before ultimately Titan Gaming got the better of them. Had a couple of nice little exchanges, though, in that fight. So 4 Bros, a tip of the cap to you guys. We also saw some teams go out kind of early that really need this. I'm looking at Nemesis. I'm looking at Taco Lovers. And Dave, that's been a theme of this first 3 games is we're looking at Nemesis, right? They need to get these points. They're at least getting a few eliminations, but let's see how that affects the overall here. Has Nemesis, have they hold on? And they do. They're in 3rd place here. But boy, it's getting close. Enigma, we're 3 through 5 right now is neck and neck. I mean, this is absolutely crazy. What is your take here on the overall rankings?
Well, the overall rankings are just showing that Titan Gaming is the only team that's consistent on the maps of their choice. We're talking Erangel win virtually every single day. And these teams like Nemesis, teams like ICU Gaming, even SLR, they're not showing consistency when we're going back-to-back on maps. We have Erangel after this. Afterwards, it's just 2 Miramars, and then you're done. That's all the gameplay you have. Titan Gaming is the only team where, with this back-to-back map format, they're the only ones that are able to keep their momentum or at least piece together points that are in a consistent fashion. So any of these teams, when it comes through 2 through, I'd even say 7, maybe even 8 now, if they're able to get 1 or 2 wins, top 3 finishes coming into these last 3 matches, I could see them still snaking away that 3rd, 2nd place spot.
You're absolutely right, Enigma, and I feel like this first page is the cutoff at this point. Like, anybody that's not showing up on this first page, like the 9 through 16 teams here, I think it might be too little too late here. We've kind of alluded to that so far, but it's definitely getting to be too little too late. Only 3 games remain, and the cutoff right now is at 115 points. The reason I think it's too little too late, it's not that they can't get to that point total. It's just that there's too many teams also ahead of them that not all of them are going to perform poorly over the last 3 games, right? Maybe a couple of them will. Maybe a couple of them throw goose eggs up, but it's not going to be all of them, and that's why I feel like it's a little bit out of reach for those bottom 8 teams right now. Dave, we are heading to our 4th match of the night. This is match 16 of 18. We're coming down to the wire right now. Game 4, though, of this evening. Who are we taking in this one? I mean, we've got Erangel for a 3rd match in a row. Is Titan Gaming going to go back-to-back here? They've done it once before. Will it happen again? Dave, I'm coming to you for your prediction.
I'm sticking with the Panthers, man. I got to give the Panthers some luck. I got to give them some flowers out here. Leave that last game in the past. Don't even think about it. Don't even dwell on it, right? Just come into this last and final Erangel of the weekend. nothing but positive vibes and kind of showcasing what they did in our first Erangel, because that first page, like you guys mentioned, the point spread awfully close, and I think with Titan Gaming getting that win, that's a good thing for teams in second, third, and fourth, because that still gives them that hope to really move and shake it up right there on the bubble, as we've been calling it here all evening.
So Dave locks in the Panthers, and you're absolutely right. They are holding on to those spots right now for dear life. Taco Lovers and Nemesis currently in the driver's seat in second and third place, but Team Control and ICU Gaming knocking on the door. Enigma will come to you. Dave has chosen the Panthers. Who will you choose here in our fourth game of the evening?
I'm choosing the team right below them. We're going with Dauntless. They're 8th place. They're that borderline team. I called the Panthers earlier, being able to break that sort of bubble of being able to bring themselves back into contention with them being 1 point behind. It'd be unfair for me not to give Dauntless my sort of tip of the cap to them. I'm wanting to see it now, because if you're able to do this on Erangel, you got 2 Miramars left to go.
I like the choice. I really do. I'm kind of going in that similar vein right now. I am actually going to go to the well. And we're not going to go Taco Lovers. I thought I might, but I'm not going to. We are going to go with ICU Gaming. ICU Gaming has impressed me today. They have come to play. We're seeing Quancho and company alive in late circles. I want to see Nate display that gun skill like he's known to do, and we'll see if ICU Gaming can pick up a win on Erangel. I don't know if they've gotten close to the win on Erangel yet, but dang it, I feel like they're right there. So ICU to make it dramatic, to see what's going on. But I would be remiss if I didn't mention the Taco Lovers. They've been a standout team all day long. Would love to check out some of their action if we are able to. But 24K and the lads, man, they are crushing it, and I feel like they are right there, guys. I mean, we are second place, 119 points right now. They were not in the top 3 to start the day, and they came in with that big win, vaulted themselves up there, and now they're holding on to that spot. And then, do you think they have what it takes to hold on there?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, they're the team, other than Titan Gaming, where they've consistently had those elimination rounds. We saw it today, yesterday, and the first day of play. These teams have been able to kind of square together as a squad, whether it's going one after another or just full sending like it was against SLR earlier. The squad itself, I think, finally has put the pieces together coming into the late game. They're getting the extra placement points. They're able to really prove that they're adapting and overcoming and even evolving as a team mid-tournament compared to the rest of the squads.
You know, I think they got a little lucky that Rushy tried to punch him out there, gave Sheep time to pull out the DBS and get it done. But there we see Sheep, 24K, and Taco Thursday. Oh, man. What a squad, guys. I think they are performing admirably so far, and we are sitting in second place with Taco Lovers right now, just behind Titan Gaming. Titan Gaming seems to have sewn things up right now. We're getting ready for our last game of the tournament on Erangel before we turn our attention to Miramar. Erangel, oh man, I want to see somebody other than Titan Gaming win this one, because they have been so dominant. They had one off game on Erangel, which was 2 games ago. Then they come back with a glorious victory. I'm sure they'll be super pleased with that one. But one little tidbit about Titan Gaming is they were feeling so confident coming into today that they actually asked for their sign-up forms for Brazil this morning before the action even started today. So that gives you an idea of how Titan Gaming is feeling, Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, Dave talked about it day one, and when he talked to him, they were like, yeah, you know, Titan Gaming's that squad where they're able to dive in and have that mentality of going against the best of the best. And Dave, I want to bring that discussion back into it, because it's the last Erangel. Do you really feel like Titan Gaming's going to maybe, you know, shake up a few feathers still on Erangel, or do you really think with PB that someone else is finally going to win the lobby?
It depends if the zone finally favors them, right? Dropping down there on military base. But kind of, you know, bringing it back to what you were saying there is that Titan Gaming, they knew they had this lobby in the bag. And this was a team talking before the games even started. Like, they were already focused on Worlds, which was crazy. Because they still have to get through the Americas Spring first, right? So just the fact that their mindset is looking ahead so far, it shows that they're confident in themselves. It shows that they got something that's working. And I'm looking forward to, honestly, just seeing them verse up against Alpha 7, Influence Rage, Team Liquid, and I can continue to name them. But I want to see North America like have a heavy contender this year, right? And yeah. Hyper got invited, so we'll see what they can do. But Titan Gaming, man, I feel like they're giving NA a real good shot when it comes to the world stage here this year.
Yeah, and I feel it's just all of them are on the same wavelength. I'm not sure if it's what their coach is telling them in terms of keeping their mental squared away each game, or it's just the IGL being able to kind of direct each and every one of them in a way that's tailored towards their play style, because we talked about Rushy having the team adapt them. Every player on a roster likes playing the game a certain way, and when you start really getting those sort of gears, those cogs kind of lined up with one another, that's when the engine starts rolling, and that's why we're starting to see this sort of point gap develop from Titan Gaming and these other squads, because they're on a whole different level. And we do see the map as well. We wanted that sort of melee finish. We might have it. It's a 50-50 on the south side. But this contention at the start, again, 4 pros, what is this, 16 out of 16 so far? Always contesting a team off drop.
Gotta give it to them. Gotta give them. They got heart, Enigma. They got heart. And
heart.
It does look like,
that's what we're calling it.
They got heart. Yeah, they got heart, man. The Mighty Ducks out here. And it looks like Titan Gaming are going to be in zone number 1, 2 when it comes to the circles and where they like to drop. So we'll see if we can continue to get it going down south. PB did call for a military base ending here tonight. It's looking pretty good. KR. All right, they got Lau. Kind of pinched here, not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's a little rough. Oh.
And Lau's gone. So, yeah, I think 4 bros had like a little 3-1 split action going on right there. Lau kind of just waiting it out, buying some time for their squad mates to pop those vehicles and provide the support needed to come out on top here. But KR taking advantage.
Yeah, another team as well I'd like to make note of is, I believe it was an SLR solo player rotating across the bridge early, trying to get an early spot, but with 2 teams kind of huddled around this bridge, he gets isolated out and SLR lose a player early on. So this is 2 Erangels in a row now where they try to make that early game play, and it ultimately just ends up them losing another player early on. This is the squad where they were top 3 day 1, day 2. They had only a good performance on the last Miramar of the day, ultimately not even winning that match, which we thought they had in the bag. Now today, really starting to fumble and stumble over themselves.
Yeah, and it comes down to like not only like your in-game, and I'd love to kind of get your opinions on this too, with all your experience being on teams or whatnot. But
yeah,
I think it comes down to just not like you being an insane fragger in game, right? It comes down to like what does the team do after the games are done on a bad day, right? Like, do you start blaming each other? Do you start nitpicking, like, oh, that was your fault or whatnot? Or do you look ahead, right? And you reevaluate everything. You make the new game plan, and you come in with a positive attitude that next day, right? And I'm bringing this up because, you know, they might have had a really, well, they did have a bad day, 18 points when we're talking SLR. So I'm really curious on like what the mindset was heading into tonight's matches, right? So
yeah, I think it's a matter of how you deal with errors and issues when they arise. These squads in between each game, I think it's more so do whatever you gotta do. Yell, scream it out off the mic, maybe leave a few notes, talk to yourself in a mirror on getting yourself back in the game, because ultimately you gotta go one game at a time. In between each day, you ask me what their mindset should be. It should be some sort of productive idea of like, you know, these were things we did well, but these are the things we made mistakes on. Don't be pointing the finger on anyone. Just say, hey, you know, it looks like we're doing this a little bit too much. How can we counteract that? Because everyone here has played scrims hundreds of times with each other. They know them like the back of their hand, what mistakes they maybe kind of trends they like to do in the lobby. And it's kind of the role of the IGL, maybe not even the IGL, a player that likes to keep cool. That was me specifically, being able to kind of recognize what's going wrong, what's going right, make sure everything is on the same page, because if you're not, you're going to start having instances like this where maybe someone's tilted. Maybe it's the IGL, maybe it's a gunner just not feeling himself. You got to go game by game and set them up for success. So SLR, I feel like they maybe just got off the rocker a bit too much coming out of this, you know, last Erangel and stuff like that. They threw that first one along school, Sanhok area. Now it's just, you know, we're fumbling a bit. So hopefully their coach, whoever they have, is able to kind of really just ground them, put their feet down in the sand, I guess you could say, when it comes to Miramar next, and be like, hey, you know, just go one game at a time. Take one squad fight and go one zone, one rotation each way.
Yeah, that's the thing. It goes from it just being one bad game to just a theme, and they're all bad games essentially, right?
Yeah.
So little tiny things that have been adding up. So hopefully with 3 more games to go, we see something come out from that squad. I do like that Titan Gaming setting up for what I think is a bridge camp. They already got 2 members on that east bridge, and I think the odds are in their favor here as 50-50 when it comes to the zone. So that would be beautiful to see them have a classic bridge camp. I don't remember last time I saw a team just full on commit to the bridge camp, and that would be nice.
It's not even really a bridge camp as well, because they have 2 players here, but they're also camping the botation play across the way. I believe it's Control kind of trying to set up for that on the Milta side, but Titan Gaming, they're the team that's able to recognize as a duo, yeah, we can hold this. I think we can shoot enough players out of the car where it doesn't matter if it's just 2 of us. A lot of these teams are starting to huddle around being scared of a bridge camp. I'm seeing Black Mamba, ICU, Control, even Nemesis start working their way towards the north side of Titan Gaming here. So it's kind of only a matter of time when teams choose to rotate, and I'm expecting it to be on the next zone shift. The zone is coming in. They have a minute left to play, but these teams
gonna
have to start figuring it out.
Here.
Oh.
Okay, so it looks like they're actually going to be pumping the brakes here. I mean, no reason to send it across that bridge quite yet, of course. And do appreciate Titan Gaming, though. I mean, just setting up shop here, really committing to the play and positioning their vehicles, too, where even if you were to scope down here, it doesn't look like anyone's there. You know, I mean, they're hiding behind these pillars. Of course, these pro players know all the tricks of the trade at this point, but regardless, ICU on one end and Titan Gaming on the other here.
Yeah, and I think if you're ICU, you got to be able to recognize that if it's Titan Gaming here, they've been doing everything right this tournament. If you come down this bridge and you don't see any vehicle setup, you should be prepared for it. But reality, though, this is the team that had a few rough games and a few decent ones at best, taking the fight with the Golden Eagles all the way out on this western side of zone.
Oh, the Golden Eagles are just straight up sending it right here. And I believe one of the Eagles are already in zone, too, so Payne with the barrel. Oh, trying to get some shots in. Had a nice little grenade right there, but the Golden Eagles coming out on top there with a very quick wipe right there on the edge of the play zone. On Reality, who just got 2nd place.
Yeah, and that was, you literally had just called it, 4th player doing his own thing. They won that 3v4 style. The zone shift does happen completely to the south side, and I'm feeling bad for IC because I feel I've seen this happen too many times. And it's a matter if they can land the shot.
There's one.
Oh,
there's 2.
Not like this. And
I love how we were talking about this for like a solid 5 minutes and it happened though. I love when, making sense out here. One thing for ICU though, they didn't commit the whole team across the bridge, so I mean, that's experience, but regardless, like, you still lost 2. It looked like Valak did make it across, though. So they allowed one.
Is it experience or maybe just falling through? I'm not sure if they really intended that, but the big key takeaway is Ren choosing which side of the car to shoot. He chooses to shoot the driver. It's the vehicle that has both players in it. You'd rather have had Juancho go out there, in that case, or Valak, as he was the lead car, because you'd rather have 2 over 1. Making it across the bridge. So nice selection there from Titan Gaming as being just the duo. Holding the bridge, picking up 2 eliminations to their name. And I see that's the squad that is the bubble team struggling with Titan Gaming on. I mean, it just looks like their map pick. Like, it's almost like they're just knowing exactly how these teams are going to play every step of the way.
Yeah, the thing is that all these teams, they have to know, right? Like, Titan Gaming, they're bound to be over here. I mean, they drop here in Nova every single time. So, with the zones favoring them, you have to have some type of idea. And it looks like Nemesis are on the coastline. Black Mamba looks like they're trying their best to avoid that bridge on the east side.
Oh, man.
We got Taco Lovers up there, the Panthers. So I'm looking forward to seeing like how many more eliminations Titan Gaming could rack up on that east bridge.
Yeah, I think a lot of it's going to come down to how long do they sit in zone on the next shift? Because we know Nemesis, the Panthers, Taco Lovers, they're already used to taking blue damage here. I expect them to do it a bit longer, just trying to give themselves a better window of time of, hey, you know, the bridge probably isn't going to be camped at this point. But this is Titan Gaming. They just got 2 eliminations. They've got extra meds. If they were, which I would have figured them to be, if they have 1 player sit in the next zone, you could have 3 people still camping what could be 12, 16 eliminations on the edge of the bridge.
Who won that one is Control, because remember, you said that Titan Gaming, they had a couple members kind of watching the boat tates while ICU was crossing that bridge. It kind of got the attention of Titan, right? And the comms might have been a little hectic trying to get them, and that allowed Control to just boat themselves past that boat camp, like you mentioned, from Titan, and now they're going to be down there in the cliffs in the south. So it's all about timing.
Yeah, the timing. Titan does see Nemesis. Nemesis is doing this little kind of, I guess, pick me up one after another on the bridge. We do say, I believe it's J7 holding the off angles. But these players, this is the experienced squad. We just saw ICU fall. Titan Gaming's hold. I'm wondering if Nemesis is able to come through the same. And no, Berlin barely even making into zone before getting knocked here, Dave.
What a spot. What a spot. I mean, this angle is just beautiful here. Brand cooking a grenade, looking to toss it on top of Fate. Berlin is going to be bleeding on out, saying, hey, get me. I'm safe right here. But the grenade from Spate. Money all day.
Outclassed. Rin is just a one-man army on this bridge. And look at this. Redox in the zone, holding the edge. Like, what can you even do at this point? You're not crossing this bridge whatsoever. And look at that. I mean, he's just got to drive backwards. 3 players gone for the squad. Is he even going to make it? Oh, just barely. The skin of their teeth, Dave. And look at that. Now it's not just Nemesis. Taco Lovers are coming to the bridge.
Taco Lovers, yeah, come. All you can eat buffet over here for Titan Gaming.
It's looking horrible for these squads right now, Dave.
5 eliminations on Titan Gaming. I know we've been focusing on them, and for good cause, because they are showing us some good plays. But Golden Eagles, this game, 5 eliminations going their way so far as well. Still with the whole squad up, so Golden Eagles kind of doing the same thing, but on the other bridge, actually, on the west side. So both bridges being bridge camped. Looks like Strangers BED and Dauntless kind of getting caught in the mix on the bridge, and Golden Eagles pulling back, prioritizing zone over here. But trust me, Golden Eagles are over here.
Yeah, they're holding actually in the zone. Both of these teams on the bridge. I mean, you gotta start moving at some point. You're kind of hoping Banger doesn't shoot you at all. Maybe he's hoping that no one notices him. But at the end of the day, like, you're gonna have to come in as well. The blue zone does tick and do damage. He has 3 first aids to his name, but Strangers BD, they actually check behind them. So nice elimination spot. But if you're the Golden Eagles, you just heard this bridge commotion. Yeah, we're gonna just keep waiting. Wait for you to come in.
I do appreciate the Strangers BD play, though, kind of leapfrogging, sending 2 at a time, right? And just playing this one nice and slow, going from one cover point to the next and providing the cover fire while they do it, right? So let's see what the Golden Eagles can accomplish here. And it looks like they're accomplishing a lot with a couple more elimination points going their way. Flash God zigging and zagging down range, trying to avoid the bullets of the Golden Eagles, but time is on the side of the Golden Eagles here on this situation, and it looks like they're able to get a couple more eliminations.
Yeah, it shifts as well to the Golden Eagles side, so they're still able to kind of bridge camp this to the max on the east side as well. We're
look
seeing
at Taco Lovers on the east, yeah.
It's Ran was a solo player. He actually stayed right on top of the bridge. He's saying, I'm gonna die to blue zone here. I'll take the 3 or 4 extra eliminations I'll get for the team. And the squad itself, they're up to 7 eliminations. Actually, Golden Eagles having 8 to their name. So 2 squads, both the bridge camps, really thriving off of these teams doing a lackadaisical rotate.
The double bridge camps here. Who would have thought? You'll love to see it. Strangers BD, they got Voltex, last one alive, trying to hit these heels. I don't see it happening. It looks like Titan Gaming are going to be pulling back and calling Rin into the zone. Taco Lovers kind of got split on that rotate. Sheep out here bleeding out. 24K, the last one alive, went to Nova, possibly look for some meds, and hope that Titan Gaming give up on them. So we are going to have a solo from them, but we can see them getting chunked down on that right-hand side graphic. The health not looking too good.
Yeah, on the right side, we see as well Nemesis getting eliminated. So J7 wasn't able to make it in the next zone. That is going to be 0 points for the squad. Strangers BD, that team on the west side, getting caught out by I believe the Dauntless solo all the way out in the edge of zone. And now the attention's turned towards this outside control. That team that made the botation, Dave, they got one vehicle and they made the most out of it, taking the fight to 4 bros, getting 2 eliminations, under their belt.
Yeah, I love it. Firm control. Honestly, just kind of playing this one slow, playing the south here and playing the edge and letting the rest of the lobby take care of each other, right? Because control, they're in a better spot when it comes to the overall leaderboards. They're not desperate when it comes to points, right? They just need to maintain and make sure that that second, that third place is within reach as the night progresses. So I love that control. They recognize the spot that they're in here when it comes to the overall, and they're just focusing on surviving at this point. Nice and slow.
Yeah, I think that squad has shown time and time again where they have that ability to take their foot off the gas when they've gotten enough points maybe in the match. They recognize that, hey, this zone, a lot of people are going to be eliminated early. It's going to be a lot of solos and duos. Let's just keep our players alive and get into the late game, because we're talking their position. They were on that southwest side. They had to take one fight. No one was near them because everyone got stuck on the bridge. If you're able to recognize those plays, you really start to piece together yourself into that latter half of the match and pick up the eliminations when other teams had to fight earlier on.
Yeah, and honestly, completely opposite from what Control is doing now. We got Titan Gaming. We saw the bridge camp. We see they got 9 eliminations. Now they see some opponents out there in the distance. Yeah, they smell the blood in the water. They want these eliminations, and well, they're just kind of toying with their food at this point because they are so far ahead of everybody else when it comes to the overall leaderboard. So Rin with 7 eliminations after those bridge camps, by the way.
I'm hoping we can get a stat check of most eliminations in a single match, because it has to be on either Titan Gaming or Nemesis. Yep, per player. I'm thinking it's either Spec or it's got to be Rin at this point. And it's not like he's stopping anytime soon. Black Mamba getting caught out, but Rin, I do believe, will be able to get the reset off. Titan Gaming needing to fall back a bit. Don't overstep too much.
Don't overstep, but I'm looking at the third party from the Panthers over here. So the Panthers looking for the come up 1 elimination, still 4 alive. Oh! Take the run over. There's a bug on the windshield as KR going to begin intertwined right here with the Panthers. But let's see, are the Panthers done yet? They heard the shots earlier on from Titan Gaming onto Black Mamba. They know for a fact there's going to be a squad on over here. Looks like they're going to be tossing some grenades out there in the distance. The Panthers, 3 eliminations, still 4 strong here. But they do have Titan Gaming right next to them with 13 eliminations so far.
Yeah, and the Panthers, they have been showing signs of life today. This squad, I think, has recognized that Titan Gaming's the team out of zone. You've got KR Esports in the compound still able to hold that top side of the hill. Panthers, I figured, aren't really going to be aggressing this too much, just making sure that they keep their side of zone clear, and we see it right now. Titan Gaming's trying to figure out what exactly is a playable spot for the squad. I'm thinking they're kind of putting it together. You got 13 eliminations. You're on the edge of zone. I think you just got to keep fighting.
I don't think we had one individual player get double digits in a game when it comes to eliminations. Rin is on the cusp of doing just that.
Yeah, I just got told as well from the chat and stuff like that, it is actually going to be Frankie from SON having 8 yesterday in a match. So not sure if that's the top number. I do believe so, or at least there's going to be ties. So Rin currently chance of breaking double digits as a player alone in a single match.
Looks like SLR kind of pulling up over here, getting involved with Titan Gaming. Not something we've seen from them here tonight. Boy, he's going to be losing not 1 but 2 tires in the buggy. Fortunate for them, their squad mate. We jinxed Rin, didn't we?
Caster's curse.
Well, let's see what SLR can pull out the hat, though. Kindness tossing some grenades. Looks like Kindness using his boulder for cover, trying to avoid the grenades, though, from Titan Gaming. Kindness going for the heal with the Scar here, using his boulder for cover, jumping up, trying to take some shots out there. And looks like they will be taken out from Crow from Titan Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, he was doing his most on that rock. He was having to dodge every sort of nade Crow and his teammates were throwing, but ultimately just the 1v1 with inactive, taking too much damage, softening him up for the rest of the team. Titan Gaming did lose Rin, of course, but the rest of the squad, it's not just him that have shot their guns so far in the match. Look at that, trading players out on the TP versus KR Esports fight, and I wouldn't be surprised if they actually kind of start turning their eyes towards that side of the map.
Yeah, it looks like the Panthers were able to flush out AR, but some third partying right there from the from Titan as well. So Panthers getting pieced up on that push, down to just a duo here. Golden Eagles, though, they've been playing this one nice and slow. Now they got the high ground up there in the north, still the full squad alive here, Enigma.
Yeah, they were the team that camped that western bridge. A lot of people opted to either do a little bit of a boat rotation to the south or went east, obviously, with Rin and stuff like them being able to farm the lobby. Nemesis and stuff like that went out early because of it. And for this squad, Golden Eagles, they have 4 people up, but when you look across the elimination counter on the right, you
17.
still got to worry about Titan Gaming.
Yeah.
3 players, it takes one mistake for them to even it up, if not make it a 3v2 coming into the late game. So it's all about how these people choose to rotate around this map and play in this next zone.
Feels bad, though, that Rin was taken out and we were just gassing him up right there. Feels bad. The only player thirsted. So Titan Gaming, 17 eliminations. Golden Eagles, their best game yet when it comes to eliminations, at least 10 going their way. Still 4 strong, and they have a really good position up here. They're going to be looking down on top of Control, now looking to make a push. Same could be said with straight on Nepal. So really, time will tell how well the Golden Eagles can defend their high ground, because Control are going to be looking to flush them out up there.
Yeah, I think time is on their side, though, at that sort of situation, because they're the ones in zone. Control has to make the move, and while that sort of fight's going on, Titan Gaming is not wasting any time. Straight on Nepal actually rotating too early for the likes of them, being able to just pull up and pick up 2 freebies on the ride over. We're talking 19 eliminations for a squad. I don't believe we've had a team break 20 just yet, and we're still having 5 teams remaining in the lobby, Dave.
Yeah, it looks like Control did lose one on that push. Frady in the front line trying to get the intel, trying to pinpoint exactly where the Golden Eagles are, but the Golden Eagles are going to be raining down a barrage of grenades right now, trying to keep Control at bay. But I'm looking at it inactive, though. Definitely play spoiler on the Control push. Inactive is as dead center as it gets right now. So the Golden Eagles still trying to hold down their hilltop here. In the zone, by the way, so got time.
Yeah,
a lot of smokes up here.
I think Control has pushed them back enough, maybe getting a bit of a foot in the door, I guess you could say, being able to play in the zone without Titan Gaming coming on them just yet. But Robert, unfortunately, I believe the smoke went out down on the bottom of the mountain, being able to get pieced up on the back now. And Golden Eagles, I said, all they have to do is wait on the time and try to wait out the smokes, playing in their favor. They're still being 4 up, and a lot of these squads, they're needing to start taking fights, and you can't. Yeah. You got to go for it. You can't be prone on the car like that. You need to make the hero play. Control completely out of the match.
Yeah, there goes Control. Their uphill battle put to stop right there. Titan Gaming, third party in them. Illusion from the Panthers, still alive. Has been sneaking their way behind Crow, at least here. I'm not sure Titan Gaming are aware of that solo player back there. They do have their eyes fixed on the uphill battle. They kind of just helped up against Golden Eagles here.
I think if you're Titan Gaming, you got to know. You're a 3-man. You're going to figure it's a 4-man on the mountain, the Golden Eagle squad. It's just a matter of where that player is going to be. And we see it as well. We got a sneak peek. 22, I believe, now is the number. So breaking the 20-digit mark. They did hold the previous record at 18 for a single match. And with 5 players left in the lobby, they are a 3-man at a disadvantage, but definitely the team that could pull it off here.
Let us know in the chat, who do you have winning this one? Golden Eagles with the numbers advantage. Titan Gaming looking for that back-to-back out here. 22 eliminations, or the solo from the Panthers. That would be something else.
I'm rooting for it. I want the Panthers to come in. They got the spoil play maybe. If he can just maybe have a few things go right with these gunfights, anything's up for grabs. But Titan Gaming, they've shown time and time again they do the plays right. The Golden Eagles knocked on the pull-up, not even getting a spot in zone. Hopefully, and we saw it first and second day. Teams like to go for the hero play, and it ultimately lets them lose 2 players instead of 1. So I'm interested to see what the Golden Eagles plan on doing here.
Yeah, the Golden Eagles looking to spread their wings here in the late game and get some intel, get some terrain, and hold it down. But Titan Gaming, very good position. Red Ox now going to be pushing up, kind of backfilling where the Golden Eagles just left. Now with the vantage point, relaying this information back to their squad mates, trying to get the pre-fire spray behind that tree, as we got a revive happening over here. You have to assume that intel is flowing, as now I see Crow out there cooking something of themselves, trying to get close.
Look at this, though. Golden Eagles is not waiting for the magic to happen. They're rotating up towards Crow on the full send. They do get the knock on a Red X and the full thirst. So Golden Eagles being able to piece apart a bit. Titan Gaming squad now down to just 2.
Here comes Illusion. Popping out. Oh my goodness, Illusion is right here at the back door. Strafing back and forth. Not able to land the shots right there. Definitely catching Titan Gaming off guard. Now he's got 2 teams to go. 3v3 here.
See, if I'm inactive, I'm always wanting to save these frag grenades. So you got a lot of time left on the zone. You know, the rest of these players have to come down in a vehicle, and you have Crow as your off angle. You save it here now. You're able to use it on the pull-up, but it looks like Crow's not waiting for anything to happen. He's going to make it happen himself on the hill side, Dave, and this nade could be the deciding factor.
Oh, that's money, baby. And there's a follow-up Molotov as well to flush him out. And, yeah, Crow on the high ground now, AKM in hand. We got a couple smokes providing that soft cover. But inactive on the off angle, scouting it out, looking for the last Golden Eagle. Here comes the cover fire, the crossfire that is, between Titan Gaming, looking to secure themselves another win here on day number 3.
Always. Titan Gaming, I feel like we repeat them just so much on Erangel, Dave, and I think that's what, 5 wins, I think, on this map alone. So Titan Gaming, you know, we already know they're qualifying, but they just want to prove to the lobby that they're going to have the best of the best stats. Top eliminations on Rin, top squad eliminations. I believe that was, what, 23, 24 total?
Was that 20? That might have been 26.
26?
Am I crazy? I need a
PB,
confirmation.
Yeah. PB, do you remember what that elimination counter was looking?
Yes, there was 25 on the board, and then Crow got the knock, and then a finish there with that molly towards the top. So 26 coming in hot for Titan Gaming. Guys, we got our first 30 bomb of the day, and Titan Gaming, if there was any sort of doubt previously, it has since been erased. They have definitely punched their ticket at this point, but wow, what an incredible match. That was one of my favorite Erangels I've seen in quite some time because of this right here. We had bridge camps galore on both sides, but look at how well executed these were. Obviously, the driver and Nate being taken out first. Zuko stood no chance, and Titan just locked it down. Not only did they take out ICU coming across the bridge, but they took out Nemesis. So they were literally the nemesis of all of the top teams on that side of the map. And then on the other side, we saw Strangers BD, we saw the Panthers, we saw Golden Eagles doing work over there. So the bridge camps in this one were on full display, Dave.
Yeah, and Golden Eagles also really solid game from them. 15 eliminations, the second place. They'll take that all day when it comes to their dream, you know, keeping that dream alive with only 2 more games to go and possibly qualifying, because that's a lot of points right there. 6 points for second place plus their eliminations. But Titan Gaming, I mean, we keep talking about them because they keep showing up in the late game, and now that pressure is off of them when it comes to this weekend's lobby, I am worried for the other teams in the lobby if Titan Gaming are going to continue to just, you know, look for these eliminations, essentially. That's going to be making it difficult for the teams in 3rd, 4th, and 5th here in the last 2 games.
You know, in that last fight, we saw Golden Eagles enjoying the high ground, But it was a couple of players that just got out of position and got knocked, and just like that, Titan Gaming just walks over, takes the high ground, and with it takes the chicken dinner. 36 points in one game, and boy, wouldn't one of the teams in 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th place absolutely killed to get those 36 points in one game. They certainly need it. But Golden Eagles, that is no slouch of a game for 2nd place, picking up 21 points. So you know that they're trying to get back into the hunt and somehow throw a Hail Mary in these last 2 games to get those 3rd place. So let's take a peek at the overall standings and see how things sit. Nemesis has fallen out of the top 3. And Titan Gaming has crossed the next century mark. So 200 points now for Titan Gaming. Taco Lover still enjoying 2nd place, but oh my goodness. It has come down to this. The final 2 games to decide 3rd place and even 2nd place potentially here. Super Lazy Reflex still trying to get over 100 points at this point. Enigma, what do you make of these overalls?
I mean, it's nothing short of just wow. 200 points total on Titan Gaming, the Taco Lovers and stuff like that. A lot of these teams in this top 8, just below TG, they were looking rough in that last match. They weren't pulling that much. We saw Nemesis drop a big old donut. And if you're one of these squads where it's, you're coming into the last 2 games of the whole tournament to get yourself to the next portion, it's kind of a bitter pill to swallow because you're dying to bridge camps from the best team in the lobby. They're making them have you taste it of, oh yeah, we're just this much better than all of you in the lobby, and they're able to walk over everyone, like he said. So coming into the Miramar, I'm almost looking to steer clear of Titan Gaming, and with such a lead like this developing, we can't even worry about the bottom teams looking for those middle of the packs. Titan Gaming is now able to have their pickings of who they want to fight to maybe prevent getting into the top 3.
Well, Titan Gaming has averaged 20 elims per game over the last 2 games, 40 eliminations in games 3 and 4 tonight. Absolutely bananas. So if anyone's feeling it, they are. But I'm looking at Nemesis, right? They have showed out on Miramar so far, and unfortunately for them, tonight has not gone to plan. Going out early in every game, they have fallen out of the top 3. So it's up to them to show up on Miramar and punch that ticket to Brazil. Our bottom 8 teams here, not so relevant at this moment in time because, they're simply too little too late. But boy, oh boy, do we have some storylines developing for 2nd and 3rd place tonight. 1st place locked up. Titan Gaming will be your champs. We are going to take a quick break, ladies and gentlemen, but we will be back with the final 2 games of the PMSL NA qualifiers. We got Miramar coming up next, so keep it locked here. Welcome back. We are heading into the desert here for our final two games of the evening. We got Miramar coming up next. Dave, it is Titan Gaming all the time. But what I will say is that Titan Gaming is yet to win a map on something other than Erangel. They have had 9 matches now on Erangel. They have 5 chicken dinners, all of them coming in our traditional Erangel map. Now, we are looking at Miramar. As I said today, the standout teams so far on Miramar really have been Nemesis being one of them. But other than that, we really have ICU Gaming and Taco Lovers also logging chicken dinners yesterday. And the day before, Super Lazy Reflex able to get their second chicken dinner of the tournament as well. All of those teams are still in the hunt. Are there any that you're looking at here that, feel like they probably should be dropping another chicken dinner? Who has a chance here, Dave?
Yeah, I mean, besides my broken record, the Panthers call-outs all evening, I'm looking at the Taco Lovers. I'm sure they could definitely use another chicken here just to feel comfortable with their position on the overall leaderboard here. They are up there at the top, right? Like we keep seeing, they have been really consistent here this weekend and also in Phase 1. So definitely like a fan favorite as well when it comes to teams to cheer on here, PB.
Absolutely. Anybody in on the bubble right now, if we take a peek at our bubble teams, we have Nemesis, ICU Gaming, and the Panthers right now are the ones that are sitting closest to that third place, but not in it right now. Of those 3 teams, if we look at it, Nemesis, ICU, and the Panthers, Enigma, who do you think has the best shot to get in? Obviously, Nemesis is just 1 point out right now.
Yeah, I'm looking at the first two. I'm looking at Nemesis and ICU. They've had the track record. These players have played for more than over a year straight with one another and stuff like that. The Panthers, yeah, they've had signs of life, but when it comes to Miramar in these crunch time sort of positions, we're talking 2 games left back-to-back the same map. I'm expecting the players with experience to shine through those that maybe haven't been put in this position as much as them. But with that being said, we saw Solar. They had the lead the first day. They started to chunder it yesterday. They fell just short against ICU in that fight to potentially win the last match. So a lot of these teams are kind of on that cusp of, I could see it going either way. As long as Titan Gaming isn't the team to getting the win, it's up for anyone's grabs at this point.
It's really interesting as I take a peek at the standings. One thing I noticed of that top 8, there's one team that didn't have a chicken dinner yet, and that's the Panthers. They have not found themselves on top of the standings to end a game just yet. And if there was ever a time to find themselves there, it's going to be these next 2 games. So I'm hoping that the boys can pull it together. Rushy's got some more magic in him for the evening. And, maybe he's got to get back in mom's car or something to finish these last 2 games out. I feel like that went pretty well in game number 1. But the Panthers still looking for that first chicken dinner. And boy, Dave, that would be an amazing time right now. I'd love to get your pick, though, officially for predictions for game number 5 tonight.
It's there. The Panthers, baby. They already know.
All right, Enigma, coming to you.
You convinced me. I'm going with the Panthers.
Whoa, 2 for the Panthers. I'm going with the Taco Lovers, baby. We're eating tacos all day long. It's time for game number 17. It's our second to last, the penultimate. We are headed in now to the desert, and one of these teams is going to have to clutch up. Dave, Enigma, take it away.
The penultimate match here. 2 Miramars to go. PUBG Mobile Super League 2024 North America qualifiers. Make sure you go follow us on the social medias to stay up to date with all things PUBG Mobile and esports related. So we got 2 Panthers. I thought maybe he was going to say the Panthers, Enigma. I'm not going to lie. I thought he was leaning towards the Panthers.
He brought the stat line out of they're the only top 8 without a win. Like they had a 1v4 today to start off the game, and then it's just, I'm going with the Taco Lovers. He's off the list now, off the nice list for me. He's not getting a Christmas gift for me. But anyways, for the most part, these players right now, the playing path for a lot of them is going to be looking good. But with it being Miramar, the last 2 games, Hot Juke stressed it a lot yesterday throughout it. Is on that last day when it comes to the last match, 2, even 3, we start to see the hot drops. We start to see people really go kill hungry, see red in their eyes, I guess you could say, for those elimination points. And I'm just dying to know which of these teams are going to be the ones that are going to get focused off drop.
Exactly. With 2 more games to go, things get crazy. And you said Red Eyes. I believe we got Red Eyes on the sticks here in the observer room. Shout out to all the observers putting on a great show here tonight. Mr. Flip, Red Eyes, Team Max, the cleaner. Without them, you know, we wouldn't be getting these beautiful angles here tonight with Enigma. But getting into the games here, of course, Titan Gaming is an easy team to kind of just continue to talk about how they're just dominating. But honestly, I want to see another team kind of pull through here. One of these teams on the cusp, like we mentioned, to really make it to that next round, right? And the Taco Lovers, second place. The Taco Lovers, I love to see them up here where they are, because talking to this squad like before the weekend even started, they told me they've been putting a lot of VOD work, a lot of practice when it comes to whatever scrims they can perform in. Of course, they're still in phase 1. But also they said that they... That was a knife attempt in the back here on the Golden Eagles. Yes, it was. But real quick, to wrap up the Taco Lovers, they were telling me that outside of competitive, they've also been working on their teamwork skills when it comes to just playing some classics and having a good time. And that synergy is really shown here tonight.
Yeah, go back to the old days. Make sure you're loading up lobbies, hanging out with each other, because you got to really enjoy being around your teammates at some point, even when things start to get a little bit messy in the matches. And for the most part, a lot of these teams, I think, kind of forget that sort of aspect when it comes to competitives. You want to really make sure that you have sort of the mindset together. And we've seen this fight happen time and time again, Dave. I believe it's been every Miramar now. Golden Eagles against 4Bros, but I believe Golden Eagles hit the 1v3 last night against 4Bros, so we'll have to wait and see if that's the case now, with it being just one 4Bros player up against them.
One bro now.
One bro.
One bro. Is it the bro is the question. Is it the bro? How's your chance?
He's out. He's got a bit of an angle on it with the pre-fire, but only one of them, unfortunately. And the BM, of course. 4-for-2 trade. 4Bros out. Obviously, we've already discounted them just yet. But the Golden Eagles, you kind of feel bad because they take these fights and they get the win, but without them losing a player or two. And coming into the late game, it's just not set up for success.
Yeah, not only that, last game, 15 eliminations from the Golden Eagles. So you had to assume like they're feeling it, you know, coming into this Miramar game. But you gotta keep your eyes peeled for the unexpected. And you know, we keep talking about it as the night winds down. 4Bros, these teams at the bottom, like they're going to make it difficult for you, right, to qualify and really throw that wrench into your plans. And Golden Eagles, phenomenal last game, right? Kept all their players alive in the late game. They were holding down the high ground for a long time. They had some great defense on it as well, those 15 eliminations. But losing 2 of their squad mates this early on, that hurts.
I mean, it's like you said, it's going to be difficult for you. And that's the point of competitive, is every match is supposed to be you strung out to your utmost, I guess, perfection or performance. And if you make mistakes, it starts to shine through. And that's why we see the point spread so close outside of Titan Gaming, because they're the only team that has been able to really prevent a lot of errors. And even if they do, they come out on top. They save a few players in the end. And it's mostly just, I think, after this sort of event and stuff like that, when they're preparing for PMSL, you got to really look back at these other teams that are going to be qualifying with you and maybe even give them a few tips going against the Americas teams, because they're the only team right now that's having that standout performance above everyone else.
Yeah, it's looking good too. So you love to see it. You love to see these squads kind of make their way through the ranks here and, you know, start to develop a fan base and get their names out there. You know, some of these teams, some of these players, that is, we've seen compete in the past, of course, right? But it's always cool, like, when you're a player with other teams, like, you try again. But when it's finally working, right? You're like, you finally got a team that you're on. Things are feeling good. Things are clicking. That dedication, right? That's what you love to see.
Yeah. I mean, that's what it's all about, man. And in terms of competitive, when you first get into this sort of space, competitive realm, you've really got to figure out who's got the right mentals for it. Because there's going to be moments where you don't perform well. The SLRs, you know, when they go drop the donuts and stuff like that on day 2, it all comes down to how you're really able to adapt and overcome. And some people have never been put in that position. That's why I like the idea of mashing up experience with new players. New mind is always something nice, and we see it time and time again. Young players coming in, They go with an IGL that's been experienced for many years, and they really start adapting and evolving the game in a way that's beneficial for it in my eyes.
Looking at the players all right now, looking to find themselves a position here. A lot of these players, like the Panthers, just straight up sending it all the way west on the mountain edge, because Circle 1 has some of that unplayable that they'll need to factor into their game plan here. Nemesis up there in the north, Dauntless already in the hard cover of El Pozo, the only team representing that city for the time being. So a couple squads on the edge here, slowly making their approach straight out into Paul, all the way out there in the blue zone, but they're good. Titan Gaming up there, Rangers BD, so a couple teams just making their push into the zone, as we are going to be looking at the Taco Lovers, a team that Powerbang, our using host, has picked to win here this game.
They're in second.
They got KR next to them.
Yeah, they're in second. A lot of the time when we see these central positions, a lot of teams like to rat. So I'm happy that Taco Lovers didn't end up falling for the trap over by KR Esports. Kind of just vibing, waiting for it. And for the most part, it doesn't matter if you're 50 or 100 meters off of dead center, because the zone shift is going to happen in some way. And thankfully, in terms of rotations, we haven't seen that many teams take those early game fights outside of the hot drop, which is telling me that these players, Dave, are looking for that end game side of map. They're looking for, we're going for the rotations. We're going to make sure that we play the game how we want it. We're not going to take engagements with teams that don't care too much, those lower 8.
Right there, dirt to dirt with the mini suppressed 8 times on that bad boy. Talk about a weapon that that just feels good, right? I love the P90 and I love the DBS. Two of my favorite weapons, but if I had like a top 3, the 8 times on the mini suppressed, when it's suppressed, it just sounds so much better in my opinion. I don't know your take on it.
Well, the mini itself is nice. It's just a matter of like when you hit that first headshot,
it just feels good, right?
You just feel like you're doing, like you're just
you're doing work.
A thorn in the side.
Yeah,
and then you realize you're with 5 fav. You're like, oh, I've got 300 rounds. I could just start shooting it. And we saw it. I think it was yesterday. SON player, I believe it was the first Miramar, had 400 rounds of 5.5 with an 8x mini, just chilling on top of a mountain. So a lot of these teams opting for that weapon. And I know Jukes is a huge fan of DMRs and snipers, maybe even wanting a sniper rework where one shot could be a full finish thirst. That would be an insane game changer, because we see a lot of teams, they go for those knocks and they're not able to finish them that fast, resulting in other teams stealing them. But with that being said, everyone's eyes are set on that rotation. It goes west towards the edge wall. Every single one of these teams is dying for a spot in center, because there's not a lot of playable terrain. It's a lot of these nooks and crannies, Dave. And if you got the 8x suppressed mini, you're wanting to make sure you can put it to use.
Yeah, exactly. I appreciate the Panthers, though. They were already all loaded up in their vehicles before the circle shift and ready to rotate. And we see them immediately, like you said, kind of sitting at center before everybody else. Now, we got 3 sheep on the high ground up here, so we'll keep tabs on them. But it looks like the Panthers were able to find themselves a nice little compound to square up in, park their vehicles for the time being, and that's just being proactive. You know, they were ready to go on the circle shift, so they get first dibs essentially on their positions out here.
Yeah, they're centered, but if it centers up on them, you kind of get stuck in this compound. And for the most part, when we were showing the map, no one was really eyeing that south side of zone. So a lot of this congestion is going to be on this north side, around the edge of the mountains, towards El Pozo and stuff like that. And we see it already right now. Team control. You've got SLR above them to the east. I don't think they have realized that team's up there just yet. We've got KR Esports to the west, and then if you keep going north, I think we're going to see it in any second. Titan Gaming is next to you.
Yeah.
So a lot of these teams are kind of realizing that this is the wrong side of the map you want to be on.
Control going for a wild rotate. Looks like Frady was able to kind of thread the needle north of KR, found themselves a path in, and now it looks like Remix, Hayuya doing the same thing, but timing is everything, because you said it, Titan Gaming are also over here as well, looking to make their approach into the play zone. So let's see what type of scouting Frady was able to relay back to his squad mates, and hopefully they can survive on their rotate. Talking about surviving on the rotates, here comes ICU. up here, passing through Strangers BD. As if they're all kind of intertwined here for the time being.
This is the scary thing, though, is ICU, they're that team that hasn't been able to make it on certain rotations with Strangers BD being next to you. If they wanted to, they just start shooting your car and leave you in blue zone with them, just in front of them, as well as Nemesis holding the far spread edge. So all these teams, the north side is really just congesting down. The Golden Eagles, they were the team that landed Chumacera just now coming into the south, and it shifted south, Dave. All these teams are fighting for nickels and dimes at this point. There's not really any cover in this zone.
Yeah, kind of lucky for the solo. That's a solo, right? Of the Golden Eagles,
yep.
If I'm not mistaken, down there.
Solo or
just when it
duo.
comes to surviving. I mean, we saw the Panthers do that last game with Illusion. Remember, Illusion was able to get like a top 3 as the solo, and well, it keeps them up there in the running, sure. But looking over here, it looks like now the Panthers, speaking of them, they're in their warehouse that we were chatting about moments ago. They're going to be taking some shots at the taco lovers, trying to make their way on the main road right here through control as well. An Illusion with some nice shots with the Scar down range.
I think that was, what, 3 different teams rotating through the field here. So everyone's kind of understanding the do or die play of we need to get in the zone.
Let's go, baby.
Pull it out.
Pull it out.
Oh,
the Winchester.
We got to see one. Come on, bring it back out.
Respect the Illusion right there, swapping over to the Scar, getting some nice spray on a Robert GG, swapping it back to the Winnie.
He hit him!
Oh!
Oh, man. Oh, wait, I think that was
hooks.
TSG, Dave, yep.
We got baited, but respect.
We saw the hit marker, though.
Yeah, we did.
It was close.
It was close. I'm going to give it to him anyways. You know why? Because I love the Winchester.
Back to the action I'm seeing in the elimination feed right now, Dave. ICU is having to go up against Strangers BD, the team going elbow to elbow with them on top of Titan Gaming rotating around. So Titan Gaming, they're in a spot where they could just go for the eliminations and not care going out in 12, 13, 14, even 15th. But if you're ICU, you're needing the points. You need to get in here. And luckily, it looks like Quancho is trying to step up for that squad and still keep their hopes alive.
Moncho's getting beat up by Papa Blue. Got the mini 8 times on here. Inactive, if I'm not mistaken, bleeding out. So there's only one more member alive from Titan Gaming. Really having a wash here this game, honestly. Crow, 50% HP out there in the distance. They're not going to have that steamroll of a match like they did last game. 26 eliminations, by the way. Haven't seen that this weekend. I know, that's pretty wild. But like you said, ICU definitely need these points a lot more than Titan Gaming, obviously. And ICU, I mean, Crow's doing a great job at just making them waste their time, essentially, out here in the blue and get chunked out.
Yeah, the sad thing was Nate went for the reset. Unfortunately, he was the one that got gunned down. Valak now having to run back, getting knocked to blue zone. So really a 2-for-1 kind of idea. And wait.
Hello.
Hello. Hi, Klaus.
Feels
Dauntless. And look at the spread Dauntless has nowhere near him. He's trying to hold that sort of overview in the blue zone, but really just giving a freebie to Titan Gaming. So them kind of getting away with the play. ICU still struggling to make it in with Strangers BD on the west. A lot of these teams now are really starting to feel the pressure of these power positions. You can see on the battle tracker, barely anyone with a 4-man squad having to just take fights they don't want to do.
Yeah, and the bad thing about that is that was probably Dauntless's most impactful player, right, when it comes to just individual gun skills. So did Crow just get another knock across the way, too?
Cross map.
Cross map.
Is he gonna get it off?
I
thought he had it.
A strategic denying of the points. All right, that's what that was. That's what that was. But talk about just kind of being a pest for Dauntless. Yeah, we can see we're healing up over here as well. So there goes Titan Gaming on to a little sandwich break, I guess, before the final map. They're going to be in the back looking at the drawing board to see who they can spoil, whose dreams they can spoil here in the last game of the evening, because they definitely, like Powerbang mentioned, they're already asking for the tickets for the forms to fill out and the passports are ready for Brazil. So they're
I don't blame
locked
them.
in.
they deserve it at this point with the performances they just did on Erangel. But ICU, they were on the edge. They had those knocks from Crow onto them. Unfortunately, losing Juancho and getting thirsted to a Stranger's BD solo. Able to keep 2 players, make it 1 now. Just every step of the way for ICU. This Miramar match not going their way. And Zuko being 1 HP, not even going to make it in. That's going to be, what, a 12th place finish for ICU. Only 5 eliminations. I mean, it's do or die in the next match, I guess.
Yeah, this is going to be close. And Control already down 2 members, no eliminations. This is a huge map for Nemesis and the Panthers. If I had to pinpoint 2 squads who can really capitalize on their opponent's demise here on this Miramar game. Sure, we're still looking at SLR out there in the distance, but once again, kind of having a difficult time on their rotates. Really trying to lock this one down. You got 3 sheep up there on the high ground. I believe Black Mamba taking shots at them straight out of Nepal. So they are wedged in a very difficult position.
Well, I'm surprised you didn't know PB's pick as well. Taco Lover's still alive. They have 4 players up, kind of just chilling in this little shack compound on the north side of Three Sheeps Gaming. So these squads that are around ICU, they're really punching the air, being like, there's too many faces, too many names left in the lobby for us to be going out that early. And everyone else has that mindset of SLR. That's 1 less team we have to worry about. And when it comes to these plays, every player is going to start to feel the pressure. Because at the end of the day, you're going to be missing out on an international LAN event, playing against the best of the best, month-long event. And if it comes down to just 1 or 2 games, it's a real big mental break for some people.
Yeah, and Brazil's where it's at, too. I mean, talk about a region that has definitely progressed when it comes to competitive PUBG Mobile over the years. Has to be one of the toughest, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So, ton of fans as well, ton of support over there. So just to be able to compete on the same stage as those other squads, it's a good opportunity, you know, not only for yourself, but your team, and of course, you know, the Worlds after that. But $250,000, that's a lot of money. So there's a lot on the line here as some of these squads with only 2 more games to go, trying to keep that dream, that competitive dream alive here in the first half of the year.
Yeah, and you want to have your dreams be, you know, at least in your hands, that opportunity and stuff like that. You don't want to be waiting around and doing that sort of stuff. We saw SLR make that mistake on the Erangel earlier. You're not wanting to make those sorts of decisions. Do it like what Hot Chooks wants. Go out and do it against the wall. Do it every way you can at this point, because if you don't, you're going to think back and really regret, because that 30-minute wait in between each match, that's going to be months long until you have another shot at going to PMSL Americas.
All right, I'm Control right now. What am I doing here? I am avoiding everybody at all costs. Rock climbing.
A goat.
I think I had a helmet there. So we'll keep tabs on what the duo from Control can accomplish here, because we got Frankie from straight out of Nepal. 2 grenades in hand, but QZZ said, take this. You can have it. Here's one. There's going to be 3 sheeps on the high ground. Going to get some elimination points on straight out of Nepal. We saw a couple plays here this evening from King. I know King knows how to hit them shots. Has the UMP in hand, but QZZ from above putting in work with the golden arm right now, Enigma.
Yeah, and TSG, they have this nice spot being able to just kind of play with their food, so to speak, not having to fully commit down. And look at this. They have an idea of where he's at. That was an insane nade if he just threw it a little bit earlier. Being able to know where the player's at. Control as well. I believe they just got up the mountain, but they're not even going to make it. Another team is looking at them. All these squads are trying to contest TSG, and they're just walking all over them.
Here comes 3 sheeps from above to get some more elimination points. Only a duo left, but they got 5 points so far this game, so they are doing okay for themselves. They're doing okay for themselves. SLR still alive down there in the south, and honestly, I want to see if Control, the duo, clash with the sheeps. You know, a little 2v2 action over there on the east side, but it's been pretty quiet here when we're looking at teams in the center like Nemesis and the Panthers, Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, they've got their squads up and stuff like that. Neither of those teams actually have any elimination, so they're really just playing for that late game.
To the roof. Oh, the bounce. Oh, it's so close. Here's the follow-up, though.
Oh, did he jump onto it? I thought he almost ran into it there.
The last player from the Golden Eagles, by the way.
they got to go for it. And I mean, I don't even know if they think it's a solo, but at this point, you got to go for it. Just trying to get a little bit of a swing, each player having a UMP, but for the most part, it's just a matter of time. I'm not seeing the 1v3 happen here, and with the Panthers' support, I expect this knock to go just right for Dauntless.
Yeah, outnumbered.
Nice cleanup.
Outnumbered right there. So Dauntless 5 eliminations. That little spot here on the edge, but there's a lot of people looking this way. Looks like Spec looking to make a play, actually. Wrap around, get a vantage point onto Dauntless, get that intel. But they are aware of Spec's relocation. Yep, they saw the vehicle out there too. Interesting play. I gotta ask you, like, what's the mindset there from Spec?
Well, I think they're looking at if the zone shifted to the west, they'd be able to have both control on either side of the road, but I'd prefer having someone other than Spec doing that play, whether it's J7, whether it's Fate, someone that's a little bit more of a reserved gun, trigger finger, so to speak, because Spec's one of their main fraggers. I'm wanting him alive in the end game over anyone else on that team, unfortunately. And if he's driving out and stuff like that, what's the chance that Dauntless had a solo back there? What's the chance that maybe he overextends doing this play? Because we're talking this match and next.
Yeah,
and that's it. You've got two lives, essentially. And with Nemesis, it looks like they do have a good understanding of how these teams want to move around. I think they're looking to try to still apply their pressure from the center compound.
And it does look like Spec was able to continue to live, pulling back right there, and Nemesis looking to group up here in the center of the road here. Still got Dauntless in their sight lines down there. J7 using this vehicle for cover, but look at this, Berlin in the front lines with Fate trying to get these elimination kills.
Yeah,
J7 also with some nice cover fire down there, so Nemesis looking to get some eliminations here, but 2 of their squad mates were knocked in the process. I believe only 1 more player of Dauntless is going to be alive over here. It can go either way.
They were trying to leave the compound and give up center control. They need to go for that sort of fight on the edge. It was a great read, but with J7 getting pinned down right in the middle of the road, you forced Berlin to have to go up 2v2 as a squad, and thankfully for them, Spec being that player that was on the edge, able to clean it up. But at this point, you lose 2 players as Nemesis. You're talking top 6. There's a lot of different teams that have more players than you. Are you going to still be able to hold this? But the Panthers, the other team that had a full 4-man, falling short to Taco Lovers, trying to get some sort of reset, but we're going to have to see what Dirk has to say about it.
Let's see, 1 more Panther alive in the building right now. Their squad mates bleeding on out, Rushy being one of them. And there goes the Taco Lovers, flushing them out right there. Only 1 more Taco alive, 24K. We should be able to get at least 1 pickup over here. And the only team with all 4 alive, Black Mamba here, Enigma.
Yeah, and they're the team that was kind of elbow to elbow with SLR, playing that south side of zone, actually being able to get in front of them now, holding a compound overlooking most of the zone. Taco Lovers does look like they get the reset, but I'm liking this sort of lobby play out right now. Nemesis, even though they made it to the late game, they haven't, confirmed themselves enough points to really be satisfied if they were to go out right now. We're looking at the zone shift right now coming in, and for the most part, if I'm Nemesis, I'm kind of regretting almost taking this fight. Yeah. You lost 2 players. If it was just 1, yeah, I'd support it 100%. But now it's going to come down to chance, in my opinion. And imagine if you had 3 players here. You would have full control of the zone. But now it's a matter of Taco Lovers. If SLR or Black Mamba choose to take the fight to you.
Yeah, at least they have some crates to maybe restock up on the utility and the meds down there on the roadside. But like you said, were those 2 eliminations worth losing 2 of your squad mates here? Only time will tell. SLR looking to make some moves up here. Only a duo trying to avoid the grenades from Black Mamba. Black Mamba with 2 eliminations, trying to make it rain over here. Both teams now need to relocate, and you have to assume Nemesis and Taco Lovers are going to be looking uphill, looking to get these points here. And we still got this solo from the Sheeps. Got to keep tabs on them, but Kindness looking to reposition just in time. Was able to get behind the broken wall in the vehicle before it blew up here. Black Mamba being a little slow on the push, on the pull up here. Still 4 up, so now's their moment to shine. Summer popping in the monster truck going to be the first one to make the move.
Yeah, 2v4 spot. SLR wanted to give themselves a chance of holding them to zone, but not being able to set up in time. We also saw why Nemesis left this compound now, because it's too easy to get around you and stuff like that. Now SLR having to concede half the compound, looking for some nade knocks, I guess you could say, but it's a matter if you hit them or not. They're trying to throw them, and I'm not seeing anyone go down just yet, Dave.
Not yet, but it's getting too close for comfort. Black Mamba are stacked on top of each other. 1 or 2 grenades could seal the deal on the side of SLR. Kindness has a grenade in hand. Same for Koi. But while that push was happening, the Taco Lovers looking to also get on their ridgeline, on the little hilltop, in a nice position to possibly third party. But J7, I have something to say about that one.
Yeah, he's the reason why Taco Lovers are having to move along this eastern side, because this whole ridge line, Taco Lovers doesn't know if Spec's doubled up. They don't know where he's at, so you have to figure it's at least 2 holding your side of the map. And with that sort of unknown, it's always about being able to exploit that in other teams. And we're seeing it right now. Black Mamba has no idea where the nades are going to land. Taco Lovers now looking to maybe push up into the compound, but there's a reason why Nemesis left this earlier, Dave, is because there's too many angles for you to get caught out on.
Yeah, it's just a bloodbath when it comes to grenades here. Now the Taco Lovers, Taco Thursday to be exact, looking to flush out Black Mamba inside the compound. Sheep is thirsted. Dirt to Dirt now making the approach here. Was holding down the back lines, making sure that J7 is locked down. But looks like the Taco Lovers. Hello, Dirt to Dirt with the M249 spray down in the building. Able to get a couple more eliminations in the pocket for the Taco Lovers. 12 to be exact. But Kindness over here trying to do what they can up against Spec. And now it just leaves the Taco Lovers 2, now 3, because we did get the revive. Up against a solo and another solo. Nemesis and SLR.
Yeah, I think Spec thought that was just a solo player of SLR. Going 1 for 1 with the trade, but Taco Lovers, 12 eliminations to their name. They're the only 3-man in this zone. You're almost hoping, if you're SLR Nemesis, that you guys almost do a little friendly handshake, work together, at least get a knock on the Taco Lovers, because a 1v2 situation on any of these ridges is definitely doable, and we've seen it happen before. With Stage 8 closing as well, Dave, we're coming into that final zone for these teams.
Yeah, and if Taco Lovers can get the win here, that will almost cement them, you know, in that top 3 for that second place, leaving third place open for the taking when it gets that final map. But we'll see. We'll see if they can do just that. Looks like they're going to be sending 2 to investigate over here with J7. They know for a fact where they are, locking them down, trying to get that crossfire behind the tree going on. J7, though, with the DBS, going to be peeking up right there, taking a couple shots, but the support from the teammates. Dirt to Dirt once again with the M249. Taking out J7. Now it's up against Koi as day number 1. We saw Koi make some sick plays here. And Koi 1v3.
This is the map for him. 1v2 last time against, I believe it was Realty and stuff like that. If 24K is going to jump in the open, he might get the freebie, but a little bit of panic going on. Still has a lot of HP, Dave. And with the high ground here, I'm seeing 1 frag grenade. Definitely still is doable.
A little rotate right here. 24K was thirsted in the process. This is Koi. Koi, we've seen in the past, able to clutch it out. Koi looking to ruin the dreams of Taco Lover Chicken here, but I believe the Taco Lovers have an idea where the rotate might be coming through. Both the players with grenades in hand. Dirt swapping back over to the M249. A nice grenade on top of Koi, chunking them down pretty low. And now here comes the Taco Lovers from the hilltop to secure themselves their second chicken dinner of day number 3.
Yeah, I mean, 3 of their players coming into that, I guess, compound fight. It was 12-4-4-4 across the team. So picking up a few extra at the end of it is only going to help secure them going to that last match of, hey, that's 1 less point we need to get top 3. That's 1 less elimination placement even for them. But I got to give props to SLR. They had been quiet all game. A second place is definitely going to give them a bit of win in their sails. But PB, you already know it's coming down to that last game, and it's really just too close to tell who all is going to be making it.
He's got the taco.
Taco lovers are making it, baby. We got another one in the books today with the predictions. So taco lovers look to be moving on with that win, and now the drama comes down to third place. Nemesis getting to the very end, and this one they didn't put up the elims that they were hoping for. But just being there is so huge. We'll see how that kind of pans out in the standings here momentarily. But if we review the action, I got to comment that this was one of the worst zones I have ever seen on Miramar. It went far, far to the west early on, and by stage 4, there was nowhere to hide. You saw 15 squads alive with 2 compounds in play, and the teams just got absolutely pieced up here. You got to tip your cap to everyone's effort, but this is not the strategic kind of map that I think most of these teams were hoping for, Dave.
Yeah, you know what? It's only going to get worse in the final map. That's when the chaos really comes out to play here. So, honestly, I'm all for it here, PEV, but if you're one of these teams in 3rd, 4th, or 5th, obviously you don't want the chaos, but we have to assume with that whole second page, essentially, when we do see the overall, with them having nothing to lose because top 3 is the goal, we're going to see some hot drops, man. I want to see some hot drops.
Yeah, I think we're at that stage of the game, right, where, you know, before it was like, hey, there's a snowball's chance that we can still get this done with, you know, so many chicken dinners in a row and, you know, massive elims. But unfortunately, at this point, there's mathematical eliminations that have happened, and there's only a few teams that are left to play right now for that 3rd spot. One of them being Nemesis right here on the receiving end of that one, but really, really nice job by Koi here to give SLR a chance. Picks off 24K, gets the finish as well, so I liked the play by Koi, and he's a guy that you could never count out. Really, really talented with loads of experience here, and Thursday definitely saw him on the advance. I'm surprised it took him as long as it did, but ultimately waited for the teammates' help, and Taco Lovers assuring themselves a great chance at moving on. I wouldn't say it's clinched just yet, but it's looking awful good for the Taco Lovers. Enigma, you know, super lazy reflex. They finally showed up. They finally had a great performance, and do you think they still have it in them for a big finish here on Miramar?
I mean, they got to do it again next, and for the most part, Nemesis has got to do the same. I'm looking at 12th and 8th place finishes. That's going to be Team Control and ICU. Those teams are struggling. It's going to come down to last match again, and unfortunately for those 2 teams I just mentioned, they really didn't get that many points this match. You're going to have to get a win at 10, 12, 15, maybe even a 20 if you're going to pull a Titan Gaming number out of your, you know, whatever, the backpack, I guess you could say. These teams themselves need to be coming on this last game full swinging.
Well, let's see what they need to do. Overall rankings going into the final match. We've got Titan Gaming with 201. They're in. They are in like Flynn. Taco Lovers look to be good to go with 143. But 125 is now the cutoff. Nemesis has a bit of a buffer here. 8 points ahead of Team Control. I would say that Super Lazy, Reflex, and Up have a shot at this point. But they have to win. This is a must-win game where they've got to get the chicken dinner as well as a load of elims. So ICU Gaming, Team Control, Super Lazy, Reflex are on the outside looking in. But I think there's hope. Dave, what's your take here on the overalls? Do these teams got what it takes to get it done?
Yeah, this one's tough. Titan Gaming, you know, clenched up there. Taco Lovers, really strong position, obviously. So Nemesis on the cutoff, right? You got Nemesis, Team Control, ICU. SLR, we haven't really been seeing too much from them this evening. The Panthers, they need, a 20 bomb, and they also need Nemesis, Team Control, ICU, to kind of drop the ball here in the final map. So I still think we can have a shake-up when it comes to that 3rd place. I don't think that's out of the picture just yet. The only question is, like, what team tonight has been performing well enough to do that, right?
Look at the elims, right? At Team Control sitting at 64 total, Super Lazy Reflex sitting at 68. That doesn't speak to, hey, I'm going to have a pop-off 25, elim game. ICU, though, 85 so far. Yeah. That's a fair bit ahead. That's the team that I would be looking at to go crazy here on this last game. And then, obviously, Nemesis, being the Miramar studs that they are, they're on their home map right now with 90 elims, so I gotta like ICU and Nemesis kind of going head-to-head, and those are 2 teams that have fought almost every game so far. So I'm looking at that matchup as the big one here going into the final. We take a peek at the bottom half of our standings right now. Some respectable performances today from Golden Eagles, straight out of Nepal, KR Esports. KR picking up a chicken dinner earlier today, and Golden Eagles with I believe a top 2 a bit earlier today. So really nice job to them, but they're going to have to play spoiler right now, and I don't know if there's been any, crap talk behind the scenes or grudges that are going on. I'm definitely catching wind of some stuff going on between the players. We'll see if any of that bleeds over into the competition. Enigma, what are you looking for here on this last match?
I'm looking for Nemesis to do something better than a donut. If you go into this last match and you leave it up to everyone else getting points, I mean, you even leave it up to 7th and 8th place. If they drop a 10, 15-point game in terms of eliminations, these other teams are all going to have that sort of score sheet up next to them, next to their phones, showing them just, hey, we need to start really kind of counting the pennies out here of where teams are at. And these teams right now, for the most part, especially Nemesis, they're the team that everyone's eyeing. As soon as they're eliminated, it goes down the list. It's easier looking for that 3rd place spot compared to holding it, because now those bottom 8 teams, we talked about it all night and all day yesterday, they're going to look to grieve someone, and you're on the edge of the bubble.
Absolutely. Control seems to be the most likely to rank high, right? They have the most rank points of anyone in the tournament aside from Titan. So look for them to show up late. The problem with Control, from what I've seen so far, is they're always trying to do it with 2 players, right? They're losing somebody along the way, and it's just too tough to get that chicken dinner towards the end, but they are placing pretty high. But with, the shorthanded rosters that they're carrying into these late games, they're not able to pile up the elims that they need to ultimately move on here. So I'm looking at Nemesis, to really deliver on this last game, to put an exclamation point on it. They're holding on to that position, and boy, the first half of today, it was looking a little sketchy for Nemesis. It was starting to slip in their grip. Their knuckles are white at this point, Dave, but they are holding on to this point. They got an 8-point cushion going into our final game. Give me your pick for your predictions here for the last game of the day, Dave. Who's it going to be?
It's tough. Control, they had back-to-back games where they had 5 eliminations, but besides that, really not much from them. And Nemesis, they've kind of just been maintaining. Fortunate for them. Even the eliminations have been pretty low. This last game, they had 5. I think that was their best game yet when it comes to the elimination. So when it comes to those teams on the cutoff, it is it's a coin flip. I want to say the Panthers just because I still have the dream if they can get a win with a bunch of eliminations. But all in all, I'm just going to say Nemesis. I think Nemesis have what it takes to just maintain that 3rd place spot. And I think Team Control, ICU, they're going to get griefed by these lower teams. I think so. Maybe even Titan Gaming.
The grief inbound, and if there was ever a place to have it happen, it'll be in the last game of the tournament, that's for sure. Enigma, coming to you, who's your pick for the last game of PMSL NA qualifiers?
I mean, it's exactly like Dave said. It's a lot of coin flips and stuff like that. And with Titan Gaming being a team that could potentially grief anyone on the border, I'm looking at ICU as being my pick, but I'm really hoping that they just don't get dropped on. Please, choose a drop that no one expects you to go to, kind of 2-step it, take a vehicle off to Narnia or something, because I'm expecting them to get dropped on by virtually any other team mentioned, I guess you could say.
Mm-hmm.
I got to start doing some more exploring on Miramar. I haven't seen Narnia myself, but one of these days I will come across it. All right, I'm going to lock in my pick for the last game of the tournament. I am also going with Nemesis. I think it is their spot to lose. And with the roster that they have, they've got to clutch up and get it done. And with that, I think they will, man. Nemesis will lock it in for the victory here on our last game of the tournament. So the stage is set. The desert is ready. Miramar is coming up next, ladies and gents. We've got Control, ICU, and Super Lazy Reflex right on the outside of this one, all within 12, 13 points. There are your map winners for the day. Taco coming in clutch. I've picked them in both of their match wins today, so I'm glad I brought this little prop. I think it's bringing some good luck, man. Dave, Miramar is it, right? I want some sage wisdom for the teams that are griefing, that are dropping somewhere else. I mean, who are they going after here in order to cause some ruckus?
they're going after Nemesis, they're going after Control, and they're going after ICU. So like Enigma mentioned, if you're one of those three teams, definitely don't stick to the playbook, right? Because you don't only have Titan Gaming looking at grief, you have all the bottom teams with nothing to lose just to put on a good show in this final map, looking to play spoiler and give us something to talk about. So if you're any of those three teams on the cutoff, drop somewhere else, be safe, go for those placement points, and stay alive to that late game.
Love it. I'm hoping for a less toxic zone than last game. That was awful. Miramar gods, do us right. And if you're not going to, then I want it more toxic. Give me an island finish or something where, we've got a bunch of swimmers trying to make it out to the zone in the middle of nowhere. But that is that. The plane is loading up now. We are getting ready to drop in. Enigma, I think you've got to sprinkle some good luck dust on the plane this time, because these teams are going to need it. We are getting ready to go, and if waiting for that plane to send us, because we're itching. We're going to keep praying. I'm hearing in my ear, we're praying. Somebody's taking a long time tying their shoes and strapping up the bulletproof vest, basically. But boy, oh boy, we are literally just moments away. My breath cannot be held anymore. This is a good sign. Running the intro. So Dave, Enigma, take it away. Let's get it done. Last game of the tournament.
Let's go. We are praying for the game to start. The players are praying for a good circle number one. And those teams on the cutoff praying that they do not get hot dropped. The final game of the weekend here for the PUBG Mobile Super League 2024 North America Qualifiers, Enigma. Let's get into it. Match 18 of 18.
Yeah, I mean, it's all going to boil down to this. All of your years of experience when it comes to these sorts of tournaments, especially with it being at the start like this, new tournament formats. We're ditching PMPL. We're going into Super League. This is where the best of the best compete. And for these squads, I don't care if you're having to pull out the banana like Spring did, if you got the zone reads like Beowulf from back in the day, you need to bust it out now. Because this score system, we see it on the bottom left here, it's way too close for this 3rd to 6th place teams. Anything could happen. And for these squads, I'm expecting all these sorts of teams to really try to do something new, because it's evident that the only team that's been doing something right consistently all weekend long is Titan Gaming.
Trying to see here. Titan Gaming. Okay, looks like Titan Gaming going to be nice to their opponents here. Looks like they're going to be sending it up north, away from everybody else for the most part. We got KR Esports. Oh my. KR against Nemesis, the 3rd place team with 125. Oh, if Nemesis lose 1 or 2 members here, it is going to be close. And you know what? Our prayers were not answered for Nemesis, at least, because the circle as far as possible from where they dropped.
I mean, this is a repeat of Sanhok, Dave. They got contested by 4 bros. They ended up being able to get away, and they did lose 1 or 2 players on that rotation, only being able to pick up a few eliminations and placement points. But now if KR Esports doing this, this is a team that was a little bit higher up on the leaderboard trying to play spoiler. Now I am seeing as well ICU, instead of going Hacienda, I believe they tried to contest Black Mamba and San Martin. That wasn't the case. They didn't find them there. But some of these teams, they're opting to fight those teams on that bottom half, and other ones are getting that sort of surprise like Nemesis is here now. And I'm kind of liking this idea. They're actually just looking to straight book it out of here. They're not wanting any sort of smoke with this stuff, especially with seeing that zone shift.
Yeah, that is 100% the call. When you're in 3rd place, you are the team that has everything to lose, right? So getting in this fight to maybe, best case scenario, get 4 elimination points, I don't think is worth it. With Control right behind you, ICU right behind you, like there's too much to chance, right? So I think surviving is the goal here. And of course, if you can all stay alive and in the end get a couple eliminations, well, that's great and all. So I love that they were able to pull off. At the same time, KR kind of losing an opportunity to play spoiler. They were a little too slow on the hot drop, I guess you can say. So we'll keep tabs with Nemesis. And you made a great call out. ICU looking to be proactive this game, looking to hot drop Black Mamba, but Black Mamba nowhere to be found.
Yeah, it seems like TSG, though, has decided to find Golden Eagles. Golden Eagles opting not to go to Chumacera. No one decided to contest them this time around. And this squad, I mean, we'd seen Golden Eagles have a few pop-off games, but I think those contests with them losing players early on throughout the weekend really just hindered their chances at making that top 3 finish. So Three Sheeps Gaming, this is a squad that unfortunately was at the bottom. This will obviously, hopefully, wrap up soon enough because this is the center of zone. A lot of these teams are going to start rotating in sooner versus later, making sure that they don't get gatekept. And back to that sort of nemesis discussion with rotating early enough towards that east side and stuff like that. The issue is they're going towards Titan Gaming. They landed on that northeastern edge. Control that's near them is on that eastern side. ICU is toward that center part of the map if they were to try to just beeline it straight in. So a lot of these teams that are around you, unfortunately, maybe being able to play gatekeeper for you. Golden Eagles, though, being able to get the off angle onto TSG, really just, unfortunately, a struggling performance out of the TSG roster here on this weekend. Looks like they're going to lose another player.
Yeah, and kind of just tacking on to what you're mentioning with Nemesis. Very unusual rotate, too, right? Like, they're not going straight to the play zone. They are going all the way up north.
Oh, man.
Where nobody even ventures, practically, and they're trying to play extra safe. This is the safest I've ever seen Nemesis play, honestly. And for good reason that we keep talking about. They're in 3rd place. They do not want to get taken out this early on. But little do they know, the biggest and baddest dogs in the lobby, Titan Gaming, are potentially in their pathway. So best case scenario for Nemesis, play it ultra slow and let Titan kind of push the zone first, and you kind of backfill them, right? And it's also going to come down to, like, how good your scouting is to be able to recognize, like, hey, there's a team ahead of us.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it's going to come down to how many meds they can really find early on. They don't really need ammo and stuff like that if they're playing this sort of style, because if there's a team in front of you, you almost don't want to shoot because you don't know if that's team control. You don't know if that's 4 bros switching up their drop spot. If it's any of these teams that aren't looking for those safety points in the late game, they might hold you in edge zone. So Nemesis, I'm looking to see what kind of their med count is coming in out of zone 1 and 2, if they're able to really kind of weave their way in through these edge teams, because we've seen it time and time again. People get caught up on the edge, and it's the teams that are on that edge marker getting caught out. And Juancho, unfortunately, fighting SLR, 2 teams that are needing points, just being the first one knocked on the squad. But Valak still having something to say.
Big fight right here when it comes to teams looking for the miracle to clutch it out here to qualify in that 3rd place position. ICU with a couple more points ahead of SLR. Juancho right there, just bleeding out, unfortunately. SLR going to be able to get the reset up here on the hilltop. Nate, Valak somewhat separated for the time being. So ICU has been a team that you had a lot of hopes for here this weekend, and, you know, they've been doing a great job. They're up there in the runnings for qualifying, but losing to this early on and up against a team SLR right behind them. You have to assume SLR, they're going to be proactive here. But Valak having something to say right there. Oh, but immediately spotted, tagged, and bagged by Koi, leaving just Nate, the last one alive.
Yeah, and it's really just tragic to see because we've seen this squad perform time and time again in the past. And, you know, at the end of the day, it is going to come down to these 3-day qualifiers. It doesn't matter about your past. It's a matter of how you are now. And this squad, unfortunately, has just shown a few too many mistakes in our eyes to be able to represent the NA talent and stuff like that. And we won't discredit them just yet because Nate is still alive, but we've seen it throughout the tournament as solos and stuff like that, especially early on. We're basically discrediting them at this point. We're not going to give them the benefit of the doubt. It's really unfortunate to see because with the point spread being so close throughout the whole weekend, you could see ICU being one of those 3 teams. We could look at top 8 almost, any of these teams being one of the 3 representing North America. But unfortunately, this wasn't their instance. They're obviously more than happy to come back for the next qualifier. But with that being said, there's still other teams in the lobby that are looking for those points.
Aqualar's in a really good position when it comes to 2nd place, but obviously to play a little safer, I would like to see them survive a little longer. But looks like Black Mamba looking to take them out. Way downtown right now with the Mini, trying to provide some Guardian Angel support, but the thing is, we don't have sightlines onto Thursday right here. Trying to take some shots onto Abigail. Black Mamba looking to eat some tacos here in the final map of the evening, but looks like the tacos bite back in. Taco Lover is getting a couple more eliminations. So talking to big stories here, big storylines. ICU, yeah, totally agree. A solo, GG's, great weekend. SLR though, huge come up for them, right? They were right behind ICU, so now they have a good opportunity, depending on where Nemesis land, to possibly get that third place spot, and looking at control as well. So real quick call out though, Spec doing a great job from Nemesis to go ahead of their squad, scout, and recognize that Titan Gaming were ahead of them, actually.
Yeah.
And it looked like because of that, now Nemesis playing extra slow, and they're going to be able to backfill Titan Gaming and not get into any early game conflicts with that squad.
Yeah, we're seeing so many teams right now just playing on this edge, trying to play a bit of spoiler, and SLR even goes on, actually found Nate on this edge compound, so it's not going to be like they're going to let him live. They know this team,
they need the point.
Someone we need to take out.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, it's just only a matter of time at this point.
Uh-oh, Nate. Uh-oh, Nate.
One.
Nate having something to say. Up against SLR. Can Nate destroy the SLR dreams? No, it looks like Kindness from behind will be able to get the final blow onto Nate just in time. But KR are rolling up here, Enigma.
Hey,
will KR take out SLR? Put a stop to their dreams of qualifying top 3. Blinky from above with the M249.
It's looking like it. I mean, they wanted it to be Nemesis, but if you figure out it's SLR like this in the situation, they were looking to grief someone already. It's just a matter of now we're going to change our sights to SLR, and after such a great play against ICU, you really kind of just are punching the air of like, you wish it went better for them. They've had such a rough day 2 and day 3. They brought it back a bit with that last game, getting second place off Koi. But at this point, I could see KR not even moving from their spot and dying to the blue zone, just looking to grief this team.
Yeah, definitely a possibility. It looks like SLR trying to cook these grenades and not get caught in that awkward situation that you just outlined here. Looking to get these eliminations and take out KR, but KR, one of their players in the front line, looking to make a push, looking to knock on the door of Core here with the UMP, and it's all out mayhem in the smokes. We can't see nothing. It comes down to what you can hear, the pre-fire, and hey, that's my teammate right there going for some shots. Kindness able to get an elimination right here. 6 on to SLR. So, I mean, this is actually kind of playing in SLR's favor if they can continue to survive, because they need the elimination points and high placements here.
Yeah, and KR Esports just got really too lazy with this, I guess you could say. I know they were looking to grief it out, but SLR kind of just happy with how each of their players played. You saw Hozan actually almost got knocked, being able to stay alive, reset, and then come back into that fight, allowing SLR to take this 3v4 fight. And by the way, the SLR fight here, they were going for a res on White Eulogy. They were able to leave him to die. They didn't get knocked going into the building, and then ultimately winning the 3v4. Huge come up for the squad.
Huge come up. 8 eliminations. Like, that's exactly what you need. Team control, though. They do not want to get taken out here by the second place team of the Taco Lovers. I see Titan Gaming out there in the distance as well, circling their prey, looking at a third party this one. This is insane. All the top teams right here, right now, looking to take each other out. 24K back against the wall, needs to get the heal. Remix hears it. Ricochet with the smoke, I believe. 24K able to get a heal here. Only 2 more tacos left. 5 eliminations going their way. But at the end of the day, if I'm the Taco Lovers, if I'm team control, you got Titan Gaming right here looking to take you both out.
Yeah, and I'm kind of scared for control, because if 24K even gets 1, you best believe Titan Gaming has been watching that sort of elimination feed. They know just kind of the hurtful spot team control is in, and this is one of those teams as well that was in the contention for top 3, no matter if they were able to get a pop-up performance or not, but having 0 eliminations right now, losing Frady, you're going to need someone like Remix to step up. He gets the first elimination with the pre-fire, but look at this. Wait, Titan Gaming has actually turned around. It's Nemesis coming in from zone.
That is insane. So Titan Gaming doubling back to the edge of the circle here to take on Nemesis on their late pull-up right here. Titan game and picking and choosing who they want to take the fight with. So J7 should be able to get revived, hopefully in time. Inactive Crow, both UMPs in hand. Trying to fend off #1 seed team in the lobby.
The scary thing, though, is Titan Gaming has gone out of zone and is just forcing you to just hug the cliffs or the compound in zone. You still have J7 knocked. Fate's trying to get it, but we see Inactive. He's made it close enough to go for the nade range. All these players on Titan Gaming are just looking to hold you in blue zone on the edge here. And as soon as one of the players get thirsted on Nemesis, you know Titan Gaming is fully going to hold them. They want them to make this interesting because they've already qualified. Why not, you know, stir up the pot a little bit and see who's actually going to be taking that third place spot?
Yeah, you got Red Ox and Rin on the high ground overlooking the buildings that Nemesis are holding down, and then Crow and Inactive on the shorelines trying to get within grenade range. And honestly, Nemesis just hoping that they forget about him, but I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. SLR, they're out there on the west side. They're in the general area, and SLR are looking for elimination. So if they hear the madness over here, they might actually be able to third-party Titan Gaming on the outskirts, but looks like Fate is going to be pulling on out right now, Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, they're trying to find a way into zone, but even if you get past the Titan Gaming sort of engulfing spot, you got team control in front of you. You got to keep going south. You've got SLR. If you try to eat blue zone to the west, you're going to have to eventually just start shooting your gun, and Fate almost getting caught out with the smoke grenade. This team Nemesis is really needing to start making some knocks happen. I don't see them making it just on driving alone.
Yeah, Nemesis in such a difficult position. They got the first place team trying to take them out. They got the team control right behind them trying to take them out. Like, lose unless they can hit these shots. Red Ox tossing some grenades downhill, taking down J7. And now here comes the collapse from Titan Gaming, looking to annihilate Nemesis and their dreams of qualifying here. Crow with the UMP lean peek.
Wow.
On to Spec. That's a big one. They get taken out right there on the side of Nemesis. And Nemesis, all things considered, well, it's going to be close, man. If they get taken out here, it's going to be close.
I saw a punch out there, Dave. It was personal for him. So Nemesis, 0 points. I talked about that being the disaster scenario. Obviously, ICU is gone, but SLR, they've got 8 points to their name. They opted to go west. Too. Yeah, they're fighting each other right now, but down here on the south, where it was centered, Strangers BD fighting the lower end of the leaderboard. Trent and Paul, seeing if they can at least finish off strong in one of these games.
Team Control, that's that fourth place team right behind Nemesis. So honestly, Team Control with looks like a duo active. Got the revive on their third squad mate. They're gonna have 2 eliminations. Team Control are not out of the woods though, because remember, they were over there by Titan Gaming and Nemesis overlooking that fight. Now Titan Gaming is going to be rotating right towards Team Control. So if Team Control also get wiped by Titan Gaming, I still think it's going to be a toss-up when it comes to like that third place spot. Remix Solo trying to jump up right there. Rin splatting them, roadkill right here, and Robert trying to evacuate the area, trying to keep the dreams alive here for Team Control, especially after Nemesis getting wiped out moments ago. Titan Gaming know exactly where Robert is, and Robert gets shot from behind, leaving just one more player for Team Control alive and active in this game.
Yeah, and we're talking top 8. Every sort of placement point might make the difference for some of these squads, but if you're having 2 eliminations to your name, not sure if you're really that close to Nemesis just yet, as well as you have to worry about SLR now getting the elimination points, and neither of us are those sort of mathematicians, so these sort of names we're seeing Control. The Panthers,
Control are only 8 points behind Nemesis coming in this match.
Oh, wow.
So 8 points behind. Nemesis got 0 points this game. Control already have 2, so they are getting there. So best case scenario, right? Placement points, baby, for Hayuya.
Yeah, and I mean, we're talking it's going 1 up for each. So SLR, they already have the 8 eliminations. If they could start maybe even focusing on zone more, they could maybe start weaseling it out on top. But we see the zone on the top right, a lot of water in play. With all of this focusing, though, on the north side, we're seeing a lot of gaps for teams to play, and it looks like it's going to shift just towards that. These teams that opted to take those fights, Dave, all still going to have to keep fighting in these next 2 zones.
Yeah, SLR doing exactly what they need to be doing too. Already 8 eliminations. If I'm not mistaken, they're 13 points behind Nemesis coming into this game. So the fact of the matter is Nemesis got 0 this game. That opens up this 3rd place spot completely for Team Control SLR. The Panthers is a stretch.
Yeah,
they
need to
still
pop off.
Alive, but still, I mean, realistically speaking, SLR have a great shot in this last game, surprisingly enough, to qualify here. I think. SLR.
Yeah, and we like seeing that sort of kind of turnaround, I guess you could say, with the squad. They had this sort of performance yesterday. They were fumbling a little bit. They had one decent game maybe, and then at the very end, on day 2, they were able to get that top 2, top 3 finish with a lot of eliminations. Here we're seeing it as well, and that was at the moment where we thought they were going to get eliminated in 14th,
exactly.
the KR Esports. So the whole turnaround, that one fight, everyone's going to boil it down to that one instance in the match. What was that deciding factor? For Nemesis, it was that fight with Titan Gaming if they weren't to make it. But for SLR, their big key takeaway is going to be how they played that fight with KR Esports. Because them fighting ICU, they steamrolled them. They made it 4 for 1, 4 for 0, essentially. And then when KR Esports came in, it's like they entered that flow state. They were able to turn it around on its head and still keep their dreams alive. And look at this. It's 2 players, the 2 ones that we talked about N-Hyper and being those sort of Goliaths in the lobby previously last year. It's going to be Kindness and Koi having all of them.
Blows my mind, man. SLR, the sleeping giants, right? 18 points yesterday. Today, not many points at all.
Yeah.
8 eliminations right now in the last match when it really counts on qualifying in that 3rd place position. They're giving it their all here, Enigma, and that's what you love to see. We got Titan Gaming on the high ground. The Panthers a little bit down there towards the south. A lot of different levels of terrain right now, so all 3 of these teams should be fairly safe for the time being. No real worries there. Ayuya, the solo right here from Team Control. So Team Control, best case scenario, SLR get taken out right here, right now. But even with that in mind, like,
yeah,
it's going to be a stretch.
It's got to be a weasel out of maybe you get blessed with a 1v1 at the end, but that's, you got to get the zones up. You got to hope the other team isn't going to be SLR and stuff like that. You're fighting in the end of it all. And I mean, he's in a vehicle right now. There's no one on that eastern side, but with it being stage 5, we've still got a few zones left. It could be shifting off of them. It could be going to Titan Gaming. There's too many unknowns for you really to be giving the credit at the moment yet, and we're about to see it with 20 seconds left. But SLR, they decided to hole up in these crates, Dave, and I kind of feel bad because now Titan Gaming's just walking up. They're going to start just throwing it in them.
Yes, Rin has showed up. Rin is now here. They have a good idea that Kindness is over there. Rin going to be cooking that second follow-up grenade. Searching all these crates, trying to get the intel here. Oh, dodging a bullet. Here's the footsteps from Core. He needs to be careful, though. Strangers BD might be able to third party this one, but looks like Rin with that map knowledge trying to flush out Kindness. That's the second grenade on top of Kindness's position. Here comes Inactive, probably with the follow-up. Pro still on the high ground.
They don't know, though.
Now they know.
They didn't know.
Now they know. Quickly doubling them back, trying to get within this crate, trying to take out this member from SLR here. Grenade. Like the Panthers trying to third party this one as well. Trying to get some elimination points. And Titan Gaming kind of falling apart here. But they did get Koi. They took out and flushed Koi during this engagement.
Yeah, the big key takeaway is just this crossfire they have. Kindness, though, only being the last player alive for SLR. It's going to be one on Titan Gaming as well. And if you're SLR, you're kind of hoping that the Panthers are able to keep helping you out and put some shots into Redix. But he's going to look for the nade play. Kindness is now outside the crates. It's going to come down to the 1v1 on the cliff. Back on the cover. But both players essentially the same HP. It's a matter of who hits who first. And a little pre-fire. He's going for it. Both UMPs. The jump shot around. Saving it again. SLR. 5 and 5 elimination spreads. He's not going to be able to get the reset. Went for the med and stuff like that, but if you're SLR, you're looking
still
up
alive,
and
baby.
You're saying, we're still in this.
Alive. Yes.
10 eliminations, and it's
huge.
top 6 now.
huge. 10 eliminations, 6th place gets you 2 points right there. Nemesis, like we keep mentioning, done, out. That was 125. Like, that was the goal, right? The target.
Yeah.
Get over that. Team Control down to just a solo with only 2 eliminations. This is getting real close for SLR, man. They might have this one, but I'm looking at the Panthers. Now, the Panthers needed a pop-off game, a ton of eliminations, plus the winner chicken dinner, right? Right now, 5 eliminations, and that's it.
I mean, if they're able to take this fight to 4 Bros, they do get the opening knock. I want to see them really just start getting hungry and looking for these sort of fights, because you need to get everything at this point. We're talking, if you're counting your 4 teammates, 10 other players only you can get elimination points on. You need to be the one to get it yourself. And with the points starting to kind of dwindle away, if you're not making the moves yourself, you're letting it up for the fate of the PUBG Mobile gods to decide.
If you're not making the moves, you're the one being moved on, essentially. And Dauntless, there they go from the hands of Strangers BED.
Wow.
And I can't agree more. The Panthers need to start getting it together here if they want a shot at that 3rd place position. They got the 4 Bros on the high ground. To me, those are looking like some points to be had here, Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, they have the one just sitting out on the side. Hopefully they can run up the cliff, maybe. I mean, it looks like we've seen it before. Dying to blue zone instead of giving the point over. If you're GP, I mean, you got to start going for it. Looks like they're giving the 1v1s, but I mean, it's the one on the cliff. We're seeing it on the map. Kindness and IU, it shifts towards them. Both of those solos, and then at the end of it all, it's just a 4v3 against Strangers BD. TP, who is, I mean, they had the 1v4 at the start. They got that good placement.
Yeah.
I'm wanting to see them keep the accelerator going.
It's going to be tough, though, with SLR with 10 eliminations still. And like you mentioned, 5th place is 3 points, right? So the longer SLR survive, the more points they get. Are you in the vehicle here from Team Control? Only 2 elimination points. I don't know. It's going to be tough for this squad. Looking at Voltex just drive on right by. Popping out the vehicle with the M4 spray. Almost getting taken out themselves. And here comes the follow-up support from their squad mate, Flash God, saying, that's my teammate right there. Don't know if Voltex will be able to be revived here. Hopefully the Panthers take advantage of this golden opportunity to push out of the compound to get some eliminations. Clock on the high ground, peeking their head up. Going out to a play zone, though. No.
-1. Like, what are we doing here? And then we're seeing
Too passive.
The elimination feed. Other people are getting eliminated on the other side of zone. It's like we're just standing still. We're not statues. We need to be moving and playing. And luckily, Melatonin's now finally doing that. But at what cost? We're talking there's only 3 or 4 players left for you to get.
Yeah, listen, if they don't qualify by 1 point, that is from the clock point on the high ground. That would be insane. So 10 eliminations going towards SLR. Strangers BD still active, down with just a duo here. 9 points going their way, but honestly, with the Panthers and SLR still alive here in the late game, that just goes to show you, like, that 3rd place spot is still just prime for the picking, man, especially with Nemesis getting taken out early with 0 points here, Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, I really hope I didn't catch her cursing, because I said the worst case scenario is if Nemesis drops 0, you're really going to be sitting in that lobby waiting for the scores to release for you, because you don't know if you made it. You don't know how those other teams played out, because you don't get to watch how that lobby unfolds, and you're going to remember ICU went out early, and then it was you. So Nemesis, really just interested to see how this sort of thing plays out. The Panthers, I'm liking it.
Hey, let's go. Kindness, by the way, confirmed 2nd place. I mean, Kindness has the spot. Kindness is locked in between those crates. But Rushy putting on quite the performance here, especially in games 1 and game 2. The Panthers, all in all, like, day 3 has been their day. They just popped off here, regardless of what happens if they qualify or not here, Enigma.
Yeah, and I mean, we talk about it, at least making a name for yourself and stuff like that. We've seen Rushies. 1v4 at the start of the day. Next game, we saw the team be able to adapt and play around him on that Erangel. It shows that the squad is still being able to adapt and overcome a lot of issues. Unfortunately, it might be the case that it was too late into the tournament. But with that being said, the signs of life is tremendous for us to see. And especially for me being a pro, I love seeing the changes on how metas and how competitive plays out. And with this being a whole new format and league, I'm loving seeing new teams, new players come in and be able to shine out the ones with the resume. Because at this point, they're making the new game of PUBG Mobile. They're making competitive what it is now, and you couldn't have asked for anything more.
-5.
I'm loving this.
Eliminations here. Half of the eliminations from SLR on the final map of the weekend here. Top 3 make it to the Americas. $250,000 prize pool to land in Brazil. The Panthers looking for the winner chicken dinner, but is it enough is my question. 7 eliminations right now, and if they were to get the win, that's 10. Fact of the matter is, SLR had a great final game here this evening. It's going to be awfully close. It all depends on what happens with Stranger BD, the duo down there, downrange here. So the Panthers playing this one nice and slow from their high ground, making sure not to throw this chicken out the window here in the final map of the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, Kindness, he's dead center. The zone is closing. This is the final one. It's going into nothingness. This is the last match, the last zone we will be able to see for the PMSL North America qualifiers. And for the most part, I'm interested in seeing if TP can secure all 3 of these elimination points, get that sort of additional placements. Because if not, then you're really going to be looking back at that score sheet and being, you're leaving it up to how SLR did.
It's going to come down to just a couple points, too. That's what's insane.
Yeah.
Just a couple points. So, Strangers BD now making the push towards the center of the play zone. 9 eliminations, 3 apiece here. Voltex, Flash God, we've seen these players have some nice plays here this evening. The Panthers are going to be creating a smoke tunnel going towards the center. Kindness now going to be popping up with the UMP. Rushy in the front lines with the DBS. Patrice right behind them. Grenades, UMP, Illusion as well. Scar, UMP. I think they know where Kindness is now. Kindness popping up with a huge Molotov. Going to be spreading some damage right there. Huge molly from Kindness.
Wow.
But finally, someone takes out Kindness. The blue zone. Now it's up to Rushy to clutch this one out with their squad mate here. 2v2 Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, TP really just letting Kindness do too much on the crates, ignoring the sound cues, and we're seeing the dodgeball come on. Look at this. The zone is shrinking on top of the crates here. I'm wanting to see someone make the hero play, and hopefully it'll be someone on TP because it's coming into nothingness, and the roadside is going to be where it's at, and the pre-fires are just getting too incensed.
Got him.
TP securing it. I believe they ended up getting all 3 of those, Dave, at the end, so...
That's 9 eliminations. Yeah, that's 9 eliminations plus the 10 points for the win. The Panthers clutching out the final map of the evening. Nemesis getting taken out early, 0 elimination. Team Control having a couple eliminations too. Couple placement points, but honestly, it's between, I gotta know, it's between SLR, it's between Nemesis, maybe if they had enough points, but now the Panthers here, Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, we called about, especially PB, and we were wanting to see the Panthers get that last win and at least be on the board, so to speak. So, PB, I know you're thinking of another team, but that end game is something that you don't get to see every day.
No, you really don't. I mean, that was a crazy last little push there, and Kindness almost clutched that with that Molly nade combo at the end. And I just got to give a huge shout out to SLR and specifically Kindness for the 1v1 against the top dogs in the lobby with everything on the line. If you get eliminated there, your team is done. You're going home for sure. And with that effort, we'll see if he did enough to put them into a qualifying spot. But so far, we have no idea. It has to be a close one, though. We are down to the last game, though. That was it. The games have been played. Dave, I don't know how this is going to go, but the Panthers, as you have been so eloquently rooting for this entire time, they pulled it out in this one and had a big performance, but I don't know if it was enough.
I've been rooting for them, man. They had a great start to the day. They kind of let off the gas through the midday and finally clutching it out, getting that much-deserved, hard-earned winner chicken dinner. And I got to feel for Nemesis, though, man. They were playing it slow. They were taking their time, and they still managed to run through the path of Titan Gaming. Titan Gaming, there's a big point in Enigma. You mentioned it too. Like Titan Gaming had two options: push in the zone and flush out. I believe it was the Panthers in that compound.
Yeah.
They're trying to take some shots at, or pull back because one of their squad mates recognized another team rolling on in. Well, they chose option B, and that pull back was pulling back on top of Nemesis.
Yeah, and all these
incredible
teams,
stuff all the way
part,
around from these teams. Sorry to step on you there.
Nope, you're good.
Enigma. Why don't you hit that thought, man? I was watching the SLR replays here and just realizing how close they came so many times. I mean, they were going up against ICU. They were going up against KR. I mean, just crazy skill as well as luck. You see Blinky there get turned on by Koi. And again, we talked about Koi and Kindness throughout the tournament as being really the two players that needed to come through for SLR. And both of those players come through in the final round with 5 elims apiece. Are you kidding me? Absolutely clutch performance. So we'll obviously take a peek at the match scores here for this one in just a moment. But crazy performance from the Panthers and SLR. That's what you want to see in the clutch. 15 points for SLR, 19 for the Panthers. And as you mentioned, Enigma, goose egg for Nemesis. They were them and ICU, both with zeros, and neither one of those teams could afford that this time around. So that is looking bleak for them. But Dave, I am so excited. Let's get to the overall rankings here and see who will be moving on.
Okay.
It's going to be Titan Gaming, Taco Lovers, and Super Lazy Reflex has done enough. They have qualified by sneaking in game number 6. Kindness, Koi, putting them on their shoulders, wearing the backpack, so to speak, and Super Lazy Reflex, despite being absent for the whole second day and most of the third, find enough at the end of the day on Miramar to qualify through. Enigma, what are you thinking about this one?
It's just tragic to see because it's like I said earlier, all these teams could have possibly been those top 3. Titan Gaming showing that they were the dominant factor, but Nemesis, they have the track record, they have the experience, and just falling short on their maps, so to speak, the Miramars where they used to dominate back in the day, and even on day 1, to leave it up to that last match, I think a lot of it played into their decision to be playing so passive in those rotates. But SLR, making sure that even if they're in a man disadvantage, trying to make the most of it, and ultimately having the fruits of their labor squeaking by just 2 points.
Crazy.
That is wild. Dave, Super Lazy Reflex ended up snaking it out. Kindness, able to find himself somehow, some way, center zone in a crate. So he did not have to move. But even if he got eliminated a bit earlier, there was a point in time when the score was tied between them and Nemesis. But Super Lazy Reflex had the tiebreaker as well with the number of chicken dinners that they had at that point. They had 2. So if there was a tie, it still would have gone to Super Lazy Reflex here. So let's take a look at the bottom of the standings really quickly there. But Dave, I got to shout out the team that you picked as well, the Panthers. They came to play today. They were on the second page starting today, and they finished 3 points out of third place, sitting alone in 5th. So impressive stuff to them. Give us your breakdown of the action today.
Yeah, I mean, great day 3 from the Panthers. They definitely showed up, like you mentioned. When we look at SLR, I'm still not sold on them quite yet. Yeah, they clutched down that last game, but like we kept saying throughout the weekend, hot or cold, right? Then I'm just looking ahead at the next lobby, right? So when it comes to SLR, celebrate tonight. You made it. GG's, but there's a lot of work still to be had. When it comes to Taco Lovers, I'm looking forward to seeing them versus Team Queso, a little boom boom right there. But Titan Gaming, I think Titan Gaming are definitely going to be at least my personal team to really watch, because I feel like they could verse Alpha 7, Influence Rage, and put up a good fight and definitely represent North America in that next lobby.
I'm sure we'll see a breakdown of the performance that they had over the course of this last weekend, but really, really impressive how quickly they move and get position and angles on other teams. You'll notice they have somebody in a compound, or, you know, a team is expecting them to be in front of them, but they already have two members working their way to the flanks, catching them on off angles, whether they're getting clean shots or a cheeky little nade angle. That is something that Titan Gaming just seems to do a bit better than all of the other teams in this lobby. And definitely with that style of play and their aggression, I look at them to do very well, actually, in the upcoming PMSL Americas tournament that they apparently filled up their sign-up forms early on, and rightfully so, because they were a standout team in this lobby, putting up over 200 points for the second weekend in a row. Remember, Dave, this was the same team that put up 245 last weekend, and they had 80-point lead on second place. And dang it, they've done it again with even higher-seeded teams.
You'll love to see it. You'll love to see it. And I look forward to, I think, May 22nd, I think, is the first day, and that's going to be at Brazil. The thing is, this has all been online, though, too, right? So I'm also really curious to see how they transition from at home in their comfort zone, you know, in mom's passenger seat leaving the restaurant, to in their comfortable chair that reclines all the way, to a LAN environment. You know, the pressure gets cranked up a lot more there as well here, PUB.
Absolutely. And I think when you look at the second place teams and Taco Lovers and the third place teams with SLR, they have that big stage experience. They've been to LAN, they've been to globals before, a lot of these players. And, you know, they definitely have the ability to perform there. Titan Gaming, a bit of a mystery, but we have our qualified teams right here, front and center. Titan Gaming with 212 points will be moving on as the top seed from the North America region. Taco Lovers coming in second place with a strong 148. And Super Lazy Reflex sneaking in with 127 at the buzzer on the clutch performance of Kindness and Koi. Impeccable stuff from them on Miramar in that last game. But let's take a peek at the participants for the upcoming PMSL Americas going down May 22nd through June 16th in Brazil. There are your 4 NA teams joining N-Hyper. We do have Titan Gaming, Taco Lovers, and Super Lazy Reflex. Enigma, talk to us about the matchups here with some of these other teams. How do we think we're going to fare?
Well, Team Queso has always been a name staple. They've been around since the beginning. Very rarely do they make roster changes. They try to keep that sort of synergy locked year after year. And for our teams and stuff like that, we look at N-Hyper. We look at Titan Gaming, their teams and stuff like that, especially Titan Gaming. They're reminding me of a style of play that NA hasn't seen in a long time. They're able to come in dominantly, one after another. It doesn't matter if they have a player lost. They're able to make sure that they're able to hang with the best, even at certain disadvantages.
Incredible stuff from them the whole tournament through, always seeming to be in the right position to take these fights and very rarely getting caught, you know, one player out of their spot. And that's something that I think their cohesiveness and the way they played together just really had them shining as opposed to a lot of these other teams. And even you could see a little T-bone action there, Dave, on the vehicles here. But they're getting it done, and Redox here having an incredible tournament. This, for me, was one of the marquee moments of the tournament for Titan. I mean, the bridge camp on Erangel to lock down another chicken dinner. Just really, really solid stuff from a strategy perspective.
Yeah, and Rin, this game in particular, I believe like 7 eliminations going their way alone. And look at that, money all day from the high ground. Titan Gaming just doing a great job. Nemesis is kind of where things kind of crumbled, you know, before their eyes, essentially. They were just trying to maintain this last game, trying to get consistent points, survive as long as possible. But Titan Gaming putting a stop to it.
That was the moment where it all came crashing down for Nemesis. Titan Gaming being the one to put the boot on their neck. Taco Lovers, though, was our second place team, and boy, did they eat today, coming through clutch. Couple of chicken dinners, and they needed them. Taco, out of the top 3 to start the day, they not only got into the top 3, but they secured a very comfortable spot in second place. Lovely Molotov there, barbecuing old SLR early on in the day. But Taco Thursday, I saw a Taco Friday earlier today. It was definitely Taco Sunday, though, Enigma. These guys absolutely came to play on the last day of the tournament.
Yeah, on the last day when it matters most, a lot of people like looking at the start. Obviously, SLR is going to be in that key of mind, but Taco Lovers was that team where they had consistent eliminations. Yeah, the placements or whatever, but that'll happen. They were able to clean it up at the end of the day, at the end of the tournament when they mattered most, and Coming into the last game, they were essentially clenched with only needing a few elimination points for their ticket to PMSL Americas. And the squad itself, we're looking at 24K. We're looking at a few recognizable names from previous teams coming together and able to make the cohesiveness work against the top NA teams.
So there's the Taco Lovers. We've seen Titan Gaming, but what about SLR? Our leaders after day one, things looked bleak for them coming into day three, especially as they fell further and further down the leaderboard. SLR reached as low as 7th place after game number 4, and they had to do a lot coming into games 5 and 6, given how far they were out of the lead, and it had to be a clutch finish towards the end. And on Miramar, that ended up being their map. Koi here with one of the plays of the tournament, going 1v3 against Reality, and he gets the dub here. And this was just really, really impressive stuff. This showed me this particular play. This is the one where they finally clutched up at the end of day 1, and it was like, okay, SLR is a force to be reckoned with. They've got some serious individual skill, but can they put it together? And while it got shaky for a bit, Dave, they ultimately turned things around and secured their spot in Brazil.
Yeah, day one, 74 points in total, 44 eliminations. Yesterday, only 18 points in total, and it really came down to these last 2 Miramar maps when we are talking about SLR. Last game, 10 eliminations. The one before, 7 eliminations. So definitely pulling it out here in the final map. Still a team that...
play of the tournament right here, Dave.
Had some work to be done.
Absolutely. That last play right there was the play of the tournament. It came down to a 1v1 Kindness versus Titan Gaming, and he gets the win, ultimately pushing SLR further up the standings. And not only that, but Titan had 3 players knocked, no finishes on that one. So if they survive that somehow, SLR gets none of those elim points. But ultimately, that's not the way it worked out. Kindness putting 4 elim points on the roster of SLR there. And just like that, Super Lazy Reflex will be your 3rd place team. Dave, you mentioned 74 points after day number 1. They finished with 127, so what is that, 50-ish points combined over 2 days. It's enough to get them in, though. It shows how dominant they were on day 1. But man, just barely squeaking in here on this one. So I really hope you guys enjoyed the action this weekend. I know I did. Enigma, hit us with some final thoughts of what you saw go down here.
At the end of the day, it's only 3 that get to move on, and Hyper's already there. And as much as I'd like to see Nemesis and other namesake teams move on, these 3 teams that we just showcased deserved it more than anyone. They were able to perform when it matters most, and it's that sort of saying where it's out with the old and in with the new.
Absolutely. Dave, crazy tournament, my friend. It's always a pleasure to cast with you on the dash. Tell me, final thoughts. How do we do here at PMSL NA?
I think we did great, man, and short and sweet. I believe the pre-show day 1, I said if the Taco Lovers make it, I need some merch. I need a jersey. I know you got the plushie. You're rocking it here today. That might have been their good luck charm. So I'm looking for that Taco Lovers jersey, baby, in Brazil.
All right, Taco Lovers, I'll expect my check in the mail here for rocking the merch. It was the good luck charm. Enjoy yourselves in Brazil. If you are a pro looking to participate in tournaments like these to qualify to play on the big stage, we've got Titan Series coming up this summer. Stay tuned for dates on social media. You can find that on PUBG Mobile Esports' social media, and we will be announcing that soon. But for Power Bang here on the dash, for Mustache Dave, for Enigma, and for Hot Jukes yesterday, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you to the teams for putting on such a great show, and congratulations to Titan Gaming, to Taco Lovers, and to Super Lazy Reflex for qualifying as your NA representatives for the PMSL Americas in Brazil starting May 22nd. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Smash the like button before you get out of here today. I've been Power Bang, and I will see you guys in Brazil.